Popping
I've
YouTube.
set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's
Bye.
how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
I'm gonna find all the keys as fast as possible before this guy starts stealing them. What's up, Chugs? How you doing? It's the first match for the stream. Power key right there. Dragon Ball right there, but there's no Dragon Balls around here.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Appreciate you dropping by, homie. Hopefully we get a W this match.
Oh yeah! Sure
Yeah,
you're not
my
gonna
teammates.
run?
We only found that one key so far.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what
Yeah,
danger
these guys are getting KO'd.
think before rushing in. Oh yeah!
Close to get my level 3 if I can get these civilians. Okay, I stole my civilian.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Yeah, this raider can steal the power key, so we have to try to find him as quick as possible.
You be careful too, okay?
So far, we just have two.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
We just have to find two more. We have one Dragon Ball. Oh, we have no. Two. The Gammas are really hard to beat.
Flying Nimbus!
Thanks.
You still have more fight in you?
Ally down! Nimbus! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Welcome. Thank you.
Lucky that guy took the ball. What to say? What are you doing, bro? So we still have to find this A key now.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Let's go.
I took half my health.
And here.
Resistance is futile.
Dog, I'm so sick of these guys with barriers, man. Everyone has a barrier. Except Frieza. Frieza has no barrier, no key sense.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits.
Fall before me. I'm in trouble now.
I don't know if he stole the power keys.
I owe you one. Flying Nimbus!
Find a barrier.
Looks like you need some power keys. I'm sending them over now.
Send them chunks. Bitch ass. All the way over there.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Sending over more power keys. Put them to good use.
This guy sends it on
You
the
know what to
opposite
do with
side.
that key.
One's over here.
Stay calm. Stay calm. Oh man.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
This guy's annoying. Send the D key. What is everyone else doing? There's no reason for this guy to be over there. He's just gonna get Cell Max anyways, so the match is basically over. He's just kind of wasting time right now. That's him.
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
This isn't good.
I've had enough of this. I'm activating Cell Max.
Yeah, I'm gonna trash, bro.
This foolishness.
Honestly, I don't even know how to win against the Gammas. I always lose. Because once you kill the first one, the second one appears. Then he gets his third form pretty fast. and then he gets Cell Max, and you don't really win against Cell Max, so the match is basically over if he gets the Cell Max. That's why I hate the Gammas. Fish has go.
It seems as though I'll need to activate Cell Max.
We lost him.
All right.
I'll take care of it, but I need you to buy me some time.
What's the
Sorta.
big idea? Give me a freaking break.
I sent over a super transfer. Be careful with it. Should make it easier to deal with them.
Holy hell.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can. Retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the region that's indicated by a blue light.
Like, how do you beat this guy, bro?
The escape time machine. Use it.
Boring.
And head out now. And for what it's worth, no matter
Better
what it
chance
may
of
be,
beating,
I will get
Vegeta
down to
being-
the bottom of who you really are and what you truly intend to do if it's the last thing that I do. How could you call yourself me yet use the body of another to do your bidding? And I want to know everything that there is about where you came from and what it is that you intend to use me for in order to complete these plans of yours, Black. And I'm sorry that it had to come to this, Master, but I will see to it that the truth is revealed to me one way or another. And so it's better to put this on now and take my leave before he decides to change his mind. To which upon Zamasu now shown putting on the time ring, that was when he went on to then continue. What an incredibly overwhelming feeling. It's almost as if this time ring is trying to somehow speak to me and guide me. Yes, now I'm starting to see. Now then, open the gates to the world which I must see first, Zamasu shouts. Take me into the realm where the truth behind this Goku Black can be given onto me so that I may see. To whereupon Zamasu now being shown having to step through one of these portals, that was when Zamasu then went on to continue. And now then, whether it was Master Gowasu who was telling the truth or this so-called Goku Black, I will get down to the bottom of this and see which path it is that I am destined to walk down. And so I will know, and even if this means doing what I must, then I will do whatever it is that I need to in order to see this through until the very end, no matter what it is that happens to me. Ah, so I see that the two of you are back a little sooner than expected, and I take it that you were successful in your mission, with Goku Black responding, we ran into a bit of an issue, and that was because Gowasu here decided to question my actions rather than persuade the other Zamasu into joining me. I did no such thing, Zamasu. I was only trying to speak sense into what you were doing, only because you were being extremely hard on the other Zamasu, and that's enough out of you, pathetic old Kaioshin. I saw you sneak over there and speak to your dying counterpart, and so whatever it was that you told him isn't going to make a difference when it's all said and done, and you know it. And I will not have you ruin this for me, for so help you, once Zamasu and I are joined as one, you are dead. Do you hear me? me, you feeble old worm? And as for you, Black went on to continue, the time to resume my Zero Mortals plan has begun, and so I need you to transfer me over into Universe 7 where I may begin by killing off both Son Goku and Vegeta. I await Zamasu's answer in the meantime, and so since I can't get there myself, I will need you to bring me into this universe immediately, and I will not wait any longer, with Cuss responding, I see, and so you wish to go alone on this journey of yours then? Do you not wish to take Gowasu or I with you in the meantime? With Gowasu chiming in, wait Zamasu, before you leave, think about what you are doing here. Think about what will happen if Universe 7's God of Destruction sees you there, or even if Lord Zeno is brought forth again as it was before. I urge you to please think about what you are about to do, and please don't go through with this. There is still time to change things, I beg you, with Black responding, you are truly starting to get under my skin. You know that, old man? I will not be taking orders from you. To which upon Goku Black now shown having to backhand Gowasu across the face, that was when Black then went on to continue, and so I will do as I wish to do, and there is nothing that you will do to stop me from going there, Gowasu. I grow tired of these mind games, and so while I'm away, you will remain right where you are, Black continues. I'm going to make sure that you pay dearly for your rebellion against me, and I know just how to keep you right where you are until I get back, and so you aren't going to be going anywhere but remaining on the floor where you are as of right now to wait for me. So now this ought to do it, frozen in an endless loop of space-time with only me as your key of breaking out of it or not. So now stay. To which upon Goku Black now shown encasing Gowasu in what seemingly looks like ice, it was just upon Black now being shown trapping Gowasu where Black went on to continue, and while he remains where he is, I order for you to keep watch over the worm until I handle my business in the 7th, Cuss. I will destroy him once I return, and that's a promise that I am not looking to break. And so now then, just like I said, take and bring me into Universe 7 at once. I grow tired of waiting, and so the plan must be carried out right now. So now let's go. Well, yes, I understand your request, Cuss responds, but do be warned that if Lord Beerus were to learn of your arrival, then there is nothing that I can do to stop him from engaging you, she says. The same goes for Whis as well, if he chooses to get involved, that is, along with Lord Zeno, if he happened to also appear, and so I will leave you with this before you go so that way you know, she says. And if you wish for me to remain here with Gowasu, then I shall stay. I'm not concerned with Beerus getting involved, or anyone else, Black responds, including that little Omni King, so now do it. Well, if you insist then, Cuss responds. Best of luck to you while out there, God of Destruction. I will see you when you return. To which upon the angel now being shown transferring Goku Black on over from Universe 10 into Universe 7, we only moments after then see how Cuss was beginning to approach Gowasu's frozen body, as Cuss went on to respond, Lord Gowasu? Lord Gowasu, can you hear me? Listen to me, I will not allow for you to be kept frozen like this until he returns. I have a plan, but it must go unnoticed until the time is right, she says. We cannot allow for that monster to have his way in destroying everything without him being checked, she says. There is still time to change things, and so that is exactly what we're going to do, so give me a bit of time, she continues. Please don't give up. I'm very sorry that this had to happen to you, Lord Gowasu. I never thought that things would have turned out like this, but I promise that we will make it through. And so I only hope that my brother Whis and his destroyer do something about this situation when this monster arrives at their front doorstep. To where upon Goku Black now shown traveling from universe to universe, it was only as he was now shown doing so where Goku Black went on to comment, I'll show them. I will show all of them the true meaning of pain when I see them all again. Those worms have no idea what's coming, especially now that I am much stronger than I ever could have dreamed of being when I first fought those mortals. And I will not fall to them again. There is nothing and no one that can stop me now. And not only will I go and have my revenge on these creatures, but I'm going to make sure that there is nothing left by the time I'm done. Just as there was nothing left of me when that little Omni brat showed his face and erased me from history. I am much more more than that Vegito that I fought against, including being much more powerful than I was when fused, Goku Black continues. I made sure to use what they have obtained against them and in a different way too. Since of course that Ultra Instinct wasn't anything for my body to hold together, Vegeta's Ultra Ego was better suited, only I knew that I had to merge it with something in order to create the ultimate power. And so that's where Goku's son comes in. Him and his beast form of his, to harness the inner nature of what this body is at its core and combined it with the power of a destroyer. Through it, I was able to achieve the ultimate level of perfection and greatness, Black continues. Though it still may be hard for me to control at the time, I'm sure that I will have no problem using it once the time calls for it. And when I do, then I will go on to crush every single one of them, including that bastard Beerus if he just so chooses to stick a nose in my business as well. No, because this time it will all be different, Black says, and those worms have no idea what I have planned for them once they see me. And once I complete my mission of killing them all for good, then I will head out and wipe away the other universes after them. Perhaps Universe 11 should serve as another fine example of setting the stage for the entire multiverse to witness my new power. I will crush Jiren and those Pride Troopers along with anyone else who decides to stand in my way. Yes, I'm going to make all of you pay for doing what you did to me, and there is nothing that any of you can do that will stop me. This will be where you will all finally die, and die for good. As in the meantime, while Goku Black was shown having to head towards Universe 7, we only from that point then make our way on over in seeing Zamasu use the time ring that was given to him, and from that point now being shown having to oversee the battle involving Merge Zamasu versus Vegito, as Zamasu went on to then comment, "So this was what Master Gowasu tried to warn me about when he said that I would become the very thing that I hate. What happened to me? What have I become in this world?" Zamasu questions. All this because of my anger towards the gods? My jealousy at the bias these mortals share compared to what I am supposed to stand for? Just look at me. The result of my merger with Black has created a monster. A monster who is falling apart midway upon battling this Vegito. Was I blind? I don't understand. Was I this enraged to have not seen what I have become during my time here? And even now, Master Gowasu still attempted to help me, even when I was already too far gone to remotely save. But even then, just look at these mortals' fusion go, Zamasu continues. This Vegito was far above anything my merger with Black was capable of, and even then, after seeing that I was completely outmatched and overpowered, I still tried to fight. And this wasn't because I was passionate to win, but it was my rage that drove me into the grave, and I can see it all happen now as they battle. And as I watch while the Kai stand there, they didn't just take the mortal side just to spite me, they took their side because they knew I couldn't be saved no matter how hard they tried to do so anyway. It was this immortality that I had gained that resulted in this fusion falling apart when it did. That much is also clear, Zamasu continues. And more as this battle continues, I can feel my own hatred grow deeper with each passing second. And to think that I was the one who caused all of this. To create this perfect utopia, and for what, Zamasu questions? For whom? A utopia of what? Darkness? Loneliness? Who was I to be a god king of if there is nothing and no one left, Zamasu questions? I now see what my master meant, and I can now also see where this Goku Black was coming from, but this was not the way to do things. And so I must continue to see more from other timelines if I were to get the answers that I am looking for. I could never want to become what they have turned into down there, Zamasu continues. And there I would never become this monster who only lived long enough to be wiped away by the Omni King. Such an ending is not what I look for, especially not now, and so I must continue to look into these other worlds and see if what I assume to be the truth is real. One way or another, I will know the truth truth no matter what. In which, in the meantime, when then going back to Goku Black and now seeing him finally enter Universe 7, and from that point now shown descending on down onto a nearby city, that was when Goku Black then went on to continue. So this is Universe 7, is it? Oh, and just look at all of these self-righteous, self-indulgent mortals just going about their lives carefree, as though they are happy to live in a world filled with sin. This world is exactly as I remembered it being when I first followed Trunks here and battled Son Goku for the first time. Yes, which speaking of, I don't sense his energy anywhere, Black says. Neither his or Vegeta's can be felt on this planet, but why? This is the correct timeline, is it not? Oh, so is it possible that they are not here, perhaps dead? No, they can't be dead because this was the timeline which the original Goku and Vegeta came from to do battle against me in Trunks' world. Oh, they must be around here somewhere, but where, Black questions? Perhaps I will need to draw them out just as they did with me when they entered into Trunks' world. But there is one other energy that I am able to sense nearby on this planet, but he is certainly not Son Goku or Vegeta, and so then I will do what I must if I want to see this through until the end. You pitiful mortals, I will not allow for what happened to me before to happen again, no matter what I need to do. These mortals have crossed me for the last time, and so I did not come onto this rock to fail. Yes, and so one way or another, no matter what it is that I need to do, I will make sure that these mortals are all destroyed if it's the last thing that I possibly do. Perhaps it is too soon for me to destroy this planet without having them come for me for one final fight, and so I must know what remains on this world so it can be what kicks my plans into action. And if it can't begin with the blood of either Goku or Vegeta, then who will I choose to be my first blood sacrifice, Black questions? I know I felt it around here somewhere. Yes, there, the mortal sun. Go.
I don't know what's going on tonight, guys.
Yes,
Can't find a
how
match.
perfectly fitting,
over 10
Black went
minutes.
on to shout. You will be what is used to draw those cowards out of hiding, wherever they
You would
may
think that
be.
people are home playing
I
video
was
games on
always
Saturday night,
curious
but
about what it would be like to
low-key,
face you,
the
mortal.
queues are pretty bad
Since, of
on
course, you
weekends.
and I had never had the chance
assume
to
everyone's
face
out.
one another
That's why.
before, perhaps here things will be a little different. Killing the son of the man who started all of this is the perfect way to get back at him for all of the damage and trouble he's caused. And he doesn't appear to be very far from this place either, Black says. Well then, Gohan, I hope you are ready for what's about to happen here. I've waited a long time for this moment, and I am going to make sure that I enjoy every second of it while it lasts. And so now then, just as it was in Trunks' world, I am going to wipe out this entire city along with every single person in it and wait to see how you will respond. This is going to be on your head, Gohan. Let's see if you have what it takes to protect these creatures while also trying to protect yourself. Oh, how I've missed the feeling of killing the weak. And so now then, let my Zero Mortals plan finally resume. To which back on Beerus' planet, as all parties were now shown having to brawl up in the air with Beerus having to observe this, it was just upon with Whis now being shown having to sense something where Beerus went on to comment, "Oh, Broly's about to go in, Whis. You better be right about this or that maniac is going to have to deal with me if he starts getting out of hand. You hear me? Oh, just look at them butcher one another up there. I absolutely love it." Say, why are you so quiet all of a sudden, Beerus asks. What is it that you keep looking at out there, Whis? There's nothing happening in that direction. The fight's taking place right in front of you. Can't you see or what? It's honestly not that, but it's just, I can't help but shake this strange feeling of there being some kind of disturbance in that area over there. It feels familiar, and yet, oh, maybe it's just nothing, or perhaps, maybe there's something more that requires our attention. Alright, so the weekly report is looking good. The sales seem to have increased by about 47%, and so now I've got got to email this company back and ask them if they would be interested in partnering with us so that we can ship more products out and onto the market here. Okay, so let's see here. Oh, crud. I completely forgot that I had a meeting with the network staff around noon today. I'll better check in and make sure that we are all good to go for today. But then, it was just upon with Gohan now being shown doing this where from out of nowhere now behind him, there was a gigantic explosion now seen taking place center stage within the city as Gohan went on to respond, "Whoa, just what in the world was that? Was that a bomb or something? Holy cow, the entire building's shaking. What incredible energy. No, that couldn't have been a bomb. Oh, there's something happening out there," Gohan says. "I've got to hurry and see what happened." To which upon Gohan now shown taking immediate action, that was when Gohan went on to continue, "Oh, just how in the world did that even just happen? The entire city looks like it's been leveled out there. Oh, and I can sense some kind of a presence among the fire there too. But who? Oh, I didn't think that I'd be starting off my day like this, but I have no other choice. And I've got to hurry before more and more people are caught in the aftermath of all of this. But who could have done this? Is it possible that it could have been some kind of an android or something? Oh, what a mess. It's great. Just when I thought that we were out of the swamp, we somehow end up finding ourselves back inside of it." In which seconds later, as Gohan had now made his way to the epicenter of where this explosion had taken place, he was only just then met with nothing more than ruins as Gohan went on to respond, "It's all gone. And just look at the size of that hole. Who could have done such a thing? And to just do it this quickly too. All of those innocent people, they're all gone. Oh, this is worse than I thought, and so I've got to stay sharp out here because I could be going up against anything at this point, even if it doesn't surprise me. Now just where the hell did they go? And I can't sense their energy now anywhere. It's like they just completely disappeared without a trace. Oh, hey! Come on out, whoever you are," Gohan went on to shout. "If you're looking to hurt someone, then why don't you try and pick on someone your own size, you cowards? Leave these people out of this! Oh, damn them. Just what the heck is going on around here? I know I felt something in this exact spot when I turned and made my way here, and so just where did they go?" But then, it was unbeknownst to Gohan now from behind him where Goku Black went on to respond, well, at long last, after so many years, I finally now get the chance of a lifetime by meeting the son of the legendary Goku for myself in person. It's remarkable, honestly, and even though you and I never truly had the pleasure to meet one another, it's better late than never, am I right, Gohan? That voice, and that energy that I'm sensing, it rings a bell, doesn't it, Black responds. "Well, you don't have to look no further if you want to find me. Turn around," Black says. "Wait, Dad? No, you're not my father. Hold on a second. Could you really be who I think you are? It is, isn't it? In the flesh, Gohan. Indeed I am. And it's so good for us to finally meet face to face like this. A bit ominous, isn't it? It's been a very long time. Hello, mortal. It's so good to finally have the chance to look you in the eyes and address you like this. But don't flatter yourself too much because this won't take very long. But before we rip you apart, I want to know something, Black asks. Where is everyone? This is the timeline which your father is still alive, isn't he? Or am I in the wrong universe? With Gohan responding, "Yeah, my father's still alive, and guess what? You won't be making it out long enough to see his face again after I'm done with you. Now, how in the world are you still alive? You shouldn't even be here," Gohan continues. "Weren't you erased along with Trunks' entire timeline by the Omni King? So then how are you here?" With Goku Black responding, "Well, you sure seem fired up. Tell you what then, I'll tell you what you want to know only if you are able to best me in in battle. If you win, then I will tell you everything, but if I win, then you can kiss everything you've ever known in your pathetic life goodbye. And I was always curious about seeing what you can do, and so now why don't you be so kind as to show me? Oh, I swear, it's always scum like you who always want to do things the hard way, Gohan says. Well, I'm not going to stand for it any longer, especially with what you just did to all of those innocent people. Now let's go! To which upon Gohan now being shown using Super Saiyan and dashing directly towards Goku Black, it was just upon with Goku Black now being shown welcoming this where Goku Black went on to respond, "Oh, you remind me so much of your dear old father, Gohan. You are just as foolish as he was, and so a lot has changed since my departure with Trunks' world. And if you truly think that fighting me as you are by using Super Saiyan against me, then you've already lost the battle." To where as Gohan was shown having to make the first move, Goku Black was from there shown having to effortlessly move out of the way as Black went on to continue, "But let's see if you are any better than your father or Vegeta or any of those other mortals that are slated to be destroyed once I see them. Watch and pay very close attention, you dog," with Gohan responding, "You talk way too highly about yourself, you ego-driven freak, but it's for a good reason, mortal. What's wrong? Having a bit of trouble hitting me?" To which seconds later, as Goku Black was now shown having to kick Gohan in the stomach, that was when Goku Black then went on to continue, "Well, I don't seem to have any trouble hitting you, as you can clearly now see. How sad." He's a lot stronger than he appears, Gohan says. "I guess he might have a point here, and I can't run the risk of fighting him by only using Super Saiyan or he'll run me down. Well, now that I know that I have to go a lot higher, I guess I have no other choice if I hope to beat him," Gohan says. "You better start using all of that power that your pathetic Saiyan body can dish out, mortal, because if you don't, then I will rid you of your miserable existence and move on to destroying the rest of this world until I draw your father and Vegeta out of hiding. You will be beaten into submission so that I may watch you beg for your life before I turn your lights off, mortal. So now do it. Engage with me by using your all or die among the bugs who have already been squashed. So hurry it up now and come at me." To which upon Gohan now being shown using his ultimate form, it was already clear by now that Goku Black meant business as Gohan went on to shout, "Enough! This isn't a game and we are not your pawns, Black!" No, interesting. Not quite what I expected, but maybe you'll prove me wrong with this. But then, it was just upon with Gohan now finally shown making contact by punching Black in the face, that was when Gohan went on to shout, "No more, you monster! You will not spill any more blood!" In which as Gohan had now followed by uppercutting Black in the stomach, that's when Gohan then went on to continue, "There, are you satisfied by what you see, Black? Well, actually, Saiyan, I'm not. Because here I was expecting so much more from the son of the legendary Son Goku. And this is all I get? This is going to be a lot easier than I originally gave you credit for, kid. I was hoping that you'd draw the beast that lives inside you out and onto the surface, and so why can't you?" Black asks. "Is it because you've lost your ways again, or is it because you simply need a little motivation to jumpstart your engine? Because if so, then here, allow me to help you." To which upon Goku Black now shown headbutting Gohan in the face, it was right before Goku Black was shown having to swing Gohan's body around where Goku Black went on to continue, "Come on now, Saiyan, fight back! Release the demon that sleeps within you. Without your father, Trunks, Vegeta, or anyone else here to help you, how do you hope to beat me when you're this embarrassingly weak? How is it that you mortals can go as far as to reach such godly levels of power, only to regress later on in your lives and lose all of that which you've worked so very hard for? I might as well just use your body as a battering ram and destroy whatever remains of this pathetic city, Gohan. I will purge your race of rats from every universe, from every timeline, until there is not a single one of you left." fight, and I will not sleep until I have reached my goals, you foolish creature. You could never understand the fire that drives me to destroy you all, which comes from within. As the very moment Goku Black had taken initiative in throwing Gohan's body right back down onto the ground, it was just as Gohan's body was shown sliding all throughout the landscape where Black went on to continue, "It must break you within to know that you are being treated this way by the hands of none other than your own. You Saiyans are all the same. Though I will say that I am enjoying myself more than I expected, and so I have you to thank for that, Gohan. That was a good enough warm-up, but I
Still
want to
here
see
waiting,
how
guys.
much
Still
longer
here
we
waiting.
can go before
got Phil
you
to connect
either
with members 3
finally
times in a row.
decide to use your true
So I just shut
power,
the game
or
down.
if you die trying
rebooted
as a
it.
result. I'm rather curious on if your father even knows that I'm back. Let me take a wild guess and say that he's probably off training somewhere with Vegeta, am I right? So where did he go? The time chamber? King Kai's world? Or maybe both he and Vegeta are with Lord Beerus. But I don't understand. How are you here? Gohan went on to ask. How are you alive after what happened in Trunks' timeline? There is no possible way that anyone would have willingly wished you back, and so how are you here? And how are you this strong? You couldn't have been this powerful before. What did you do, Black? I know that there is much more to this than you're letting off, and so at least tell me that much. How are you able to improve if you were supposed to be dead? With Black responding, well, I don't know how I came back if I'm being honest with you, but the only thing I know is that it likely had something to do with that little tournament of power that those little Omni runs held, and so, well, here I am, in the flesh again. I don't know why you're acting so surprised at seeing my power, Gohan. I just simply did what your father usually does and train, only I trained for many, many years. And I wasn't alone either. I know everything that happened since I was erased. Every battle, every form, everything for me to study. And so that's why I wanted you to draw upon your beast form, because I know you have it. In fact, it's because I was able to use these time rings that I was also able to adapt a few new forms of my own. Amazing, isn't it? And here you once thought that I was dead, only to be eating concrete from the city I destroyed. It's strange how life works, isn't it? With Gohan responding, yeah, well, don't celebrate for too long because your party's coming to an end a lot sooner than you think it is, Black. It always does, for you and those who are just like you. And even if my dad and the others aren't here, I'm more than capable of holding you on my own, and so just you wait and see when I start amplifying the pressure. We were able to kill you once before, and we can damn sure manage to kill you again. So enjoy it while it lasts, because it'll be a quick one. To which, upon Gohan now shown taking initiative in dashing towards Black, it was only as Gohan was now shown doing so where Black went on to respond, then why don't you start by backing your claims by showing me what you're all about then? In which moments later, as both Gohan and Goku Black were now shown locked in a very intense battle up in the sky, that was when Goku Black went on to chime in, it's a shame that you are so skilled yet you lack the necessary strength to finish the mission. Typical of you Saiyans, with Gohan responding, yeah, you're one to talk, gotcha! In which, with Gohan now finding his opening in connecting a ferocious shot to Goku Black's face, he only
That's
from there
the thing that
quickly
sucks
then
about this
carried
game,
on
though.
in
It takes
uppercutting
like 20
Black in the
minutes to find a
stomach by
match sometimes.
responding, I don't care what your excuse is, you could never advance yourself to be anywhere near what my father is, Black, and it'll be your envy and pride that you have towards my father that will be your ultimate downfall. You
You
aren't
only
the
need 8 players,
first
it
to
really
try,
shouldn't take
but I'll
over 5
make damn
minutes to find
sure
8
that
players
you'll
to
be
find
the
a match.
last. And
Is the
I
game really
won't
that
stand
dead?
to have you murder any more innocent people.
Like I
You've
said,
done
it's
enough
the weekend,
damage
right?
as it is, and so
So
this
since
is
the
where I
weekend,
draw
a
the
lot of
line
people
and
are
put
playing.
you in
Everyone's
your
probably
place
at
for
club or
good.
something.
Well,
Or
would you
stuff.
look at that? Your energy is starting to rise, Black says. Ah, there it is. There's that fighting spirit that I was hoping you'd draw out against me. Now, this is making me want to do the same now. Yes, don't blink, mortal. In which, from out of nowhere, the second Goku Black was now shown uppercutting Gohan in the stomach. That was where Goku Black then went on to continue. Ah, yes, there we are. How does it feel, mortal? Worry not, Saiyan. You and I are about to go for a little fun ride across these ruined and destroyed buildings. I'm about to show you the difference between a mortal's power and the God of Destruction's power, Saiyan. Try not to die on me throughout the process, Black continues. Now, let's go, little worm. To where as soon as Black was now shown flying off with Gohan, that was where Black went on to then continue. Oh, how I do wish that your rotten father was here to see what's about to happen to you. I walk among the elites, better than all of them in every possible way. Whereas you were solely given the life that you have to serve us, and not the other way around, you disgusting creature. I have seen the light and the truth of all living things, and even the gods were wrong to allow this virus to spread throughout each universe. Mark my words, Saiyan. I will not make the same mistake in having you all get the better of me again, because now that I fully understand how the true nature of a Saiyan body operates, I am going to use everything that I have gained to crush you. Ready now, Gohan? You might want to close your eyes. In which, viciously enough, as soon as Goku
Alright, we
Black was
found
now
him.
shown
Hopefully it
driving
works.
Gohan face first through an entire building, it was right before having to circle back around and doing it again where Goku Black went on to then continue. Oh, I know you had to have felt that one, Gohan. Where has your pride gone? Are you finished already? Try not to die on me, because we have another round to go as we circle
Yeah,
back
level 7
around.
baby Vegeta.
Yes, so do you see it now? Do you see how hopeless you are to stop me? My very being towers above all things, the whole universe, Black shouts. I can't wait until your father comes back, just so he can see what's
Looks like we have a pretty solid team. Some Z5s playing. Cool Money's MVP, bro.
Excellent.
Flying Nimbus! Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
It's level 1.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
You don't get caught slipping. Oh, we were so close. Woo. You guys see that? I had to use up my abilities, so we got away. Bro, why is this guy selling? What the hell is going on? You know, what the hell just happened there, bro?
Misery. Right now.
You guys saw that live.
Stay calm.
My revenge is at hand.
Leave me alone.
Oh man.
Just give him some ankles.
Cannot insect. Don't go lying down on me now.
Just whack, bro.
That's a new power gauge. Place it now.
Gotta get the hell out of here.
One second. What are these guys doing? Did the game glitch or something? Are you guys seeing this? Oh, it's up to me, man. Take me out of this match.
Impressive. For once, I have to commend you.
Take me out this match, yo. going on? That's how you know the servers are fucked, yo.
Flying Nimbus!
I'll open all the boxes myself. It's not letting me get that last cube. Can't pick it up. Can't pick nothing up.
Someone save me!
Guess I'm just gonna follow her.
Flying Nimbus!
Someone save me!
This game's glitched, yo.
Get up, insect! Don't go lying down on me now!
Dragon Balls, take it, man. Don't have a power key radar, unfortunately. I can't pick up no cubes.
My revenge is at hand! Thank you!
Work. Guys, just chilling. The game's bugged, yo.
Before you die, allow me to show you what a fully evolved Tuffle is truly capable of.
That holiday special should be a new servers, bro. That's exactly what we need for Christmas. Ask Santa Claus to give us a new service. What the? Bro, what the hell is going on? Holiday special might be hints. Nah, we need new servers.
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
How about Dragon Radar? Can't pick up that ball.
Holy hell.
Working. Just need one more.
Oh man.
Trying, guys. I'm trying. I think the Raider has some dial-up internet, or probably using his phone as a hotspot. Because I don't know what the hell happened this match.
I've included some ultra-divine water with the supplies. It should purify any abnormalities in the body. You've got all 7 Dragon Balls. Summon Shinron at the altar.
Okay, I'll pick it up. Jeez.
Flying Nimbus!
Where do I summon? Right here? Yeah, key spam. Just trying to end the match.
Excellent.
Come forth, Shenron!
Getting bullied by my teammates.
You're done!
The time to fulfill my true purpose has come.
I don't know what the hell's going on, but hit the W. What's that? I don't know what happened, but shout out to Raider for not killing me.
What's happening to me?
Bro, I had to wing that game. Like, no one else could do anything. We got all platinum medals.
left of his precious baby boy. You mortals deserve the worst kind of punishment. You shall bear the full wrath of a god's anger, especially one whom you've tried to erase from history. But not this time, Saiyan! As the very second we now see how Goku Black had gone as far as to throw Gohan's body down onto the ground, with Gohan's body shown sliding through the landscape, that was where Black went on to then continue. You are a sinner, Gohan, and you will be judged for every action that you have taken that goes against the natural order of the universe. To which, as Goku Black was now shown unleashing a barrage of energy blast, that was where Goku Black then went on to continue. Oh, it's been such a long time since I was able to enjoy this. Yes, scream, mortals, scream. You are no more than an appetizer. You mortals try so hard to rival the gods in power, but are always doomed to fail time and time again. And your efforts against me in this battle is proof of that, Gohan. In which, as we only then see how all of these blasts were now beginning to rain down upon Gohan, with a massive explosion now being shown taking place, it was just as Gohan was left defenseless on the ground where Black went on to then comment, "What a pathetic excuse for a so-called warrior. Just look at you, the son of one of the greatest martial artists and warriors to exist, lying face down in a pool of his own blood. And why, you may ask? Well, it's simple, very simple actually. It's because he was too weak to make a difference against a god. The one true god who will reign supreme as the god of all gods," Black continues. "I've waited a very long time to see this day, and I never would have imagined that my plans to wipe out all mortals would resume with you. Now, I never said that you can rest, mortal. You'll be doing plenty of that shortly. That much I can already tell you. So now get up. You and I are far from finished. This ends when I say it ends." Oh, there he is. Wake up, Saiyan. The fun is only just getting started between us. Never have I ever experienced such a rush like I did when throwing you around just now. But I guess that all comes with being a Saiyan, am I right, mortal? What's wrong? Nothing to say? As Gohan went on to mumble, You haven't beaten me yet, and I'd rather die than let you have your way with this place, Black. You won't win. And just what are you talking about winning, mortal? You fool. I already won when I was brought back into existence itself. And that was only the start, with Gohan responding, "You know, I find it to be a real shame that after all that, you still haven't killed me yet. And why is that, Black? Maybe you aren't as tough as you keep pretending that you are," Gohan continues. "Otherwise, I would have been dead by now. Oh, don't press your luck, Saiyan. You and I both know that I have even to transform yet, and you're already knocking on death's door in your current state. But don't worry, Gohan. There is much more to come once we take our leave. First, you will see with your own eyes on the failure of your protection over those who are in need, and then I will inflict upon you a nightmare that you will never wake yourself out of. For it is time for the great cleansing to begin. I want you to take a good hard look at all of this that you see before you, Gohan, for your defeat was necessary to show you the futility of your mortal endeavors. You, the son of the greatest to exist, reduced to nothing more than a stepping stone," Black continues. "Embrace the truth of your insignificance and accept the reality of what will happen to all those who you hold near and dear, Gohan. For your failure only highlights the insignificance of your efforts against the divine, mortal, as your defeat is a consequence of your arrogance, your father's arrogance, and of the gods' arrogance, boy. For you have underestimated the power of a true destroyer, and you will now have to face the consequences and pay for your sins, along with the sins of your father, Gohan. Your defeat was preordained, kid, for the divine will always prevail as the pinnacle of power, with I as the very pinnacle, mortal. And here you thought that you could defeat that in which you simply cannot understand. Laughable," Black continues. "For it's clear that you lack the resolve to stand up against the might of a true God, unlike your father, which is why you must be destroyed in the name of upholding my plans, with Gohan having to utter, You will never get away with this, and you know it. As one way or another, you'll lose. Guys like you always lose, no matter what it is that you try and do in the end, with Goku Black responding, and mortals like you are always the ones who are shown to die foolishly by trying to prevent the inevitable, which renders you useless altogether. I just want you to know that once I'm through with you and your annoying little gang of Saiyan dogs here, is when your family back home will be next, with Gohan shockingly responding, How dare you go and bring my family into this and threaten their lives, you monster! I could never let you hurt them, with Black responding, wait a second, those eyes and that energy that I'm sensing, could it be? As shockingly enough, within that moment, with Black going as far as to trigger Gohan and transforming after mentioning his family, was when Black then went on to respond, what incredible power! I was right to have looked into these Saiyans when I did, because if I didn't prepare myself for a power like this, then I'm more than certain that I would have been dead. Oh, damn you miserable Saiyans. But at least now I get to finally test myself in seeing where I stand against such a level of power, and if I'm not careful during this battle, then I could be setting myself up for an early death if I allow for him to outperform and outpower me during our battle. As it was only moments later now, standing before Goku Black was none other than an enraged Beast Gohan, as Beast Gohan went on to then address Black by then responding, I want you to listen very closely to what I'm about to say to you, because regardless if you went and had stolen my father's body or not, resurrected or not, there will be nothing that will stand in my warpath of tearing you to pieces for daring to bring my family into this, you spineless coward. For I could never let you hurt any of them. And so I'm done playing around, because just like how you went and tried doing, I am going to make you suffer nice and slow, for you made a very dangerous mistake by coming here. I will admit that witnessing this beast form up close and in my face like this, Black went on to add, is certainly a sight to witness, but you don't scare me one bit, Saiyan, for I know all about this power and where it comes from, and as long as I am aware of what it can do in battle, then the rest will come easy once I go and crush you. For you are in way over your head, Gohan. But
Seven, I
then,
think
it was
just
only
one.
just as Goku Black had went on to acknowledge Beast Gohan's power was when Beast Gohan was then shown having to quickly dash towards Black and uppercutting Black in the stomach by then responding, You rambled on long enough and I'm done listening to you speak. Scum like you will never change, no matter how many chances you are given and no matter how many times you are brought back. And although I may not have been there to aid my father along with Vegeta and Trunks when they first battled against you, I can now start to understand on exactly why you needed to be dealt with. As I'll be here to remind you that no matter what it is that you try and do and no matter how far that you are willing to go, you will never win, Gohan adds. You didn't win then and you certainly aren't going to win now, and that's a promise, Black. Oh, don't get too far ahead of yourself, you disgusting Saiyan, but because you and I are very far from finished, do you hear me? And since you think that I am the same as what you've heard about me long ago, then let me go and show you as to why you are wrong. To where as Goku Black was now shown ascending into Super Saiyan Rose was when Black then went on to continue, Now witness the might of my Super Saiyan Rose, Gohan. For I made sure to train myself in reassuring that I never fall to anyone ever again, and that includes you as well, you little worm. As I did what I never had cared to do before, and that was train myself into reaching new levels of power that go far beyond your own, Saiyan. Saiyan. And so you may think that this beast form of yours along with your potential will be enough to save you, but I have some bad news for you, Gohan. Even that alone will not be enough to save you from the punishment that I have in store for you. Black went on to lunge on forward by attacking, but then it was even just despite with Goku Black being shown smashing his fist into Gohan's face was when Gohan then went on to respond. And was that supposed to be the best that your so-called Super Saiyan Rose transformation can do, you thief? How disappointing. You went and used my father's body to do all this so-called training, and this was the best that you were able to hit me with, Gohan questions? Because I have some news for you now as well, Black, and that is it won't be enough, Gohan continues. You are in way over your head, and you're about to find out on why. With Black backing on up by spawning his energy saber and responding, you didn't even budge. How dare you try and make a mockery of my efforts, you half-breed. Well, if you're so tough and as focused as you want to pretend to be, then stay right where you are. And let's put that body of yours to the test, Black went on to then shout by dashing. Now may you perish by the very hands of the same being who you call father, you sorry excuse of space. But then, it was only just upon with Goku Black attempting to slash Gohan in half, only for his own energy blade to be shown being broken, was when Gohan then went on to respond. Maybe now you'll open your eyes in seeing the truth behind what you're up against, Black. And I can see it in your eyes now that it hurts your pride in knowing that even your best simply wasn't good enough. But that's not possible, Black went on to respond. How is it that you are still standing like this without taking any kind of damage onto your body? But how? You shouldn't have been able to be strong enough to hold out against my attacks like this. And so what did you do? How are you doing this? But then, it only had now seemed as though Gohan had enough, with Gohan now shown jumping on forward and punching Black in the face by then responding, you know, for someone who went and had stolen the body of a Saiyan, you sure are proving on how poorly you are able to understand it, scum. And so now get ready as I show you on how a true Saiyan's body is really used like in battle, you monster. You should have remained where you were in the afterlife and had never made the choice by coming here, Black. I'll curse that mortal. He's a lot stronger than I made him out to be, but I must continue to hold out on my reserves until a little later, Black went on to then say to himself. And if I go and use everything that I have against him now, then I'll be giving too much away, for I must hold on to my ultimate transformation until the others get here. But little does this fool know that just like him and his father, that I too am getting stronger the longer this goes and the more damage that I continue to take. In which even despite with Beast Gohan now shown going back on the attack and having to beat Goku Black all around the landscape, was when Beast Gohan then went on to continue. And it's a shame that your life had to have devolved into becoming what it is today, Black. For as a Kaioshin, you were entrusted to look after mortals, not go and try and destroy them. But what did you want to go and try to do instead of protecting life, Gohan questions? You went and tried to go and enslave it. You thought so little of the life forms that you had overlooked that your own twisted mind couldn't let go of the hatred that you held within your heart, Black. And so if you are to blame anyone else for your demise, then you have no one else to blame but yourself. So now ask yourself, was it worth it, Gohan questions? Was it worth coming back after spending all this time training just to be put back down again? It's a shame. Well, I hope that it was, because you will never be given another chance to do any of it ever again. For you disgust me. You were supposed to be a protector, Gohan continues. You were supposed to help mortals find their way into becoming better than what you thought of them, not go and try and destroy them. But yet here you are, still as bitter as you ever were before, Gohan continues. Still as proud and yet surprisingly still as ignorant as I remembered you being. As my father and Vegeta were right to do what they did, but my only regret was hoping that scum like you was never allowed to come back, but I guess this was what fate had intended, for I will make sure to see to it that you never do. And so now say something, Gohan went on to grab onto Black's hair by lifting him on up. You had so much to say before when you thought you had me beat, but now you have nothing more to say because you know that you're wrong, and so now say something, Black. You are a fool, Gohan. Gohan. For you were already dead the moment we started fighting and you didn't even realize it yet. You won't win. With Gohan responding, is that so? Well, in that case, you are far more delusional than I ever could have imagined for someone to be, and your arrogance proves it. To which, as Gohan was then shown kicking Black in the distance, was when Gohan then went on to continue, and if that's the case, then I've seen all that I needed to see, and so this ends now. For your return onto this world has done enough damage than there should have been, and I think that you lived long enough to extract your revenge, Black. And while my dad and the others continue to train on Beerus's world, Gohan went on to land back down by responding, I'm left with no other choice than to be the one who puts an end to your terror, Black. And as I couldn't believe it when I first had seen it, but you had now given me more than enough reasons on why you are to be put to death, Gohan continues. And to bring my family into this was a mistake that you will never live to regret. And no matter what it takes, Gohan continues, I'll make sure that you go back into the very grave that you just so happen to have crawled out of. Scum like you could never be given a second chance, and it was a mistake to have you come back. But either way, if this means that I'll need to be the one to do it, then I'll make sure that you are reminded of what mortals like us are truly all about. And so let this be a lesson and a reminder, Gohan went on to charge up for the Kamehameha by responding, that while you wallow in your own self-misery and hell, that you never dream of coming back ever again. Now let this be the final chapter in your pathetic story. Whoa, hold on, Gohan went on to quickly interrupt by stopping. Something's wrong. There's something going on with his power over there, but it can't be. But then, it was only shockingly enough right before Gohan's very eyes where a gigantic explosion was now shown having to occur within the same city that they were in, as Gohan then went on to continue, what the, oh, and just what in the world is that? He annihilated the entire city, but what happened to his power just now? His energy has completely changed and his power is completely different than what it was just a few moments ago, but that shouldn't be possible for him to go and do, especially not since I know that I had him beaten. So, was he truly serious about what he had said, Gohan questions? Was that monster truly able to train to the point of discovering a new level of power that goes far beyond any of our own here? Because if that's the case, then he had been telling the truth, especially with what it is that I'm sensing that's coming from him. In which within that very moment from out of nowhere, with Goku Black now shown having to re-emerge by unveiling his newly discovered transformation, was when Goku Black then went on to respond, you should consider yourself honored, Gohan, for you have proven yourself worthy enough in forcing me to draw forth my true power, and now that you see it, understand that I am the first among your kind to ever go this far in evolving such power, Goku Black continues, and since you are the first one to see it, you will now be the first one who will be destroyed by it, mortal. And while your power is commendable, it pales in comparison to what I've achieved, Gohan. For my training has prepared me for this very moment, and you're about to witness this firsthand, with Gohan responding, Super Saiyan Rose 3, but that shouldn't be possible, especially with how neither Dad or Vegeta were able to reach such levels on their own while in blue, and so how was it that he was able to do this if they themselves couldn't, Gohan questions, as it almost feels too good for it to be true, but he's not lying about it either, with Black having to then continue, so you think you know power, is that it, Gohan? Well, I'm about to show you what real power feels like, and so I hope that in these years you had went and spent your time training, because I'm about to crush you, Saiyan, and if it means that my Zero Mortals plan will need to begin with you as my first victim, then I'll gladly accept. So now understand that you may think you know all that there is to know about me, but you have only yet to scratch the surface, Black continues, and so while the others take their sweet time, they will return to this world and find it in ashes by the time you and I I are done. And so I want you to go and use everything that you have against me, because I can assure you that just like I almost did with your father and Vegeta, you will die on the same hill that they all stood on before they were saved by the Omni King, Gohan. Mark my words. With Gohan being shown clinching and getting into fighting position by them responding, well, this isn't good, but no matter how far you are able to push my father's body that you've stolen, I'm not going down without putting up a fight and without taking a giant piece of you with me, so you don't scare me. And in order for your plan to come true, Gohan continues, you'll have to go through me to see it realized, which is something that I'll make sure never happens. So now come on down here and let's see what this newly discovered power is made of. To which, in the meantime, when then venturing back over onto Beerus' planet and seeing as to how Piccolo, Vegeta, Broly, and Goku were now able to detect these huge energy signatures come from Earth, was when Piccolo then went on to chime in, whoa, hang on there for a second, are the rest of you able to sense two massive energy signatures as well? What is that? With Vegeta responding, yes, I can feel it now too. And from what I can tell, one of those massive energy bursts appear to be coming from Gohan back on Earth. Yeah, I can sense his power all the way from Earth as well, Goku responds, but there's someone else who is there with him, and they appear to be even stronger too, with Vegeta questioning, but that can't be right. Gohan's one of the strongest warriors in the entire universe now next to us, so how could there be someone who is even stronger that's with him when we're all gathered here? With Goku responding, I honestly don't know, but why do I get this feeling that it's someone that we may know? Because,
We're back 6 out of
that
8.
energy
I have to
feels
refresh the
so
match.
familiar, almost like we've experienced this kind of force before, but who? And if whatever that is continues to grow like how I feel it growing, then Gohan won't last much longer out there against whoever that is that's with him on Earth, with Beerus having to then question, strange, Whis, is it me, or does that second energy signature feel as though it's identical to that of a god of destructions, only whoever this appears to be isn't a destroyer by nature, with Whis responding, well, strangely enough I do, Lord Beerus, for I can't help but wonder now as to what that is, with Piccolo having to then shout, listen, we'll go and hold off on our training and head back to Earth immediately, because whoever Gohan is dealing with right now back on Earth, he may need our help in case things go from bad to worse out there, so we can't run the risk of wasting any more time while we still have more of it on our side here, Piccolo continues. So let's gather around Goku and head back there now. And while we're at it, just remember that we're not quite sure as to what to expect when we arrive, nor who we're going to be dealing with, so anything less than our best to aid Gohan and we're goners. So let's hurry and go while I'm still able to get a lock on this guy. Goku then went on to stick his arm out by shouting, quickly grab hold and don't let whatever this might be go and break your concentration. Goku went on to then continue, now everyone go and grab onto one another, because I'm finally able to get a lock on them, so let's hurry. I want you to understand that in a few seconds you are about to realize the futility of your efforts, despite the fact of having your latent power drawn out in allowing for this new beast form to take over, Gohan. Tell me, are you truly able to comprehend the power that you will be going up against here, mortal? For you weren't the only one who was able to draw out their latent potential, and deep down, you know that in a matter of a few moments, you are going to be destroyed, Saiyan, and it won't even be close. With Beast Gohan responding, it's ironic that you talk about reaching new levels of power by also having your latent potential unlocked, while at the same time you're stuck using a body and a power that was never even yours to begin with, you lunatic. As I've seen your kind dozens of times before, Gohan continues, and it's all just the same, every last one of you. Driven by hatred and delusions of grandeur, but sorry to burst your bubble, but you won't succeed. And you will never succeed, and so I hope you know that, Gohan adds. And even if that means that I'll have to go and do it alone, then I want you to understand that I won't allow for your sick and twisted vision of death and destruction to become a reality, Black. And so now let's go and show me what you're really made of, coward. In which within that very moment, as Goku Black was shown having to fire down a hailstorm of energy blast as Gohan was making his way above, was when Goku Black then went on to respond, oh, I just love a good fight, Saiyan, and by all means, then why don't you go on ahead and try and do as you said and put me out of my misery, Saiyan. Let's find out. With Beast Gohan shown deflecting each and every single one of Black's blasts by then responding. Oh damn, I wasn't expecting for these energy blasts to be this dense, but I'll need to hurry and run him down before he tries to get a leg up on me like how he tried doing before. I need an opening, with Black then having to then continue. Oh, you're good, Saiyan, but the question is, how long can you
Tonight,
keep this
Q's are not looking
going?
good,
Not
guys.
long, I imagine, but come on, that's right, Saiyan, you're almost there. Just as I'd hoped that you'd be, because now the game can really start to get exciting. And if you honestly think that I don't know much about how this beast form of yours operates, then you're far more delusional than I thought you'd be, because I know everything that there is to know about what this beast form of yours is. And it's because of this form Black went on to reappear by punching Gohan that I must give you credit, because without it, I wouldn't have been able to evolve the way I did, mortal. Oh, not a chance, Gohan responds by quickly firing a barrage of energy blast of his own. A doppelganger like you could never understand what it means to carry the pride and the nobility of a true Saiyan warrior. And so I'm still waiting for you to show me what you've got, Black. Well, if that's how you truly feel about me, Black went on to respond by having to deflect all of Gohan's blasts right back at him, then you're more naive than I imagined that you would be, Saiyan. But are you starting to see it now for yourself, Gohan? Because you are without a hope of winning here, and since you're so eager to know on what it was that I've done to reach this point, then I'll go as far as to let you in on a little secret between us, Saiyan. For there's a reason as to why you're probably able to sense a little bit of destroyer energy coming from me, and do you want to know why that is? Didn't think I'd move this quickly now, did you, Black Questions? So do you want to know as to why you're able to sense it? Well, it's simple even for a primitive mortal like you, and it's because you're looking at one, Saiyan. The newly crowned God of Destruction of my original universe from the 10th. And so now are you starting to see? To which, even with Gohan being shown getting knocked on down before having to stabilize himself, was when Goku Black then went on to continue. But don't you worry, because there's plenty of more where that came from. Only I'm just keeping myself from using all that I have on someone like you, when I could instead save it all against your father and Vegeta, Saiyan. Now stand back up or die, with Gohan then responding, oh, this is just insane. But did he truly eliminate Universe 10's destroyer in order to actually become a god of destruction himself? But that can't be right, although it would explain a few things about this new power of his. But then, it was only from out of nowhere the moment Gohan went on to look up and noticing a gigantic energy ball making its way down was when Goku Black then went on to shout, sleeping on the job, Saiyan? Well, you'd better wake up and do something fast, or you, along with this entire planet, will be destroyed, mortal. As Gohan now knew, because with Gohan not looking to waste any more time by from there charging up for a gigantic Kamehameha, was when Gohan then went on to shout, oh no, I won't let you have your way with any more innocent people. You've gone too far, and I can't let you continue to do this no matter the cost. To which, even despite with Gohan being shown firing off a gigantic Kamehameha right towards Goku Black, was when Goku Black then went on to respond, good, that's the way. Fight to protect all those that you can, mortal. By all means, go and give it your all, but in the end, I want you to know that no matter what you try and do, it will all fall flat in the end, Saiyan. And though I must say that you are giving me a good run for my money up here, don't tell me that this is all that you can channel now, is it, Gohan? Because for your sake, it better not be, because if you aren't careful in this fight, then you will be the one who will end up being what drives this planet into destruction, Saiyan. And that will never happen for as long as I live, Gohan shouts. Now, full power! As it was only seconds later with Beast Gohan's Kamehameha shown having to completely overpower Goku Black's attack and having to pierce through it was when Goku Black then went on to respond, "Well, would you look at that? You actually overpowered me there for a moment, kid. Or at least that's what I'd want you to believe, because there it is." Right there, Black went on to then instant transmission his way back down below. "And you did exactly as I knew that you would go and do, you fool. As
This is
now
ridiculous.
I've got you."
Everyone's playing
In which,
today.
shockingly enough, now
Right,
from out
everyone's
of
playing
nowhere
with
within
Q
that
that bad.
moment, as Goku Black was then shown having to impale Gohan through the chest by using his energy saber, was when Goku Black then went on to continue, "You see, Gohan, even the most experienced warriors have their moments of vulnerability, and I knew that you'd eventually make a mistake, and you did. And because you've allowed for your emotions to cloud your judgments during our brief engagement, you left yourself wide open, and it made you an easy target as I was able to spot you like a bird. Couldn't you have seen it before, as I was merely waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and yet here you are," Black continues. "I told you that this wasn't going to be as easy as you thought, now didn't I? So was I lying when I said that I've honed my powers
switched
to
to
new
Survivor Kings,
heights,
see if we can get
Saiyan? I
match
didn't,
faster, but
now
even
didn't
that's not
I?
working.
And now look at you. Your emotional impulsiveness became your undoing, mortal. But worry not, for this is only just the beginning, believe it or not, as I'll make sure to save the rest for both your father and Vegeta after they've found your body torn to pieces, Gohan. Do you know what I had to go through by having to watch what that wretched Omni King had done after your father had summoned him into my world? You could never understand the feeling of knowing what was about to happen to you when coming face to face with such a being. But I did, Gohan, and that is why I don't fear him anymore. And that is exactly why I've grown not to fear anything anymore, even my own vast and boundless potential. And now look. Just look at what you've been reduced to. It hurts, doesn't it, Saiyan? As you know, I'll admit that if I didn't look into everyone's evolution when I did, then I more than likely would have been destroyed by now, no matter how much I may have tried to fight back. But now? Oh, but now. Well, now we're talking about a completely different situation, Gohan. And I was finally able to find my calling even in death, mortal. And as I stand before you, I remain as the superior life form, while you, on the other hand, well, you still remain as you currently are, and that is without a hope or a chance in the world of surviving me. For my plan was to always rule over the entire multiverse, Gohan, and I wasn't going to allow to have anyone stand in my way of doing it, just like how they were shown doing before. But your father and his allies, on the other hand, Black continues, they all attempted to rip that away from me, and by having that pesky god of destruction Beerus as your backup, I knew that if I were to succeed, then I'd need to rise above them all in order to see my vision brought forward into reality. And guess what happened, Gohan? I did. And now that you see it, you're afraid. And guess what else, Saiyan? With all that I've learned and with all that I've gained, you and your worthless tribe of imbecile mortal friends will never stand in the way of my plans ever again. And this, Gohan, is one promise that I don't ever intend on breaking. For you will be the first, and how poetic it was, the son of the strongest Saiyan gone without a trace. As this is the end for you now, Gohan, so just close your eyes and take a deep breath, for it'll be all over before you know it, mortal. Now die alongside those who are just like you, Saiyan! But then, it was only just before Goku Black even had the opportunity and having to use his energy blade to cut Gohan down was when Goku Black then went on to continue. Wait, what was that just now? Those energies, so could it be? As from out of nowhere now, before Goku Black, with two gigantic energy balls now being shown having to head towards him, was when Goku Black then went on to continue. I knew it, but how are they able to arrive this quickly? Surely that must be... What? Oh, but where did he just... Of course, Goku Black went on to notice that Gohan was then missing. They made sure to get him out of harm's way first. Oh, damn you, Saiyans! To which seconds later, as a gigantic explosion was now seen having to occur in the distance, was when Goku then went on to chime in. It worked. He didn't see the attacks coming, and so hurry and check on Gohan now and make sure that he's alright. Oh, that was a close one there, you guys. Yeah, no kidding, Piccolo responds. We were right to have decided to come here when we did, because if we went and arrived any later, then Gohan would have been a goner. Hey, wake up, kid. Don't go dying on us just yet. We're here, with Vegeta having to then respond. Kakarot, are you seeing what I'm seeing right now? I am, Goku responds, but I don't understand on how that's possible because, well, he should be dead and should have stayed dead, and what's more is, are you sensing that massive power that's coming from him as well? As I don't remember Black having to harbor a power like this, with Gohan then having to utter, Hey there, Piccolo. Nice day we're having, isn't it? He's still breathing, so hurry, pass me one of your sensu beans if you have any before we lose him. Here, take this, but listen, keep your eyes on him just in case, Piccolo. Goku then went on to respond. We know that you're still alive over there, Black, but the better question is how exactly are you, and how did you manage to find this universe, Goku questions, as there's no way that you should still be alive right now, especially after what we saw happen to your fusion when the Omni King erased you. And so now how are you here, with Black then having to respond? So the worthless animals have finally decided to band together and make their way into the slaughterhouse, now did they? And here I was starting to wonder on when the two of you would come and show your faces around here again. But I didn't expect for you to go and bring some extra friends along the way, Black continues. But I'm not surprised, for you mortals were always known to go and travel around in packs, which is exactly why you will all die in one, especially now that you're finally here. As I don't intend to lose this time, and I made sure to use every outlet that I possibly could get my hands on in order to see it that I don't, mortals. Because just as all of you have trained and grown over the years, I too have also grown in more ways than one, Black continues. And now that I did, I am going to make you all pay for what you did to me. Are you seeing that too, Vegeta? Goku then went on to question. And it doesn't look like he's bluffing about what he's saying either, but more importantly is how did he manage to go this far and evolve his Super Saiyan Rose form to this extent? Almost like he was able to ascend his god power similar to how we did when using our basic Super Saiyan transformations. And so we've got to be careful, with Vegeta responding, I see it too, but surely he can't possibly think that he could go and take all of us on at the same time and win, because otherwise he's lost his mind. So, what exactly did you do to reach this new transformation of yours that you're wielding, Vegeta then went on to question? Because I'm sure you didn't just cough that form up into existence once you came back, and so now spill it. Well, since you're both so eager to know, Black responds, I was apparently brought back indirectly during an event that you mortals were a part of that was known as the Tournament of Power. And through this, I was able to make my way into Universe 10, slay its god of destruction, and take his title as Destroyer for myself. As from this point, I was able to take Gowasu with me inside of one of those time chambers that I had learned about, where I was then assisted by Universe 10's Angel Cuss in training for over 15 years in reaching this point. As well, I of course felt that there was no actual need to spend this entire 15 years inside, and so I went and cut my training short the moment I was able to find what I've been hoping to acquire in there. And so, here I finally am, with Broly having to then chime in, I don't like this guy. Should I reserve my full power for later, Broly questions, or do you think I should go and use it against him now? With Vegeta responding, we'll wait and feel him out for now before we decide to have you go all in on this bastard, and so until then, do not underestimate this coward. until we have finally made sure that he is dead. Oh, and don't you all worry, Black went on to then pat himself down by responding, because I know all about each and every single one of your new levels of power along with everything that they can do in battle. And so truthfully, I'm glad that I did, because if I didn't, well then I'd be in trouble now, wouldn't I? But that is why I'm not. But you'll all soon see. But I must admit,
Alright,
to
number
see
7
you
out of
all
8.
reach the kind of powers that you all did is
Can't
quite
find a raider,
amazing,
bro.
Black Ads. But I'm actually glad that you all did, because it was because of what I saw and because of what I've learned that has now allowed for me to become the very being that you see here today and more. But it's like I said, you'll all soon see that for yourselves once we start fighting. And so if you thought that I was dangerous before, Black continues, then wait until you start to see on what I'm capable of now. And once you do, I can only assure you all that there will be nothing that either of you mortals can do that will inevitably stop what's coming. Mark my words. As it was only just before Vegeta and Goku were from there shown having to engage Goku Black was when Goku then went on to respond, listen, before we decide to go all out against him, I say we go and try to play it cool first just to see how he
Just need
reacts
one
to
more
our
player.
attacks,
Come on,
if
guys.
anything, Vegeta.
One
There's no
more
telling
player.
on what this new form of his is made of, or even if it calls for us to use more of our full power against him here, but what do you think, Goku questions? Do you have another idea? With Vegeta responding, fine, then we'll play it your way, Kakarot. But stay focused at all times, for our first and foremost goal here is to figure out how strong Black really is, and once we do, we go in and destroy him. We can't let him adapt to our fighting styles, nor can we have him try and pull anything here against us, and so stay on point. But until then, either keep up or just stay out of my way, because you should already know that him and I have a score that needs to be settled, Kakarot. And so now do what you will, but I'm first. Vegeta went on to rush towards Black by responding, as Goku went on to then turn towards Piccolo and Gohan by then telling them, listen, no matter what happens, we can't run the risk of having anyone die out there against him, okay? And though we understand that this may not be an easy fight for us to win, whatever happens, just keep your eyes out for any tricks that he may try to use against us, so that way we could remain aware of his actions at all times. To which, as Vegeta was then shown attacking Goku Black, was when Goku Black then went on to respond, after all these years since you and I previously engaged with one another, this is what you choose to engage me with, Vegeta? How disappointing. With Vegeta responding, don't get carried away just yet, just because you were able to acquire a new transformation, Black. Oh, but I have all the
went to
reasons
Survivor
in the
queue
world
thinking
to
we'd
go and
find a
get
match
carried
faster,
away
but
as I
even that's
am
not
right
working.
now, Vegeta. And if you're wondering as to why, then you'll just have to wait and see, Black responds with Goku being shown dashing on in. Well, you should know that the outcome of what is about to happen here is going to be no different than the fate that you met by the hands of the Omni King when we first engaged against you, Goku shouts. And whatever you think or whatever it was that you were expecting to have happen to us, Vegeta went on to chime in, will not be something that you will live long enough to see either, and deep down you know it, Black. With Black responding, is that so? Well, you say that, but can't you both see what you're up against here, Black questions? For the Super Saiyan Blue forms that you both wield is laughable when compared to the power that you are both struggling to challenge before you. And so was I wrong to assume that the both of you would show me more, Black questions? Or is this truly the vast extension of your miserable power, mortals? Because if it truly is, which I doubt based on from what I know, then I can assure you both that just like Gohan was before you arrived to save him, that you too will suffer just as much as
We're
he
still here
suffered.
waiting, guys. We're
Saiyans.
still here
And
waiting.
although I wasn't
We
expecting
just had
for
7
you
out of
both
8 in
to
the last
arrive
person.
so soon, Black continues. I'm
Again, I don't know what's
actually
going on
very
tonight.
glad that you both
Matches are
did.
taking
And
long.
do you want to know why that is? It's because I will finally get the chance to make you both suffer and pay you both back for what you did to me. And I will, Black went on to then kick Vegeta in the face before proceeding to elbow Goku, as I will ensure that all of you, including that rotten little Omni King, pay for ruining my original Zero Mortals plan, no matter what it takes, Goku. To which, surprisingly enough, with Vegeta shown having to re-enter the battle by dashing towards Goku Black yet again, was when Vegeta then went on to shout, and just like it was before, even if it means that we will have to go just as far as we did before to destroy you, then that's exactly what we're going to do, Black, and so now fight me. So of course you'd go and try and continue to defy me, Vegeta Black responds. But what you fail to realize, despite attempting to continue to engage with me, Vegeta, is unlike any of you, Black went on to then vanish, I had went and spent my days preparing for this very moment where I would witness your downfall, Vegeta. Hey, watch it, Broly shouts, it's Goku, with Goku being shown having to fly right past Gohan, Piccolo, and Broly as Gohan then went on to shout, whoa, what the heck? Are you okay? Hang in there, Dad! Oh, it's just as I had feared would happen, Piccolo then went on to utter. That monster is making them both, despite using their blue forms, look like amateurs out there. Which only now leaves me to believe that there is something far more to this monster than what he's letting off out there, Piccolo continues. And if that's the case, then those two will need to go all out there against him while they still can, before things go from bad to worse. In which, during the midst of battle, with Goku Black shown having to double axe handle Vegeta across the head and sending him down onto the ground, was when Goku Black then went on to continue, you know, for someone who prides themselves on being so powerful and so vicious in battle, you sure do appear to be displaying the complete opposite here against me, Vegeta, as you should be much stronger than what you are now, shouldn't you? Well, either way, if this is how you intended to fight against me, Black continues, then you've already lost before the fight had even started, Saiyan. And because you were the first to volunteer your time in coming
we're
after
establishing the
me,
connection.
I'll
We
make
find a match,
sure
we
to
find a
see
match.
to it that you are the first among your
We
group to
found
be
a match.
destroyed. And so now, even though you may have
Finally.
prevented me from
back
slaughtering
when it starts.
Goku's son, you can rest assured that by the end of this day, you will be the one that will be taking his place, Vegeta. As I owe it to you after what you did to me all those years ago, and I will not be denied. With Gohan then responding, oh no, it's just like it was when I was up against him before, and so I know that he's going to go and do it too. Oh, you've got to hurry and stop him before it's too late. To which, before you know it, as all of a sudden something was shown having to
Level
dash
one
right in
Majin Buu.
between Broly, Piccolo, and Gohan, was when Goku Black then went on to continue. So now let this ground which you rest on be your final resting place, Vegeta, as the time for you and your kind are done. And so now give me your head. But then, it was only just before Black even had the opportunity and having to cut Vegeta down was when Ultra Instinct Goku was then shown grabbing onto Black's hand by then responding, that's enough, Black. If pushing us into going all out and using our strongest levels of power against you was the plan, then you got your wish, which ultimately now all
Lowest level is 84. All these guys are C players. Just the one A4 and I'm S3. I'm the highest on the team. Probably gotta go get that coffee in like an hour. My eyes are starting to get a little heavy. Tired.
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. Great! You know what to do with that key.
We found 3 keys while he was still level 1. That's pretty good.
Thank you very much.
We just need everyone to get to level 2. And we're good. Where's his B key? Yeah, I'll go try to save him after. No one's gonna rescue him.
Flying Nimbus!
I have to try to get our level 2 quick as possible. Get Dragon Ball Radar or something. Find these keys quick, bro. We don't want him to get to level 3.
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
If he gets to level 3, we're done for. Because these guys on my team doesn't look like they're strong players.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Oh, he's coming for me.
Here
Oh,
comes
annoying.
Here goes.
Stay calm.
Alright, we did some damage. We just have to go find that A key. I'm sorry, E key.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
You guys better not let me die, bro.
I need help!
I need some move from me. He's camping my body.
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now.
You're good to go.
I owe you one.
This is not what we wanted. Fuck. That's the last Dragon Ball too. One level 3. more cube to get my level 3.
The startup system's under attack.
Yo, I hate when these guys I hate that these guys can get their health back. Like, you put in so much work and they just kill and get their health back. Like, that's some bullshit.
Retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon
Secrets,
that's
guys.
indicated by a blue light. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there. The escape time machine is back. Whenever you have a beacon, you can call it again. Come on!
Alright, just kill me, bro. I'm done with this game. Let's go, yo. Can't play with C-level players, bro. Pussies.
The escape time machine is back. Whenever you have a beacon, you can call it again. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Also means that this is where your acts of terror and destruction will reach its end, as deep down you and I both know for this to be true, with Goku Black then being shown turning his head and responding, finally, you've decided to unveil the power of the gods against me, and here I was starting to wonder on what was taking you so long, for I've been eagerly anticipating this moment, Son Goku, and while it's a remarkable achievement, Black continues, I wonder on what this power of yours can truly do in battle and how it would fare up in combat against me, since wielding this power was far beyond my ability to manage, but I do wonder, Son Goku, are you the one who is truly in control of this power, or is this power the one who controls you? For are you sure that you have what it takes to beat me by using it, or are you starting to doubt it? With Ultra Instinct Goku responding, I see your curiosity, Black, but know this. No matter what you think you may already know, you have no idea on what this power can do, and even though I can tell from the look I see within your eyes that you're ready to risk it all to find out, you won't, as I also want you to understand that no matter what kind of sick and twisted form this is, will be one that will inevitably meet its end in battle, and I won't be alone in this war against you either, to which from out of nowhere right before Black and Goku as a giant eruption was then shown occurring, was when this in and of itself was caused by none other than Vegeta, as Goku then went on to continue, and in case you needed a reminder of why I won't be alone here against you, then look no further than the power that you see right in front of you, Black. Try and behead me during our battle now, will you? Ultra Ego Vegeta went dashing on out by punching Black in the face. Big mistake, Kaioshin, as you should have thought twice about coming back and trying to destroy us, Vegeta continues, especially after knowing of what we are capable of, and so now you're about to see it firsthand. And so whether or not you were able to evolve yourself into being strong enough to counter our god forms, you can never be strong enough to counter the power that you see here before you, Black. And unless you want to try, then by all means go for it. And so now stand back up and fight, or is this the limit of your evolved Rosé power, you fraud? Well, what do you know? Black went on to sit up by then responding, the power of the very gods themselves. Well played, Vegeta. And although I will admit that I wasn't expecting for the two of you to be this strong, especially not after the last time that we were all shown going to war, it's almost poetic, Vegeta. You, being consumed by pride and destruction, now embodying it literally within the flesh. I admire that, but you aren't the only one here who understands the nature of what a destroyer's power feels like, Vegeta. And as we continue our battle, I just want for the both of you to know that I know far more than what the two of you think that I do, which also now means that I am not afraid of you, nor am I afraid of your powers, Black continues. And if you want to see see exactly as to what it is that I mean, then stay right where you are. But then, it was only at the same time where from out of nowhere, just as Goku Black was shown dashing towards our heroes, where Goku was from there shown having to dash towards Goku Black, but then responding, as if we'll let you continue and try to enslave the multiverse like you wanted to go and try to do before, cause it just won't happen and you know it. Bro, the only thing that I know Black went on to attempt to slash Goku by shouting is that you two will not be so lucky to escape my wrath like you were before, because without that rotten Omni King by your side, and without the aid of the gods along with fusion and whatever other tricks you Saiyans continue to go and use in battle against me, then you are without a chance of winning, Black shouts upon having to fire a blast and missing. Oh really? Vegeta went on to then catch Goku Black's blast by then responding. And you think that's somehow supposed to scare us or have that be what gets under our skin? Well, you should actually know that you're lucky that the Omni King is not presently here with us to see this, because at least with him, Vegeta quickly went on to redirect Black's blast by then responding. You were awarded a quick and painless death, whereas I'm going to make sure that you suffer greatly this time around, since we all know that it's very long overdue, Black. And while we both already know what to expect from you, Ultra Instinct Goku responds by having to punch Black in the face, Vegeta is right, because we are certainly not the same as you remembered us being all those years ago, but hopefully you'll start to see that all on your own, Goku says, as it was only just with Vegeta's redirection of Goku Black's attack being shown having to make its way towards Black, was when Goku Black was then shown having to have his own energy blast crash right into him, as Goku then went on to move out of the way with Piccolo responding. Oh, it's close out there, but despite Goku and Vegeta getting the better of him while attacking him together, something tells me that it's going to take far more than what they're shown hitting him with to get the job done and making a difference. And so I need you to keep your eyes wide open and ready yourselves on me, to which as Black was then shown having to dash towards Goku as Goku was shown flying away, by no means was Goku Black willing to let up in this fight whatsoever, as Black then went on to shout, "You are both nothing that I cannot handle on my own, Saiyan! Now quit trying to run away from me and come back and But then, it was yet again now from out of nowhere as Ultra Ego Vegeta was shown having to knee Goku in the ribs from his side, was when Vegeta then went on to quickly respond, "You must be seeing things, Kaioshin, because who exactly said that either of us were running, fool? And don't you dare assume even for a second," Vegeta went on to then continue by headbutting Black in the face, "that just because you were able to go down a different path will it generate the power that you seek that will destroy me. Why, you annoying bunch of worthless insects," Black went on to then respond. "Oh, now you've done it. You think you know power? You pathetic mortals really think that you know what true power feels like? Is that what the both of you think you understand? For you are both going to need far more force behind your attacks if you wish to go into what the?" To which once again now from out of nowhere as three separate energy blasts that had come from Piccolo, Broly, and Gohan were then shown slamming into Goku Black, was when Goku then went on to chime back in, "Hey Vegeta, are you okay? Oh, that was close, but there's no telling about the fact that he is without question far stronger than what we've imagined that he'd be, but I think he's starting to realize that he can't beat us like this if this keeps going." There, a direct hit, Piccolo also then went on to chime in, "But either way, we still can't take any chances moving forward because there's no telling on what that bastard has planned," with Gohan responding, "Well, I'm not willing to chance it because before you guys had arrived," Gohan says, "I had felt something more that was coming from deep within him which he was refusing to show me during our battle, and so I know that he is hiding something far more sinister that he has yet to show us." Bro, enough of this, you disgusting animals! How dare you all conspire against me like this, Black went on to then respond. "Pathetic little worms, have you all forgotten as to whom you fools are fighting here? For even if you mortals decide to all band together here as one, it still won't be enough to collectively make a difference here against me. It's a flawed strategy, but I see as to what you're all trying to do, and it's clear to me now as to what my response is going to be," Black continues. "For you worms rely on quantity because you lack the quality in your abilities to beat me, but I will soon rectify this imbalance in due time, for I knew that if I were to win, then I needed to be very careful with my approach so that way I could not have history repeat itself again." win, and I did, as I am not the only one in this war here against you mortals, Black continues. You thought that I would come here and face you all alone and unaided, Black questions? Naive creatures. My journey through the timelines was not just for power and knowledge, but for alliances. For the Goku Black that you face now is not a lone warrior in this war, but the leader of a formidable and deadly force, Saiyans. As I went and made sure that I had several backup plans on standby in case I absolutely needed it, and what you will soon see would have been one of them, with Goku responding, "So what exactly do you think he's getting at here with what he's trying to tell us, Vegeta? Is he talking about another Zamasu again like how it was before?" With Vegeta responding, "Well, it doesn't matter either way, because even if you decided to bring an alternate Zamasu into this fight like you did before, we'll annihilate you fools either way. Your simple minds have always been focused on the immediate threat," Black responds, "in never being able to see the bigger picture, for it's not just bringing about another Zamasu into this fight, but rather something much more. As what I have orchestrated is more than just the gathering of power," Black continues, "for it is the unveiling of the truth that has been written long ago, mortals. And of the two plans that I have reserved, I want you all to watch and pay very close attention on why this moment
now
will
we're
be
6 out of
so
8.
very important. As I hold the keys in unlocking the truth behind what lies behind the forbidden door," Black went on to then showcase his time rings, "for the door that I am about to open will be the very one which holds the culmination of your mistakes as well as the mistakes of the gods. And so if you thought that dealing with me before was bad, then wait until I introduce you to a much darker side of history. A reality where Goku wasn't the only one that was consumed by my hatred for mortals in a darkness so great that I'm sure that it will leave you all speechless against me. As I went and made sure that if I were to win this time, then I would not waste a single moment in looking back. And because you fools all still believe that you are in complete control of this battle, you are all about to find out as to why you are not. So just know that this is not going to be as easy for you to overcome me as it was before, because this time you will all be the ones that will be destroyed. Multiple time rings and the window into alternate worlds. Any idea as to what the heck he's talking about out there, Vegeta? Because, well, I don't ever recall seeing more than just one time ring on his hand like this, and so he's plotting something. With Vegeta responding, "No idea, but whatever he's talking about, it can't be good, and so why don't you just tell us on how you were able to acquire those time rings along with what exactly you plan on using them for, Black? Where and how I was able to acquire these time rings is none of your concern, but my reasoning behind why I have them is simple," Black responds, "and that is I am going to use them to summon reinforcements. For I knew that by coming here I wasn't only going to be fighting the two of you, because I knew that I would be fighting all of you. And because I knew that I needed to go and even the odds against you all was when I used these time rings to go and search all throughout history to see who I can find, and I can promise you all that the end result of those whom I found that will join me will surely shock you all to your core. For Goku's body wasn't the only vessel that I had taken throughout the annals of history, but instead, it seems as though I have stumbled across multiple separate timelines which others had been taken in Goku's place as a result of his death, and so I want you all to go and watch and see for yourselves, mortals. For I too had been planning," Black went on to continue upon being shown opening up 4 wormholes, "and by enlisting the aid of these alternate warriors, I have come to the realization that Zamasu had not
Okay, I'm
only
watching
gone
it
as
now.
far as to simply just steal Goku's body, but in the timelines which Goku had ceased to exist and was no longer alive," Black continues, "I have found it that there had been many Zamasus who went and instead had taken the vessels of those whom you hold very near and dear to your heart, son Goku. Such is now being the case with what you are all about to see, and if you think that these warriors are without power, then I want you to stop and take a much deeper look at what you'll be going up against, because so as long as I remain, then my allies will never go hungry for power again." To which, from out of nowhere, the moment one of these warriors was then shown having to emerge from one of the portals, we only from that point then see as to what exactly Goku Black had meant by this, as Black then went went on to continue, for these aren't just your standard Zamasus who went and had simply swapped bodies with you, but warriors who have already conquered your alternate worlds in the realities which they happen to reside in, mortals. And so here's an example of one, as I want to go and introduce you all, especially to you, mighty prince, to none other than Vegeta Black. And so are you mortals starting to understand and see what I had done? For my will to destroy you creatures lives on throughout all of history, and right now you are looking at just one of them. And so now are you impressed by what you see, mortals? To which Ultra Ego Vegeta then went on to respond, but that can't be Vegeta Black? Are you seriously telling me that Zamasu had gone and stole my body from an alternate timeline and used it as a weapon to destroy everyone? But how did he do it? And that power, it's soulless, empty. What have you done, you bastard? How are you able to actually pull this off? Vegeta questions, with Black responding, in time, Vegeta. Oh, and don't feel left out there, Gohan, because I made sure that I wouldn't forget about you either, because just like Vegeta, there also exists a world which you and I are not so different after all, Saiyan, as I now want you to go and imagine a world where your disgusting father was no longer alive to see you grow old, but instead, Black continues, there existed a world where you were the source of all of the very chaos and destruction that you had originally blamed me for earlier, Saiyan. Only it wasn't done by my hands, but rather it had been done by your hands, Gohan. And so now I want you to go and meet your alternate counterpart, Gohan Black. For I can assure you that he will be the last thing that your rotten little Saiyan eyes will ever have the chance to see by the time this day is over between us, Gohan. And so now are you starting to see? Now are you all starting to understand? As I told you that I came prepared this time around, didn't I, mortals? As a shocked Gohan went on to respond, no, he slaughtered all of them by using my own body to do it? Pan, Mother, Videl, Goten, how could you, you animal? We can't let this go on, Gohan continues. We can't
Alright,
let this
Fonzie, I got you right
psychopath
now.
get away with this, you guys.
I got you for
We
real.
just can't. Wait, oh
Sucks.
no, look over there. Is that? Don't tell me that he went and did what I think he did there too. Oh, this is terrible. As Goku Black then went on to continue, I did. Oh, and who can forget about
So
your
killing that guy's
son
the only
as
way
well,
to really win
Vegeta?
against,
As
the
although
Gammas,
I
right?
question the whereabouts of where the real Trunks actually is, allow me to now introduce you to your new son, Trunks Black. For you will find that his hatred for you and your kind is just as strong as the one that I share for you all once we engage. And I warned you fools that history wasn't going to be so kind to you once I was through, and so was I wrong? With Vegeta responding, Trunks, not you as well, my boy. Kakarot, our sons. That monster has distorted history in ways which I can't believe. With Goku responding, this is far worse than I imagined, and so we can't let him get away with all of the pain that he's inflicted onto so many people, including our friends and families, Vegeta. We just can't. With Goku Black continuing, and finally, my soon-to-be Kaioshin lifelink, hailed as one of the strongest Zamasus throughout the timelines which I have visited, as with him by my side, you will all soon come to understand that I am forever and my legacy will carry on, even in worlds which history was written to be different than this one. And so now this is where we stand, mortals, all of you against all of me. And I couldn't have wanted it to be any other way, for how fitting is it to see all of you band together one last time before you are all annihilated
7
in
out of 8.
battle against me. And so now what do you say, fellow warriors? Shall we give it a go and find out on which one of our two sides will emerge as the sole survivors of this great war? Cause I can assure you that we are all ready and have been for quite a while deal. So shall we follow through and put an end to our story once and for all? Because for your sake and for the sake of all those whom you love and that which you choose to protect, I hope that you are all ready. With Goku responding, well, even though this was the last thing that either of us had ever imagined that we'd have to go and deal with, we aren't backing down against you, with Vegeta having to chime in, and mark my words, we are going to tear you apart far worse than when we did the first time we went to war with you in Trunks' timeline, Black. Just you wait. With Piccolo having to chime in, well, I guess this is it, and so let's go and put these monsters in their place. With Gohan responding, then let's, because I cannot stand the sight of what I'm looking at up there, and so the faster that we can put an end to them, the better. Then in that case, I'll go and handle the boy, since he believes that he is well within the conversation of comparing his power to my own. Gohan Black chimes in, and so he will be dealt with by my hand. With Goku Black responding, then go and do what must be done, but do make sure that once this is over, that he, along with the rest of them, are destroyed without a trace. And that's exactly what I intend on doing. Gohan Black then went on to transform into Super Saiyan Rose by responding, and so now prepare yourself, Saiyan, because what you are about to experience will be pain the likes of which only your loved ones had ever really known from my world. Now show me what you're made of, mortal. To which, as Gohan was then shown transforming into his beast form, was when Gohan then went on to respond, stolen body or not, you could never lay claim to who I am, nor will you ever be
right by,
strong enough to destroy me.
he's almost getting close to
And for
Cellmax.
what you did
He's
to
right
my
there.
loved ones, I am going to make you suffer for your crimes. Good, good. That's the spirit. Gohan Black went on to then dash towards Gohan by responding, yes, that's the way, Saiyan. Now show me what you can do. And I second this, Vegeta. Vegeta Black then went on to quickly respond by also being shown transforming into Super Saiyan Rose. And while you continue to call yourself the so-called prince of your warrior race, which is now extinct, it's time that I get a glimpse into what the prince's power is truly all about. Vegeta Black then went on to dash towards Vegeta by responding, and for your sake, I hope that whatever this power it is that you're currently wielding will be enough to hold out and contest against the true nature and full force of a real god's power. Because if I could slaughter you as I had once before, Vegeta Black continues before being shown slamming himself into Vegeta, then I'll go and do it again, with Goku having to shout, oh no, Vegeta, are you okay? Throw, leave this one to me and go take care of
Today has been
business
the
with
worst
the others,
for Q's, I'm not gonna
Kakarot,
lie,
and
it
try
hasn't
not
been
to
this
die
bad
in
in
the
a while.
process. As Trunks Black then went on to
In
chime
like 2
in,
hours, we
well,
got
in
like
the
3
meantime,
matches.
since Trunks is
2
nowhere
hours,
to
bro.
be seen, I'll just go and make an example out of you, Namekian. And since
least
I
we
know
have
that
manga
this
to
isn't
watch.
going to last
Sitting
any
around
longer than it should,
boring.
you'll make a good enough warm-up before we get to the main course. Oh, damn, that rotten monster. Piccolo went on to chime in. Listen, I'll go and deal with this one, but in the meantime, we'll need you to go all out if we hope to put an end to Goku Black's terror, Broly. But in the meantime, try not to forget about who the true enemy is. Piccolo continues upon being shown transforming into his orange form. And so in the meantime, let's just see what you're made of, since you think that by stealing someone else's body and power is all that it'll take to put us down when it won't. And you'd better be ready to die trying, because I am. To which, as Trunks was then shown missing his sword slash, was when Goku Black then went on to chime in, yes, excellent. Everything is going just as I hoped that it would, because
I
with
hate
my
when that
warriors
happens.
now on the hunt, it'll only be a matter of time
Thanks,
before
happened
they
to
are
me,
each
a while
overtaken
back,
and
but it hasn't-
destroyed
it
in
hasn't
battle
happened in a while,
against
but I
them,
know what you're
and
talking
deep
about.
down they know that
Until
they
you try
don't
again
stand
later.
a chance.
Like, bro,
And
fix
as
it.
soon as they all begin to drop one by one is when I'll go and have the final say in what happens moving forward, Black continues. And so don't forget about the plan here. They are not to be given the chance to escape, fuse, or call upon the gods to help them, which is why they must be locked down and kept an eye on at all times during this battle. For they are not to be given the chance to ruin this, no matter what it takes. As the alternate futures also went on to then chime in, well, if anything, then I'll go and deal with Son Goku in the meantime, while the others are being dealt with on their own, since both he and that other Saiyan are the only two who remain down there. With Black having to respond, then if that is what you want to go and do, then it'll be done under one condition, Zamasu, and that is you are to keep that Saiyan alive at all costs, for I will be the one to end his life. Do you understand? And I see, Zamasu responds, then yes, understood, for I will go and weaken him in the meantime and wait on on your order. Good, then go, and you better not fail me or allow for that Saiyan to trick you into falling for anything either, Black went on to continue upon Zamasu being shown charging towards Goku. And so whatever you do, keep your eyes on that mortal at all times and do not let him out of your sight, Zamasu, or it'll be on your head. But either way, with everything going according to my plan, Black went on to continue upon Zamasu being shown missing his punch, it'll only be a matter of time before they crumble, and when they do, is when I'll go and finish them all off once and for all with what I've been keeping up my sleeve. And so now this just leaves you and me, Broly, as I must admit that out of all of these worms whom you've decided to surround yourself with, you are by far the most interesting, as I went and heard so much about this so-called legendary power which you harbor, but I wonder if it'll be enough to contest against a god whom fears no such mortal power. But I guess there is only but one other way for us to find out, isn't that right? To which, as Goku Black was then shown making his move and dashing towards Broly, was when Black then went on to continue. Now let's just go and see if you are worthy of bringing the best out of me and forcing my hand in battle, you beasts. And unless you draw forth this legendary power of yours, Black went on to then punch Ikari Broly in the face by then responding, then you will die, Saiyan. As Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku went on to block off Zamasu's punches by then responding, no matter how bad the situation might look, do not let this monster and his army of doppelgangers break your spirits, you guys. Now let's go and show this monster and his gang of imposters on who we are and what exactly we're made of. And so whatever happens, don't give in no matter how bad it gets. To which Gohan then went on to respond, my father is right, and so even if you somehow manage to steal my body, you will never be strong enough to destroy what you could never possibly hope to understand, Black. With Goku then having to chime back in, guys like you never learn no matter how many times you are all put in your place, yet you still continue to try. Well, guess what, Zamasu? If we had what it took to beat you then you can rest easy in knowing that we'll do it again and again, and we'll only continue to do what we need to do until scum like you is gone for good. Now, listen to me, and listen to me very carefully, Saiyan. Zamasu then shockingly went on to respond, for I am not who you perceive me to be, and therefore our battle must appear genuine to any onlookers, and especially Goku Black, as I seek to speak with you in secrecy and away from the gaze of that monster immediately, as there are things that you must know about what is going on, especially if you and the others intend on stopping him for good, Zamasu continues. And so I chose to engage with you since I knew that you would be the only one who would listen, and thus, I need you to act on this battle between us at once so that we may find a place to talk right now. As Goku then went on to question, wait, hold on a second, what did you just say? Am I hearing you right, or are my ears beginning to play tricks on me here? But did you just say that you're not like the Zamasu that we remember? So you're not trying to destroy all mortals in the multiverse then? Because, well, now I'm a little confused. Oh, never mind that right now, you idiots. Hurry and engage with me and follow me down into that ruined city so that I may tell you. Now hurry, for we don't have a lot of time. Zamasu went on to tackle Goku downwards by responding, and so quickly down here while we still have the chance to make it there. So now, Goku! To which that was exactly what Goku ended up doing, but even with Goku now shown having to flip Zamasu on backwards and slamming him down onto the ground was when Goku then went on to respond, oh no you don't, this has got to be some kind of a dirty trick that you're trying to pull on me here, and so I'm not going to fall for it. We've seen the real Zamasu, and so we know exactly what you're all about, and so you can forget it. With Zamasu responding, what in the world is wrong with you, Saiyan? I'm not out to destroy you, nor is this any sort of trick that I'm trying to pull on you, and so stop and listen to me before we are all destroyed. Just listen, I know of a way on how we can stop him, along with those alternate versions of myself who have stolen the bodies of your friends and family, and so just listen. That is not me, Zamasu continues. That could never be me, and I will never understand on why this Goku Black has done all of the things that he has done, but if you don't hear me out right now, then he will go and pick us all apart one by one until there is no one left who will stand in his way, so just listen. Oh wow, so you really are telling the truth then, huh? Well, this was certainly something that I never would have seen coming, and so then what's your deal? Why are you different than he is, and why are you trying to stop him so badly, and why do you want to talk with me so badly? With Zamasu responding, because the entity that you know is Goku Black embodies a path that I never intended to go down, and in my quest for justice and for a cosmos purified of its sins, I never envisioned in becoming the very monster that you are all waging war with right now. He massacred Master Gawasu right in front of me and also threatened my own life if I did not join him, Zamasu continues. He is void of all life from within, and his vision is one of a blank slate, Goku. A universe reborn through destruction, even if it means that it'll need to be done at the expense of his alternate bodies. He wants it all to himself, which means that those who choose to side with him are nothing more than pawns. But in order for us to reach him, Zamasu continues, we must first deal with my alternate doubles, and this time ring here is the key to sending them all back from which they came. Sealing them back into their worlds is easier than trying to engage with them, as they are also feeding off of Goku Black's power as well. And so once they are all sent back into their own worlds is where we will all need to deal with the primary target, and if all else, I do not seek to make peace with you, but to rather be left in peace, never to be bothered by you or that monster ever again. And so as long as he remains alive, we all run the risk of having him destroy everything, with Goku kneeling on down by then responding, so this plan of yours, this plan to use that time ring to send them all back, how are you so sure that it will work? What's so special about that one ring that Black can't just go and use the others to reverse, Goku questions? Or you'll be risking yourself while out there if he catches on, and so you do know that, don't you? So what's the plan? With Zamasu responding, because this ring is called the Gateway Ring, which ensures that no matter what he tries to do in wanting to bring them all back, he cannot. For the realms will be sealed so as long as the time ring remains intact with me, Zamasu continues. And I know that I might be risking my life out there against him, but it's the only shot that we have at taking that beast down once and for all. Have you no idea on who we are and what we're all capable of, Saiyan? For you may wield a similar power to a destroyer, but that doesn't mean that you effectively know on how to use it in the ways in which it is intended for it to be used. Oh, is that so? Ultra Ego Vegeta responds upon being shown having to
Hour
grab
6
Vegeta
out.
Black's hand. And here I was expecting a
These
bit
are
more
diarrhea
out of
tonight.
you, but go on, do tell. Go on, enlighten me on where it was that I went wrong here, because since you appear to be the expert in knowing on how to use destructive power, then why don't you go on to educate me on how? You do know how to use my own power more effectively than I do, right? Because I don't think that you actually do, and it's starting to look like this is the case the more we begin to engage. But do you want to know what I think? I think that you went and made the right choice by choosing to steal the body of the most elite Saiyan warrior to ever exist. However, the part where you went and made a grave mistake in was going as far as to assume that you know how to use my body along with my power better than I ever could. And that couldn't be further from the truth, you pathetic excuse for an imposter. Because despite what you think you may know, and despite whatever it was that you went and did in the world which you came from, just know that what you are looking at that's standing before you is everything that you ever feared that a Saiyan would end up becoming. A god. A true god, Vegeta continues. And not some low-level Kaioshin who could never even dream of ever going as far as I could in being able to get anything done. For you could never know what carrying the weight of a Saiyan's pride on your shoulders feels like, Kaioshin. As you could never understand or come to terms with the burden that I carry along with the power that I wield, Kaioshin. And so you could only ever pretend to be just like me, but but in reality, Vegeta says upon being shown headbutting Vegeta Black in the face, for you could never be anything like me no matter how hard you tried and no matter what you did to try and make yourself emulate my power, Vegeta continues, as you will always and forever remain as my second and never anything close to being my equal. But then, it was only just during the middle of Ultra Ego Vegeta being shown having to uppercut Super Saiyan Rose Vegeta Black in the face was when from out of nowhere beneath Vegeta, that was when Trunks Black was then shown having to make his way towards Vegeta by then shouting, "These words and these so-called actions of yours are but a frail and weak attempt of trying to subvert the inevitable when deep down, you know that the end is near, mortal," with Vegeta responding, "Oh really?" says the pathetic Kai, who thought that by stealing my son's body would it go and give him a better chance at changing the course of history, when in actuality and in all realities it won't, and so you ought to watch on who you're fighting here, Zamasu. That's right, Kaioshin. Orange Piccolo went on to appear from out of nowhere and elbowing Trunks Black in the spine, because I'm the one whom you're fighting here, and so don't try and overlook me and expect to get by without me having anything to say about it, you parasites, as your fight is with me and me alone, you got that? And so if you and your gang of imposters came here looking for a war, Piccolo continues, then you better come and hit us with everything you've got, because you bastards are in for a very rude awakening by the time we're done. To which it was only moments after Orange Piccolo was then shown knocking Trunks Black on over to the ground was when Piccolo then went on to address Vegeta by then telling him, "Listen, I'll go and handle him from here, just make sure that you try not to take your eyes off of these guys no matter what," Piccolo says, "because one mistake, one error in our judgment, and one fatal misstep and it could end badly," Piccolo continues, "and so we can't let these guys get the leg up on us, and so we'll need to try and finish them all off now while we can. And so whatever you do, try not to give them any room to go and pull something on us, okay?" But then, it was only suddenly now from out of nowhere in front of Ultra Ego Vegeta was when Vegeta Black was then shown charging up for a final flash and then responding, "As if you mortals are going to be given the chance to try it, as the end will certainly come at the expense of each and every single one of you, Saiyan. And it'll come at a price which you are about to pay dearly with once I blast you away into a million pieces. You and all those who are just like you will all be destroyed just as you were all destroyed in my timeline." In which it was only moments after with Super Saiyan Rose Vegeta Black then shown having to unleash a gigantic final flash directly at Ultra Ego Vegeta was when Zamasu then went on to chime in, "Now you listen and you listen up well, Son Goku. While our foes stand formidable, we must not lose sight of our primary objective, which is for us to target and take down Goku Black himself," Zamasu says, "as it would be a tactical error for us to engage each adversary with the intent to destroy them, as for the smarter and more effective strategy lies in displacing them," Zamasu continues, "sending Goku Black's army back to the timelines which they had came from, as this approach conserves our strength against the true enemy in this entire battle, and that is Goku Black first and foremost. For if and only if we go as far as to ignore this notion, then we will be risking us being destroyed if we don't solely focus on him and only him while we can, as there will be no other chance if we fail to go and stop them all here and now. But in order for this to work, then I would ask for you to please trust me and trust that I am not a part of his sick and twisted vision of wanting to rule over the entire multiverse and wanting to be just like Lord Zeno," with Goku then responding, "Well, I guess since you put it that way, but how exactly are you sure about this?" Goku questions. "What exactly would you need for me and the others to go and do in order for this plan of yours to actually work out there against them?" with Zamasu responding, "Well, in order for me to get a good lead on them, you will have to try and garner their attention long enough for me to open a portal by using my time ring. As from there, if there is any sort of way to get us to knock them within these portals, would that be all that we need in order?"
This isn't good. No.
Terrorizing players sounds crazy, bro.
Flying Nimbus! No!
I haven't found no keys yet.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
So good.
This isn't good.
Great. You know what to do with that key. Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick. That's a new power key. Place it now.
I was waiting for it. Just get it over with.
Resistance is futile.
If anyone revives me, I'm just gonna go chill in the corner.
Activating energy storm.
Could have came with a sensu bean, dog.
You serious? Change!
course, I'm the only one who got down. I'm gonna jump your ass.
Looks like you need some power keys. I'm sending them over now.
Oh, I forgot this guy can steal the keys.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Get the key. It's still there, but I don't know exactly where it is. And this guy's watching the stream. So, just chilling right now.
The startup system for the super time machine is ready. Head there now. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. I've had enough of this. I'm activating.
Bro, how do you activate Cell Max and you're only level 3? You weren't even full.
Here comes a pain.
You had a little bitch ass. Sorry, man. Guess we have to apologize to you, man. I still D-ranked, what the heck? Oh, we went down. W team.
In order to get the job done, with Goku responding, so what you're saying is one of us would have to be bait for each one, am I right? With Zamasu responding, well, I didn't really think of it like that, but yes. And all I'd need is for one of you to go and distract each fighter and knock them within the portal the moment I'm shown opening them, with Goku responding, well, if that's the case, then I think I know exactly what to do in order for this to work, so let's hurry up and get a move on before something happens to the others, alright? right? In which back on over with Super Saiyan Rose Vegeta Black being shown landing on down in assuming victory over Ultra Ego Vegeta was when Vegeta Black then went on to chime in. There we are now. Did that fool truly think that he was strong enough to go and hold out against an attack of that magnitude? Well, big mistake, Vegeta, because despite being the so-called original, I'm still better. And no amount of destroyer power will ever change that between us, Saiyan, because how fitting was it for a true god such as me to poetically go and show you what true destruction feels like, as surprisingly enough from within the smoke, unbeknownst to Vegeta Black as Ultra Ego Vegeta was standing behind the debris, was when Vegeta then went on to chime back in. If you truly think that by using my own attack against me was going to be what ends my life in this battle against you, then I'm afraid you've gravely miscalculated, Kaioshin. For there's a difference between us, Zamasu, as you're an opportunist snatching power whenever you can in hopes of becoming the strongest that you can possibly be. But my power, however, isn't something that you can easily go and steal and try to make as your own. For it is built upon a very large foundation of relentless training and years of battles that you couldn't dare to even possibly imagine. No, but how? How did you survive that just now? You shouldn't have been able to endure that. With Vegeta continuing, how I survived is far more simple than you care to even acknowledge, but even now, are you starting to see? As your power, amassed through theft and underhanded means for mere revenge, pales in comparison to the strength I forged throughout my life, Vegeta continues. And I did it while remembering who I was and what it was that I was striving to achieve. And so I'll give it to you and admit that your power is quite interesting to say the least, but your power is nothing when placed up against mine, and judging from the look that I see in your eyes, you know that this is true. You're feeding off Goku Black, aren't you? Thought I wasn't able to tell? As it only makes sense since he's the strongest among your tribe of stolen warriors, but I'm starting to wonder now on just how much longer you think you can keep this going before you start to crack under the pressure, Kaioshin. Hey, look, down there, Goku went on to then point out to Zamasu by responding, it's Vegeta, and so should we go and start with him since they're the closest ones to us since the others are a bit farther out, or what? Yes, but we'll need to hurry and make this quick so that way the others don't catch on as to what it is that we're doing, and so I need you to cause a distraction of some kind and find a way to draw that warrior towards me upon my signal, Zamasu continues. Oh, how dare you even think that it's acceptable to speak to a god with that kind of language, Saiyan, as I am going to make you eat those words while dancing on your grave, Vegeta. That much I can ensure you. But then, it was only from out of nowhere now above Vegeta Black as Goku went on to garner his attention was when Goku then went on to shout, hey Zamasu, over here! Listen, if you're starting to feel a little overwhelmed out here while fighting us, we won't judge you if you decide to want to quit and go back to where it is that you came from, and so let us know and we'll make sure to take it easy on you, okay? Do you have any idea on the danger you mortal creatures have placed yourselves in? For we are only just getting started here, Vegeta Black went on to then respond, so once I'm done with him, then I'll be coming for you. But then, it was only once again from out of nowhere before Vegeta Black even went as far as to finish his sentence, where Vegeta had now gone as far as to punch Vegeta Black in the face by then responding, once you're done with who exactly here, you fool? Your fight is with me, not him. And so now, where were we? To which even then with Zamasu now noticing that this was his only opportunity in putting Vegeta Black away was when Zamasu then went on to respond, yes, there's my opening, and so I must hurry and time this right in order for this to work. And so for all it's worth, let's just hope that it does. So here goes, Zamasu continues. Treacherous heathens, I cannot allow for you to go and set these sick and twisted plans of yours and have them go into motion while simultaneously knowing that you are using my name to do it, Defiler. Whoa, just look at that. I think it's working, Goku then went on to then chime back in. I see it now. He went and created a portal that leads back into the alternate Zamasu's world, but will it hold? I never wanted to turn out to be anything like any of you, Zamasu went on to then respond upon being shown having to use his time ring and opening a portal. Nor could I stand in my own way of being so hypocritical as to want to destroy mortals yet go and steal their bodies to do it. And so in this process, disappeared, to which as Vegeta Black was then shown having to go back to his timeline was when Vegeta Black then went on to shout, "God, what are you doing, Zamasu? How could you? No, you dirty little traitor! You haven't seen the last of me, you treacherous little worm! For we will find you no matter where you are!" As this was now it, because with 1 down and 3 more to follow, it was only as Vegeta was looking on in absolute shock was when Vegeta then went on to respond, "Wait, what just happened to him? What was that strange wormhole that opened up behind him just now? He surely didn't appear as though he wanted to escape, and so if his intention wasn't to get away from me, then where did he just go? And what was that just now? Hey, look, it actually worked," Goku then went on to quickly shout, which only now means that with 1 down, there's only 2 more to go, and then Goku Black is all alone. To which even then, to his own surprise, during the midst of battle against none other than Ikari Broly was when Goku Black had now gone as far as to turn his head around by then responding, "What just happened out there, and why can't I sense Vegeta Black's energy anymore either? Wait a second. What did those mortals just do? Where's Vegeta Black, and how was it that they were able to transport him away from here unless... wait a minute. But of course, I should have known that this would happen. But I didn't think that it actually would," Black continues. "And to think that one of my own would go and turn against me like this and side with the very filth that we sought out to eradicate. For it's a betrayal of the highest order, as I cannot and I will not allow for this to stand. That traitor will rue the day that he ever decided to stand against me, as my vengeance will be swift and merciless by the time I'm done with him. That much I promise that it will. And so how could I have been so blind to not see this act coming?" Black questions. "But no matter, for you had went and sealed your fate, you little weasel. For my wrath will serve as his ultimate undoing by the time this day is over. But nevertheless, his actions and the actions that he had taken to ruin my plans will be dealt with soon. But there's no time to dwell on such treacheries," Black went on to continue upon overseeing a massive explosion in front of him. "Especially not while Broly stands before me, and from the looks of it, it would only now appear as though he is finally ready to show me on what his full and true power is capable of. Which had also been something that I was waiting for since we started," Black continues. "And so this should be a good enough gauge for me in finding out where I stand," Black went on. "And while I trained myself in preparing for this exact situation, from what I can immediately notice is that Broly here has still yet to find a way to control himself along with his power, which makes for a very interesting situation regardless," Black went on to continue upon seeing Broly transform. "And if I fail to best him while using my present form, then I will go and do what I must and use my final ace card if I hope to survive. Yes, that's right, Broly. Show me. Show me what the apex power of your warrior race is really all about. Show me what your power truly is, and I promise that I will go and show you what my full power is all about as well." But even then, in the meantime, elsewhere on the battlefield, with Ultra Ego Vegeta now being shown having to spot Zamasu inserting himself in this battle, was when Vegeta was shown having enough of Zamasu's antics by from that point then being shown dashing towards Zamasu and shouting, "And then there's you! You should have remained in whatever timeline Goku Black went and pulled you out of, Zamasu! You're finished!" But then, it was only now from out of nowhere in between Vegeta and Zamasu was when Ultra Instinct Goku was then shown having to get in between them by grabbing onto Vegeta's shoulder and responding, "Vegeta, wait! Now I know how this might look, but this isn't what you think, okay? Oh, and just what the hell do you think you're doing, Kakarot? What are you talking about? You better start explaining yourself right now, with Goku responding, now just hold on for a second and just listen to me, okay? This Zamasu here isn't the same Zamasu that we once knew, nor is he on Goku Black's side either, Vegeta, as this Zamasu here is different from the one that we know, and so therefore he wants to help us stop Black from further carrying out his acts against us all, Goku says. He's seen the havoc that Goku Black has created since being brought back, and he wants to make things right by putting an end to Goku Black before he could cause any more damage, Vegeta. And so we've always found a way to overcome the odds before, right? Well, believe it or not, Zamasu's plan here could be the key in finally ending Black's terror once and for all, and so I know it might sound crazy, but we'll just need to go and trust him if we hope for any of this to work, with Vegeta responding, "Oh, have you lost your mind, Kakarot? This is Zamasu who we're dealing with here, and so what makes you think that he has it out in doing anything of the sorts to help us out in battle? You've lost your mind, you know that?" With Zamasu having to then chime in, "Listen, you may choose to go and believe me if you wish, but now is not the time for us to bump heads while Black's dark forces are still out there on the battlefield," Zamasu adds, "for we must hurry and go and send them all back so that way we may go and handle the real enemy together," Zamasu notes, "because the more time that we continue to waste, the stronger his army will continue to grow," Zamasu says, "and so if we go and remove them all from this equation, then this will only leave but one more for us to engage, which we cannot run the risk of letting go or overlooking while we still have the time to act on something, and so you must trust me." So you're seriously meaning to tell me that this version of Zamasu actually wants to go and help us stop Goku Black? And why are we to believe him when they are both one and the same, and so what's in it for him? With Zamasu responding, "So listen, you may choose to believe whatever it is that you wish to want to believe, but stopping Goku Black's dark forces from further causing more chaos is what we should be by far more focused on than anything else at the moment." Right, but what exactly is in it for you, Kaioshin? Vegeta questions. "For we have absolutely no reason to go and trust anything that comes out of your mouth, and so unless you tell us on why you're doing this, then you can count me out." With Zamasu responding, "Seriously? Are you listening to yourself right now, mortal? For you must realize the gravity of our situation, because by eliminating Goku Black's henchmen before engaging against Goku Black head-on would not only leave Black helpless and without aid, but this would also give us the chance to therefore attack him all at once and stop him before things go from bad to so much worse if we don't. And so this is why we must target the others," Zamasu continues. "And while I don't think that fighting Goku Black alone will be as easy as any of you might assume for it to be, it's better for us to ensure that Goku Black doesn't have the means to fall back on anyone like how he did with my counterparts, which is why the others must be sent away so that way we can go and handle him alone. And so we must hurry, for we are also running out of time, and so if you choose not to believe me, then that is your problem and not mine," Zamasu continues. "But either way, I will do what I must and carry this out the best and only way that I know how, and if you truly wish to help me, then you will go and do exactly as we just did and create a momentary distraction for me to go and find and open the respective realm which they each belong in, so that way you can go and attack them on my signal and send these monsters back to where they belong once and for all. And so listen closely. While we have the means to go and attack, I want you both to shift your attention on over and focus on the one who calls himself Trunks. As all the while in the meantime elsewhere on the battlefield, with full-powered Super Saiyan Broly being shown having to attack in unleashing a barrage of ferocious strikes upon Super Saiyan 3 Rose Goku Black, was when Goku Black then went on to chime in, "I'll admit, your raw power is exactly how I imagined that it would be, especially since you aren't shown fully being able to control it. For if I didn't train to get to where I currently am here against you," Black adds, "then I more than likely would have died by your dirty Saiyan hands, but at least now I am able to gauge myself and see exactly where it is that I stand when compared to you, and I must say, I'm quite impressed, surprised by how powerful I've become while you mortals remain the same. And while your raw power and mine appear to be evenly matched, or at least for the time being," Black went on to then uppercut Broly in the face by responding, "I can assure you now that you will not outlast me in this fight, because there are still many things that I have yet to show you that I have hidden hidden up my sleeve and waiting for all of you to see. One of which being a power that goes far beyond your own, Black went on to then continue upon being shown blocking off Broly's attack. And in case you think that you have me all figured out, then you are in for a rude awakening. But even then, while this was shown having to happen, when then venturing back on over to Orange Piccolo and Super Saiyan Rose Trunks Black with Trunks being shown clinching onto his face, was when Trunks then went on to respond with, "Why you? This can't be true. How are you so powerful in this timeline, whereas in mine you were already destroyed before the fight had even started between us? And so how could this be? You aren't the real Piccolo. You just can't be. Because the real Piccolo was never this powerful." With Piccolo then responding, "Well, you can go and forget about everything that it is that you think you know about me, because right now you went and made the biggest mistake of your miserable life by choosing to come into this timeline by stealing the body and the power of another one of our own. And I promise that you will pay dearly for the crimes that you have committed, Zamasu, stolen army of Saiyans or not." But even then, Trunks Black was not having it, because despite with Trunks Black then being shown dashing right towards Piccolo, was when Trunks Black then went on to respond, "You of all mortals should know your place and understand that you could never, no matter how badly you tried, ever come close in surpassing my power." But then, it was only just then from out of nowhere, before Trunks Black even saw it coming, was when Ultra Ego Vegeta had then gone as far as to dash on in, by from that point then being shown having to uppercut Trunks Black in the stomach by then responding, "Oh, I'm sorry, but did I just happen to hear you say something about having the Namekian surpass your power, Kaioshin? And in what world do you think that this so-called power you wield belongs to the likes of you? Because I hate to break it to you, but it doesn't, for this power belongs to my son that you've destroyed, coward. For my son could never reduce himself into becoming as weak and as pathetic as you. So go and do as you just said and know your place among the strongest to ever exist. For you're not one of them and you will never be one of them, coward." To which it was only then now from out of nowhere, with Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku then shown having to swoop on in kicking Super Saiyan Rose Future Trunks Black in the face and having to knock him away, was when Goku then went on to respond, "Sorry about that, Vegeta, but if we are to do this, then we gotta hurry and take every chance that we can to send these monsters back to where they belong. And so now hurry, Piccolo, now's your chance to blast this bastard with everything that you have, and so you have to hurry and fire that thing right now." With Piccolo then shouting, "Right, and so now let this be a painful reminder of why you will never be anything like the real future Trunks. And so this one is for him, you monster. Light Grenade Attack!" To which seconds later, with Orange Piccolo's Light Grenade Attack being shown having to slam right into Future Trunks as Zamasu had stood behind him, was when Future Zamasu then went on to chime back in, "Yes, there we are, and now that I have him within my sights, it's time that I go and send you to where you rightfully belong and be through with you and your kind from this battlefield once and for all." And to think that this was going to be what I would become, Zamasu adds, "For I could never allow for this to stand, especially not with everything that I've seen and experienced with Goku Black. For this nightmare has to end, and it's time that you go back to where you came from and remain where you belong without being brought back." Zamasu went on to use his time ring. "All right, and down goes the second one. Good work, Zamasu.
It's like no one's
We
playing
got
Raider
him."
matches
Goku
tonight,
then went
man.
on to quickly shout,
keep getting stuck at
I
7 out of 8
can't
and the
believe
roof
that
keeps
I'm
crashing.
hearing those words leave your mouth, Kakarot. Wait a second, did I just hear you right?" Orange Piccolo surprisingly then went on to question, "You were in on this the whole time? So that Zamasu there is on our side? But how could you be so sure that we could even trust him?" Piccolo went on to then further question, "Because why in the world would he have any reason to go and help us for?" Piccolo further questions, "Surely you don't think that he's actually being serious here, are you, Goku? Or are you absolutely sure that we can count on him?" "Look," Goku says, "I know that it may look bad because I was also skeptical about his entire plan myself, but, well, so far he's shown us that he really isn't on Goku Black's side, nor does he even want to be, and so therefore we have to trust him, Goku continues. There's no telling on what he knows about Goku Black that we don't, and so we'll have to put our faith in him unless something were to change later on, with Piccolo having to respond. But it's just working alongside Zamasu was, well, not something that I would have seen in the cards here today, but oh well, I trust your judgment, Goku, with Zamasu then having to chime back in. Come now, look, over there, as there is only one that remains before singling out the main and strongest target of the bunch, and so that one there is all that remains, and so we have to act fast while that Savage Saiyan you call Broly has Goku Black's attention. So if we are to act upon something, then we must do it now, with Goku responding, right, it's that Gohan Black over there, isn't it? Well, it looks like since Gohan doesn't appear as though he needs our help, Goku adds, this is what we're going to do, and so I need you to listen, Zamasu, with Zamasu quickly responding, I already know about what you're thinking, son Goku, and so I'll wait on your signal before I move in and strike, but what's your plan? To which back on over in the meantime, when then venturing back over to Super Saiyan Rose Ultimate Gohan Black having to battle against Beast Gohan, with Beast Gohan now being shown in complete control, the entirety of this battle involving both Gohans had seemed to have been a very personal one, as Beast Gohan then went on to respond, you heartless, no good, rotten pile of trash! You think you could just steal my body and already expect to know how to wield my power better than I could, Beast Gohan questions? No, for you could never, and to think that you would go as far as to use my own body and go and hurt my family is something that goes far below simply hitting rock bottom, Zamasu, as I'll make sure that you go and pay for the nightmares you've caused within your own world, coward. And what makes you believe that you and your tribe of apes could ever measure up to the power of a god, Gohan Black responds. How could you be so sure of yourself when our battle isn't quite over, Saiyan? For I can go and tell you now that on King Zamasu's honor, you will never beat us no matter how many of you there are, and so why don't you just give up already and die? Funny, Gohan responds, so now there's a so-called King Zamasu among your gang of body-snatching losers too? Well, I'm sure of myself quite a bit actually, because the very same god power that you keep on bragging about is the very same source of power that comes from deep within us. You know, the mortals that you really, really hate, isn't that right? And so that means that as long as we possess the will to carry on, Gohan adds, then you and your goons will never be able to beat us, Zamasu. But it's very ironic because for someone who continues to brag about their stolen god power, Gohan adds, you sure do seem to be losing against me now, aren't you? And do you want to know why that is? Well, it's simple, Zamasu, because unlike you, we didn't have to go and steal someone else's body and power in order to go and prove a point, Kaioshin. And so now just look at you. This is the example that you continue to set for yourself. Fragile body, fragile ego, weak mind, weak spirit. That is who you are, and that is all that you will ever be. You're such a fool, Gohan. Do you truly believe that even if you win, that it signifies some kind of an end? Because that couldn't be further from the truth, Gohan Black then went on to add.
You know what it is? Let's try to get this W.
Can you hear me? It's Trunks. I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Or someone steals that.
You have my thanks.
Yo, what's going on with this guy's internet? It's lagging.
Oh no.
Well, thank you.
You found a power key. Go slot it. Great. You know what to do with that key.
Thank you so much.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Flying Nimbus!
Are you here to save me?
That's a new power key.
Flying
Place it
Nimbus!
now.
We still have to find that B and E key. No one's setting the C key. Where is it? I'll go set it. Okay, someone's setting it right now. And we lost player. Trash. Alright, I'll just take one. Fuck it.
Great. You know what to do with that key. Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Guy's coming this way.
You're done! Hell! You bastard! Do not get in my way. Stop! Keep your energy in check!
Shit. Now he knows where the key is, so he's gonna camp the area. Oh, he's destroying E. I lost my cooldown drink. He needs to set that A key.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to
How about ankles? Gee, what are you doing over here?
You're good to go.
The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it? The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous.
Flying Nimbus!
So tread carefully if you want to get closer. Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Need one more cube to get my level 3.
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them.
You're my savior.
The startup system's destroyed.
Stay calm.
The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
So does our gun.
Stay calm. Flying Nimbus!
I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there. The escape time machine is back. Whenever you have a beacon, you can call it again.
Okay. Is there not transfer that's coming? I have a minute left. Last Dragon Ball.
Oh man. Holy hell.
Dragon Ball. We only have 34 seconds left, so we can't even summon in time.
Oh man. Flying Nimbus!
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Stay calm.
I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
We just made it the last second, bro. Close, we were close, we were close.
For you may stand victorious now, but the chessboard is vast and you have barely beaten the pawns, mortal. And of all the timelines which you stand stronger than me now, there awaits another that will devour you and that very light that burns within your very spirit's whole. For Zamasu is eternal, Saiyan. And so don't assume that you've won just because because you've thrown us to the wayside, with Beast Gohan responding, and do you think that's honestly supposed to scare me or something, Zamasu? Because you can stop wasting your breath, for you only have but a few moments away from being destroyed, and since your fate with me has already been sealed, go and put your hands up and die with some honor, you scum. You think I'm trying to scare you, Saiyan? No, for I'm just telling you the truth of the matter, Black went on to then continue, because as much as you want to assume that this is over, this, my friend, is far, far from over. Not by a long shot, and not until King Zamasu is done having his way. And so I just want you to know that just as much as you hate to hear it, but since we were able to evolve your primal powers far beyond what you could have ever have hoped to possibly achieve, for if we were able to do that back then through evolving Goku and Vegeta's God transformations, then just imagine as to what I could do with this beast level of yours if I were to go on and achieve it too. Either way, you are without a chance, Gohan, you hear me? You, Saiyan scum, are without a chance in the world of stopping us. But it was only just when Gohan Black had attempted to strike Beast Gohan, with Beast Gohan quickly having to be shown teleporting out of the way, was when Gohan then went on to respond, "Oh, is that so? Well, do you still believe that we're the ones that are without a chance of destroying you here, Black? Or is it the fact that you are the ones who are drowning in the deep end, Zamasu? How dare you go and use my body along with my power to hurt innocent people, you disgusting excuse for life? How dare you go and hurt the people that I care about by using my face as a mask to cover up your failures, Kaioshin? No more, for I'm going to shred you for what you've done," Beast Gohan responds upon being shown elbowing Black in the spine, which only then within that moment, surprisingly enough, with Zamasu yet again being shown having to use his time ring in creating a portal and sending Gohan back to where he came, was when Zamasu then went on to respond, "And now to rid you of your duties and send you back to the timeline where you belong, for you will not use my name to enact your false sense of justice. And so good riddance to you along with your hypocritical vision of a new utopia, back from where you came, vermin." Wait a second, is he on our side, Beast Gohan questions, with Orange Piccolo having to then chime in. Trust me and Vegeta are just as taken back as you are by this, but more on that a little later because we have bigger fish to fry at the moment, and so we gotta stay focused here, kid. To which lo and behold, with all of Goku Black's Dark Warriors then sent back to their own respective timelines, was when Zamasu then went on to add, "I can only hope that this ring works and that they are all sealed within their realms, never to return again. But now is not the time to ponder, because as long as that monster remains intact and mobile without pushback against him, then he is the greatest threat which endangers us all unless he is dealt with here and now. He, the one who claims to be many, is all that remains." To which, as Broly's battle with Goku Black in the distance was now beginning to intensify, was when Zamasu then went on to continue, "And now with each of them being sent back to where they all belong, this here just leaves us with only one more who remains," Zamasu says, "the strongest among them all and the leader and the very source of this entire mess to begin with. And so now that we have him right where we need for him to be, we cannot afford to make any mistakes against him, or he will somehow find a way to use them all against us. And in any case, if we don't somehow find a way to destroy him right here, right now, then we may never be able to win if we can't end him at this exact moment. Well, I will admit that your power is far more impressive for it being something that a primitive beast like yourself, which cannot manage to find a way to control, but if you honestly think that you will be getting the better of me solely off of your raw anger and power alone, then you are mistaken, for you Saiyans are without a chance if you believe that your power, despite its massive size, would be large enough to beat me. For you should have already known that this would happen upon choosing to battle against a god such as myself, Black went on to then knee Broly in the stomach. But perhaps I was wrong to have not searched for another Zamasu who had taken your body in another timeline, for you would have made for the perfect vessel for my counterpart to go and use against humanity. But perhaps once I am done slaughtering you all, will I only then go and check. Now kneel before your one true god and accept your fate, because you will only go so far are against me here while you... But then, it was only just upon with Goku Black being shown having to punch Broly away upon them being shown looking on down and noticing Beast, Gohan, and Piccolo making their way towards Black was when Beast Gohan then went on to shout, "Hang on, Broly, we're coming, and so you aren't going to do this alone," with Black having to then chime back in, "Those worms again, but surely they weren't able to raid all of the other Zamasus within such a short amount of time like this, have they?" But it was only just before Black could even go as far as to realize it, with Broly being shown grabbing onto Black's neck, was when Goku Black then went on to respond, "Guys, it's why you let go of me, you beast!" But Broly was not having it, because upon Broly then being shown having to headbutt Goku Black with the others making their way in, was when Goku then went on to shout, "This is it, you guys. While Broly is able to get the better of him within the moment, we've got to go and make our way in and attack him right now. And so now is the best time for us to go and take him down while we can. And so out of the way now, Broly! Everyone remember to stay on him no matter what, because we can't have him go and try to escape and leave here either." In which upon that very moment, with Ultra Instinct Goku then shown having to punch Black in the face before sending him back down, was when Goku then went on to continue, "Nice try, Black, but if you thought that by bringing an army here to try and stop us was going to work, well then you can go and guess again. And so now hurry, you guys! He's making his way down towards you both right now." "Right, and so we've got him locked within our sights," Beast Gohan went on to then respond. "Now let's go and bring the pain right back to him, Piccolo." "Damn them, how could this be happening to me?" Black then went on to question. "This wasn't how things were supposed to go upon coming here." But as both Gohan and Piccolo were then shown having to
just
punch
lifted your
Goku
ban?
Black in the stomach upon Black being
just
sent
found
up
a match,
flying
by the
towards
way.
Vegeta, was when Piccolo then went on to respond, "You should have remained dead instead of choosing to go through with this kind of pain against us like this again, and so he's all yours, Vegeta. And to think that you could go and challenge me again as you are and think that you could have won," Vegeta says, "only goes to further prove that you have learned absolutely nothing since the last time you've experienced this. But allow me to go and remind you of that very pain that I went and put you through before, you disgusting excuse for a Kaioshin." In which as soon as Vegeta was shown having to double axe handle
Last
Goku
time,
Black
last
across
match,
the
he
back
only
of the
went
head
to
and
time
causing
machine.
Goku Black to hit the floor below, was when Vegeta then went on to continue, "For you were shown having to lose once before, and you will once again be shown having to lose again here today, Kai." That's right, Goku then went on to chime in, "and if you truly know what's good for you, then you should just go and give up now, because you aren't going to win here, and you know it, Black." To which even then, despite with Goku Black now shown having to struggle in standing back up upon being shown getting dropped back down, was when Zamasu went as far as to approach Goku Black by then responding, "Just take a look at what you've become. The irony of your existence is as fascinating as it is troubling to watch, because it's tragic in a way. For it's tragic to watch you descend into madness and hypocrisy, only for it to open my eyes in seeing the truth behind the very lies that you were telling this entire time. But you don't truly care about any of that, right? No, you don't. And in your quest for ultimate power and control," Zamasu continues, "you have grown to become the very thing that you grew to despise, a hypocrite of the highest possible order, and deep down, you are desperate."
Can you hear me?
Flying Nimbus!
Trunks, I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
So where's that civilian? We have a radar, so let's find out.
careful too, okay?
Welcome.
Someone! You're my savior. Flying Nimbus!
Welcome.
We are.
Great! You know what to do with that key.
Welcome. Thank you. Close.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
I'll have to find this A and B key.
Welcome.
Just tag it in case anyone else wants it.
Great! You know what to do with that key.
Be careful too, okay?
Great if I found a power key radar, but okay, someone found it. Good job.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. An ally needs your
This
help.
guy's sold.
We don't know what danger awaits. Think
Well, he
before
was-
rushing in.
Someone disconnected. Or did he sell?
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them,
We're losing
watch
too
out for
many
enemies.
people. This match might be a wash.
You're my savior. Let's go! Calm. Stay calm. Bastard!
Hey, we could have done it. I try to save, bro.
The startup
Body
system
camping.
for the super time machine is ready. Get there now. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercising extreme caution is that going to help you.
May I have that?
I'll send some supplies.
This guy's a lame ass nigga, bro. Just stays camping my body. Once he absorbs you, he just gets his health back. So just fucking kill me, get it over with.
A super transfer is headed your way. Take it now. The startup system is under attack. Stop it if you can, but retreat if you need to. Got it?
I didn't use that the first time. You got it cooked.
I'll get another one out right away. Just keep it together until then.
Understood.
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. I've sent another super transfer. Take it and survive this.
This is not good.
One, GG's. They played good, GG's.
It can't be.
We going down.
For you have become the very monster which you have grown to hate, yet your ambitions to still want to continue with your plans, despite failing the first time you've attempted them, goes to show on how desperate you truly are to see it through. And in your merciless slaughter of Gowasu from my timeline, along with the imprisonment of the Gowasu from your Zamasu continues, you went and revealed yourself to be the very epitome of the same corruption that you sought out to eradicate from the cosmos. As your hatred has blinded you to the realization of what you had become, and I will not stand and allow for you to continue to use me as your pawn in this sick and twisted game that you've created. And by declaring this, I acknowledge my role in your creation within the cosmos that now unfolds, and even though my hands are not clean, Zamasu adds, I will do what must be done to correct this egregious mistake, for your downfall will be a testament to my resolve in correcting the atrocities that you yourself have caused caused, and that, my dear Zamasu, I will guarantee. And although I never would have imagined for things to turn out the way they did, you are not what I would have aspired to become. You, a Kaioshin with status, who chooses to use a mortal's body and the mortal's power to go and try to destroy all mortals within the multiverse, are an abomination. And without the aid of your dark army to stand at your side to see that you win, you are now left to fend for yourself all alone with no one to blame but yourself for what is about to happen to you, Kaioshin, with Black then having to shout, You! How dare you go and turn your back on me after I went and offered you a chance at salvation, you treacherous little worm? And just who exactly are you to deny me of my destiny, you repugnant fool? And if I would have known that you would have turned against me like this and stabbed me in the back, then I would have ended your life the moment I ended your master's when I came to you. With Zamasu responding, well, it's a real shame, isn't it? But if one of us is destined to perish here in battle between us, then let this be how your story finally ends, and by having this come by none other than your very own hands, Black. But then, it was only just before Zamasu was able to cut Goku Black down, with Goku Black then shown grabbing onto Zamasu's saber, was when Black then went on to respond, actually, on second thought, I have a far better idea, you traitorous little worm. Because maybe you haven't figured it out by now, but I'm not the one who will be the first to fall between us. In fact, I believe that you appear to be overlooking one very important detail here, Zamasu. And that is those who live by the sword will ultimately die by that very same sword. As you, fellow Zamasu, have actually lived long enough. And so before you are destroyed, understand that you never stood a chance here against me, and you never will. To which, shockingly enough, from out of nowhere, as Goku Black was then shown having to unleash a gigantic energy blast, which further went on to overtake Zamasu whole, as with the others then having to oversee this, was when Goku then went on to chime in, Vegeta, this is really bad. He's even going after his own by slaughtering himself if it means getting what he wants in the end. I can't believe it, Vegeta responds. He's going to destroy himself in order to go and destroy us in the process. No, he won't make it, Beast Gohan then went on to quickly shout. So we've got to go and do something now before it's too late, or else we're going to lose him, you guys. No, Piccolo then went on to quickly chime in, for it would be foolish to go and try and save him, because from what it looks like down there's nothing that we could do to save him, because it's already too late. And so as sad as it is, we'll need to remain where we are at the moment and wait and see on what his next move will be. To which moments later, with the dust and debris now beginning to settle all around Goku Black, with Goku Black now being shown standing tall, was when Black then went on to continue, Good riddance, you treacherous little meddling rodents, and to think that I would be so kind as to trust you. Well, never again. But now that he's out of my way, allow me to fill you all in on a little secret, mortals. You see, what you are all seeing now is my semi-final form, a prelude level of power, which is a placement holder for something much, much stronger, as the fall of Universe 10's God of Destruction was but the first step in my grand design, a design where I, as its architect, have discovered secrets hidden from even the most divine beings, Black continues, and once I complete the final ritual needed in order to officially be given the title of Universe 10's new God of Destruction, I will then become that much closer in realizing my destiny, while you fools are all destroyed in the process of it happening. But just because I am not an official destroyer by title, does it not mean that I too don't share the ability to wield the power of a destroyer myself, for I had made a discovery. As this groundbreaking discovery of mine transcends the mere act of destruction itself, for I have found of ways to harness the residual energies of my absolute potential in further channeling my innate strength into a form that goes far beyond this one. And since your understanding of power is elementary at best, allow me to explain. You see, after using the time rings given to me in order to peer into the annals of history, I not only had used those time rings to look into and study your powers, but I also went as far as to find a way on how to combine them. And while I struggled to tap into and figure out the ways of entering into and mastering the power of Ultra Instinct, I instead went and took interest in two other sources of power who had given me just what I needed in order to go beyond the domain of the gods. Vegeta and Gohan, Black continues. And while carefully observing Vegeta's usage of his destroyer power, which was embedded with both anger and divine might, I then began to take notice and observe Gohan's beast form after, which I only then later noticed was forged through his raw, untapped potential that was fueled by his rage as a half-breed that had later inspired a convergence of cataclysmic proportions within myself the very moment that I had went and seen this. For when I faced you all before, I had overlooked the fact of using anger as a way to grow like how you were all shown using, which was why my growth was cut short before I could go and exercise this approach, Black says, prior to fusing with my future counterpart, Zamasu. And while my potential is vast and my adaptability being boundless, Gohan over there has proven throughout history that potential is everything in a fight. And now I intend on maximizing mine. And while you may have stalemated me through your combined efforts in unifying yourselves as one here against me, there is nothing that will prepare you for the nightmare that you are all about to experience, as I made sure to prepare myself very thoroughly this time around, for you are all doomed and there will be nothing that either of you can do that will change that. And if you truly believe that you are able to understand the concept of what it means to maximize and evolve divine powers greater than that of a god, then you fools are already dead and you don't even realize it yet. And so you should all feel honored to be within my presence and witnessing what is about to happen here, because Universe 10's Angel along with that pathetic Kaioshin Gowasu were the only ones who were able to see it when they did. Only this time, as our battle reaches its final moments, Black continues, it will be you who will fall one by one until I make sure that there are none of you left that remain. And if you thought that I was difficult to handle in battle as I currently am, then just imagine on how big of a problem I am going to be once I go and reveal my true power. For the scales are now tipped in my favor here against you, Worms, Black adds, and it's only going to be a matter of time before each and every single one of you crumble. For no longer will I stand to have you mortals come in between my plans, nor will I allow myself to ever fall like how I have fallen to you before again. Now watch as I reveal to you a power which you have never seen before and never will. For I am Zamasu, and I am without an equal, Black continues. To which within that very moment, as Goku Black was now beginning to transcend himself and evolving into showing everyone his final form, was when Goku then went on to chime in, "Whoa, Vegeta, are you sensing that too? His desire for wanting revenge for what had happened to him before has caused him to completely lose his mind in the process. Oh, and whatever kind of power he's about to go and introduce is certainly going to be a power that we simply can't underestimate or look down upon either, Kakarot," Vegeta says. "Piccolo, are you seeing this?" Gohan then went on to ask. "Look, he's starting to change, but how is he able to pull something like this off without destroying himself in the process? His power, it's unreal. Oh, I knew that he more than likely was hiding something far stronger the moment we started fighting before you all arrived. And it looks like I was right," Gohan continues. "And to make matters worse is he went and used my methods of harnessing my potential on the surface to go and do it too. Oh, and so now what do we do?" With Piccolo then having to respond, "Well, I don't like this one bit, and so if we don't hurry and find a way to go and take him down now, then he'll simply just go and continue to adapt himself and grow even stronger while the rest of us Vegeta struggled to keep up, and so we can't go and take any chances against him here either. Oh, and to think that this bastard would come back only to later eclipse us all in power like this is deafening, Gohan adds. Especially as of right now, but look, I think he's finished, and what a terrifying power. In which moments later, lo and behold, with Goku Black now finally having to unveil the fruits of his training in having to demonstrate and showcase his newly found transformation, was when Goku Black had then gone as far as to stand tall by then addressing everyone and responding, and now behold, mortals, for I now stand before you all, reborn, but not merely as your adversary in this war that we continue to wage, but as a deity beyond your feeble understanding, for I now stand as the Alpha among you, as I hereby want to introduce myself to you all as Makaioshin Goku Black. And while I stand here before you all at the pinnacle of my supreme power, Black adds, I am no longer second to any of you in stature, as no amount of singular prowess or combined might will be able to stop me now. And as I wait here ready to destroy you, I want you all to mark my words that each of your roles in this life will be remembered as being nothing more than footnotes in my grand design by the time this is over. What the heck is that? Vegeta then went on to further question. I've never seen such a form like this before, and what's even worse is that his power appears boundless too. Oh, well, this isn't good, Goku then went on to respond, because just when we thought that things were over here between us, it only now looks as though they are just getting started, with Black having to then continue. Just look at this, would you? I am unbeatable, and now that I am at the pinnacle of my power with no rival in sight, I am going to take my sweet time in making you all suffer nice and slow, for you are all without a hope in the world of defeating me now, with Gohan questioning, unbelievable. And so now what do we do, with Piccolo responding, incredible. Well, we've got to go and hold our ground here against him is what we're going to have to do, and so get ready, because this looks as though it's going to be the real deal here, Gohan, with Black having to then chime back in. Oh, and I can promise you that it will, because not only am I going to enjoy this in more ways than one, but I am going to make sure that you all pay for everything it was that you did to me, mortals. Oh, this doesn't look like it'll be an easy battle here, Vegeta, and so how do you think we should go and approach him down there, with Vegeta responding, so we'll need to try and find some kind of an opening that'll expose any weakness of his that this new form of his is going to have if we hope to stand a chance here against him. Well, if this form of his is supposed to mimic what it's like for him to draw his full potential out like Gohan, Goku continues, along with being able to combine that with the power of destruction, then we should. But then, it was only surprisingly now from out of nowhere in between both Goku and Vegeta was when full-powered Super Saiyan Broly had then taken initiative in going as far as to take liberties within his own hands in going after Goku Black by himself, as Vegeta then went on to shout, what the? Oh, damn it, wait! What is he doing? No, wait, Broly, don't do it, Goku then shouts. We don't know what it is that we're going up against down there with him, and so you've got to try and calm down and listen to us. Broly, don't do this! As Vegeta then went on to continue, oh, damn him. He's went and lost complete control of himself and is now acting on his instincts to go and attack, and so he is not within the right state of mind to act on his own. So the brute volunteers to offer himself as being the first of my many victims here against you all. Now, does he? Well, good. Then let us start by setting the example by showing you the difference between our power, along with why your uncontrollable rage will only take you so far, Saiyan. Now let me ask, what do you think true power is without the ability to control and use it the way it was intended? Well, it's simple. For raw power without any proper direction to guide it to where it needs to be is useless. To which only then seconds later within that very moment, as Broly was then shown having to have shards of glass impaled all throughout his body, was when Goku Black then went on to continue, and with this pain that you are about to experience, I just want you to know one thing, and that is no matter how strong that you think you are, and no matter how tough you assume for your warrior spirit to be, primal savages like yourself will never be comparable to the true might of an actual god. To which it was only then, with just the snap of his fingers, with Goku Black then shown having to explode Broly in the sky before Broly's body was shown making its way back down, was when Gohan then went on to chime in, "That monster has absolutely lost it, and we just can't stand around here and watch him carry this out like this." Oh, and can you feel that just now, Gohan questions? Broly's energy, it's completely fallen, as Piccolo then went on to chime in. And what's even more chilling is that he did it with ease, which is telling, because this only now means that Goku Black is far stronger now than how he was ever originally shown being just a few moments ago after all. And what's even worse is that he truly wasn't bluffing about what he was able to do with this power of his either. And so if he was able to go and take Broly down like that, Piccolo continues, then we've got to be careful or else we're next. Oh, just great. And although he doesn't look good down there, Piccolo adds, he still seems to be alive down there, which is all that matters right now, because we can't afford to have anyone perish in this battle against him, and so he's lucky, with Gohan responding, No, we can't allow for this to stand, and so we've got to try and make a move on him now, while we still have the capacity to go and do it all together, or else he'll go and do onto each of us, just as it was that he just did with Broly if we do it alone. And now then, with one down, Makayoshi and Goku Black went on to then respond, that just leaves 4 who remain, and so I'll try and offer you all 3 chances to try, Black adds, which essentially means 3 strikes and you're done. So while I'll go and allow for you all to go and do as you wish if you think that it'll make any sort of difference against me, as once I count you all down after your 3 attempts of attacking me is when this long fabled story of ours comes to an end. And so you'd better make each attempt count, because you won't be given another chance to go and try any of it against me again. But it was only just upon with Makayoshi and Goku Black being shown having to say this was when Ultra Ego Vegeta and Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku were then shown having to make their way down towards him, as Goku then went on to respond, Vegeta, we have no other choice, and so we've got to go and attack him now and see if we could move him, with Vegeta responding, well, whatever this power of his is capable of, try not to get caught in between its clutches, Kakarot. But even then, despite with both Goku and Vegeta attempting to attack Black at the same time, with Black being shown having to grab onto their attacks by stopping them, was when Goku Black then went on to respond, so you choose to go and attack me as one now, do you? Just like old times, isn't that right? But do you want to know the difference between then and now, Black questions? Because it should be crystal clear to you right now as I am, for I have become everything that the 2 of you have ever even dreamed of becoming, which is why you are still shown struggling, whereas I am at my absolute peak, mortals. And this is why you are both weak, because unlike you, I fight without fear. And that is why you are both weak, because unlike you, I fight without fear. And without the concept of fear to eat away at my growth like how it did before, Black adds, I am without flaws. As even with despite Goku Black being shown having to swipe Ultra Ego Vegeta away upon being shown attempting to hit Goku, with Goku being shown leaning out of the way, was when Goku then went on to respond, oh, not a chance, cause you're delusional to think that we aren't going to do whatever it is that we need to if it means taking you down once and for all, just like it once was when we went and had taken you down before, with Black responding, why, you insolent little, well, try and avoid me all that you want, Black says, because if you truly think that running away and keeping yourself from having me reach you is going to work against me, well then I want you to watch and see how wrong you fools truly are to think that I haven't went and prepared myself for everything. But how's about I continue to go and show you by going out of my way to go and take out another, Black says, and who better to go and target next than you, wretched Namekian. As it was only from out of nowhere, with Black shown having to avoid Vegeta's strike upon being shown teleporting behind Piccolo, and from that point them being shown having to knock Piccolo back down onto the ground, was when Gohan then went on to shout, no, what have you done? Oh no, Piccolo, hang on, Piccolo! hello? I'm coming, and so just try and hang on. Oh, damn you, Black. He was off guard, and you know it, with Black then having to respond. And then there were 3, and ironically, the third and final chance that you mortals will be given to go and try to compete with me, because in case you've already forgotten, once I decide that your time here against me is finally up and ready to be over, will be the very moment where I will go and carry out what I set to go and accomplish a long time ago. And that is to go and rid you worms of your miserable lives for good. But even then, while this was all shown happening, surprisingly enough elsewhere, as Zamasu was then shown on the ground yet still alive and moving the rubble off of his body as he was struggling to breathe, as Zamasu then went on to utter, "Oh, they can't fail against him. I must try and find a way to stop him while I'm still able to fight. But please, whatever he throws your way, do not allow for him to win. You must not let this monster have his way and win. This is our one and only chance, and so now, Vegeta, quickly, go and try to hold him in place, and I'll go and hit him with my Kamehameha immediately, and so hurry. Bro, I'm going to do more than just hold that coward in his place, because I'm going to go and tear that ugly body of his apart when I reach him. Now try not to miss, and you better make this quick, Kakarot. Well now, was I lying when I told you that there was more to me than meets the eye when I first touched down onto this planet Gohan? But then, it was only from out of nowhere, with Ultra Ego Vegeta shown having to swoop in with a ferocious punch to Black's face upon also being shown knocking his Potara off, was when Vegeta then went on to respond, "Oh, stop attempting to go and talk down to us and understand that we aren't going to let you get away with what you've done." But even then, with Goku Black shown slowly having to turn his head and acknowledging the fact that Vegeta's attacks simply weren't going to work, was when Goku Black then went on to turn his attention towards Vegeta by then responding, my, such aggression, Vegeta. But I'd be lying if I said that I didn't feel that one just now, which I'm actually surprised myself, to say the least. But I'm starting to wonder on how long you can try to keep that going before you tire yourself out. Well, how's about we go and put this little theory of mine to the test and see? To which within that very moment, back with Goku, before Goku was even able to fire off his Kamehameha upon having to notice the falling Potara having to make its way down, was when Goku then went on to respond, hey, wait, is that? Yes, it's his Potara earring. But of course, and with Vegeta shown knocking it off his ear, maybe, just maybe that Potara could prove to be much more useful to us in the long run. I'd have to go and try to retrieve it before Black does, and so it's better to be safe with one than without it. How truly amazing. Isn't this quite the sight to behold? Black questions upon being shown grabbing onto Vegeta and Gohan's attacks. For I'm sure that neither of you had ever expected to face me here today, let alone get the chance to witness such a monstrous level of power. But now I want to know, so are you starting to see that you are all without a chance of winning? Black questions. As if I didn't take the time that I had to look into your evolutions. No. For I made sure to go and do just that, so that moments like these would become an absolute reality for me, along with it becoming an absolute nightmare for you. As I knew that by evolving this body the way I did, Black proceeded upon being shown smashing Vegeta and Gohan's body together, would it only grant me the power that I was looking for in order to crush any of you who dares to stand in my way like how it was that you were all shown doing before, as the only thing that is missing now is my direct Kaioshin link that'll ensure my status as a permanent god too. And if that revolting little backstabbing Kaioshin Zamasu wasn't meant to be my direct link, Black adds, then I will go and find another once I am done slaughtering all of you, along with every last living soul on this disgusting planet, mortals. For this is why I am the way that I am, and maybe now you can open your eyes to what it was that I had said to be true. as you should already come to grips with the fact that none of you, even while you try to band together, will never be strong enough to overcome me. Oh, darn it, what an absolute mess. Goku went on to proceed by running towards the Potara, but I have to go and hurry and reach that Potara earring because maybe it could be some kind of use to us in the long run, if and only if we can prove to hold him off long enough while we're able to fight together. And so I'll need to just go and hold on to that thing just in case we have no other choice but to use it. However, the only problem now is that we only have one, which means that if anything, without another earring, I'll be forced to maybe go and try to ask the Supreme Kai to lend me his if we're backed into a corner with no other means of escaping or beating him. But even then, I hope that I'm not too late. And so where is it? Ah, yes, there it is. And it's still in one piece, and it doesn't look like it's broken in any kind of way either, but there appears to be something more that I'm sensing, and it's faint, but I can sense something around the area here, but what could that be? We watched Zamasu get blown away by black, and so it can't possibly be Zamasu, can it? No, I've got to try to dig around here and see what I could find and locate whatever kind of power that is that I'm feeling. Oh, curse that bastard. Vegeta went on to then quickly sit back up by then responding. And just how in the world did we manage to land ourselves in a situation like this is beyond me, but either way, there must be some kind of weakness to this form of his that we have yet to exploit. There just has to be, for no warrior, no matter how divine, is without their blind spots, Vegeta continues. And with the way he appears to be wielding that destroyer power of his, only goes as far as to imply that he's not only just mimicking the strength of a god of destruction, but has rather studied their methods of how to use it in combat too. And yet in that imitation, Vegeta continues, upon Makaio Shin Black being shown attacking Gohan, there must lie some kind of vulnerability, for my victory against him lies not only in having to overpower him, but in outmaneuvering him as well, further exploiting the moments where his destruction becomes his biggest opening, which will then inevitably lead him to make many mistakes along the way, Vegeta continues. And that's where I'll need to go and take him, but thus far, it only looks as though he may have gone as far as to conceal any weakness that this form of his may have, and so I'll need to go and try and continue to push my way through and find whatever I can before he destroys us in the process. Oh, but what is it? He's holding back, which means that he's likely intending to continue fighting us until he more than likely breaks us all down one by one. But in the time where he goes and continues to fight us, Vegeta adds, there must be something that we can throw his way that'll slow him down and give us the window of opportunity that we've been hoping for, and from there going as far as to put an end to this freak once and for all. But meanwhile, back with Goku, while in the process of being shown retrieving the fallen Potara earring, it was only just as Goku was beginning to then sense something was when Goku then went on to add, now where could that be coming from? It's faint, but I can still feel it nearby, but just where am I supposed to? Wait a minute, there, Goku shouts. It's Zamasu, and it looks like he's still alive. Yes! No, I've got to go and hurry, to which as Goku was then shown teleporting towards Zamasu and having to then find him was when Goku then went on to question, hey, are you alright? Now hang on, try not to move around too much because you're in really bad shape, but boy, am I glad to see that you're still alive, Zamasu, and so now just hold on, okay? Son Goku, so you're still alive yourself. Good. I'm sorry for not being able to stop him when I did, as I just wasn't strong enough to do it. With Goku then responding, hey, listen, it's not your fault, okay? You were blindsided by him, and so you couldn't have known that this would happen, but I'm going to give you a bit of my energy now, so that way you can stand back up. But then, it was only just as Zamasu had gone as far as to interrupt Goku by stopping him was when Zamasu then went on to add, no, stop it. Don't be ridiculous to go and waste your energy on me, as it won't do you any good by giving me your power, but I need you to listen to me very carefully, Goku. With the little bits of time that we have left that remains, and while we are still able to fight, if we continue to wage this war against him as we currently are, then it's only going to be a matter of time before he destroys you all if something isn't done. And while fighting him alone will only get you all so far, after looking through the annals of history and witnessing your first battle against him, I can now see what must be done, and so you must find a way to go and make this count, or else all will be lost if you don't. And so now listen, take my Potara earring along with the one that was shown falling off of Black's ear, and use them both while there's still a bit of time that remains to fuse with Vegeta immediately. And since I've seen you and Vegeta use these Potaras before, Zamasu adds, our only chance lies in having you both fuse if we hope to put a stop to Goku Black once and for all. And so now hurry, for if you don't go and take these few minutes that we have to go and do this, then our only hope of destroying that abomination and putting an end to his terror would have all been for nothing. For I saw how great your fusion once was against my counterparts, and with the knowledge that you have on the Potaras
already
being
found a
limited
match.
with the
Should've
amount of
started
time
about
that you
2 minutes.
have, take this moment to go and remember what it is that I am telling you and go and use fusion and obliterate that monster once and for all. And so now go and do it now while the others are able to still hold his attention, so that way this doesn't fail. Please, Goku, you must hurry, with Goku responding, fusion, but how are we to be so sure that it'll work this time, especially when considering on how me and Vegeta had diffused a lot quicker than what we thought we would the moment we tried to go and use more of our full power against you. I mean them, the other, Zamasu fusion guy, with Zamasu responding, I'm not, and so there's no telling on what may happen once you go and fuse with him again, but no matter the outcome, Zamasu adds, this is the greatest shot at stopping him because we won't be able to survive if we go and continue to fight him alone, and so now take this and do what you must. Now please don't make me regret this, Son Goku, for I trust that you will go and do what you can so that way this could all be over, with Goku responding, oh man, well if that's the case then I'll go and try to get Vegeta to try and agree with me in using these one more time, so that way we could go and use the knowledge of our battle against Merge Zamasu from the last time and go all out from the beginning and destroy that monster for good. But it was only just before Goku was shown having to take off and trying to get Vegeta to agree with him was when Zamasu had gone as far as to grab onto Goku's shirt by then responding, listen, I want you to look at me and swear that you will do everything within your nature to go and use those earrings and finish that beast off while we still have the time, as whoever it is that he claims to be is not what represents me, for him and I could not be further apart, and so you have to make sure that you will go and use them, and if not with Vegeta then with somebody else, but as long as they are used, then we cannot win. Do you understand? You must.
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus! Trunks! I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Thanks.
I don't think anyone's gonna save that guy.
Are you here to save me?
An ally needs your help. You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Thanks.
Flying Nimbus!
Gotta get the hell out of here!
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Give me a freaking break.
That may not come here. I'm already level 3.
Flying Nimbus!
Thanks.
Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
Think he has a ball. 5.
Flying Nimbus! This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Maybe we still have to find this E key though. Yeah, I think that's him.
Ally down! Oh, man. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Bullshit.
Stay calm. Stay calm.
Ah! Here comes the pain!
Wasted my dragon chain. Well, that's game.
Escape time machine's ready to launch.
Flying Nimbus!
Where are the power keys? Get out of there. There's a beacon where the blue light is. Do you see it? Head that way fast. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get out of there.
Nothing we could have done that match. We were down a player from the start.
Must use them. And unless a miracle were to happen and we are able to somehow slow him down, whether that is due to our own efforts or as a result of that form of his backfiring, these Potaras are all that stand between life and death, and so you must hurry. Ah yes, feeble Saiyan, for your screams are like the sound of music to my ears every single time I go and inflict more and more pain onto your fragile little mortal body. It hurts, doesn't it, Gohan? Did I not go and promise you pain and suffering before your father and your other little mortal friends had arrived? Yes, I did, didn't I? Well, was I wrong, Goku Black Questions? No, I wasn't. But how ironic is it that it was after watching and studying the things that you went and did, which ultimately led me into becoming who I am at this very moment in time against you. It's quite poetic since this was something that I should have went and did a very long time ago, but now that I have become all that you mortals have grown to fear, Black proceeds upon being shown grabbing onto Gohan's face, I don't plan on relinquishing any of this anytime soon. And guess what else, Goku Black Questions? Before I put an end to your life, I am going to bleed you all dry so that way you may always remember the horrors that you've all went and put me through. But it was only then during this time, unbeknownst to Goku Black, with Mastered Ultra Instinct Goku shown dashing towards Vegeta, was when Goku then went on to cry out, Vegeta, I need you to hurry and listen to me right now because we don't have all of the time in the world to go and pull this off right now. And so I need you to hurry and just do this with me so that way we can go and put an end to this nightmare once and for all. So please, I need you to hurry and put this Potara earring on your ear now while he isn't looking, Goku adds. For it's clear to us now that we can't go and beat him like this, and so there's only one other way for us to go and do this. There's no telling on what will happen between now and whenever he decides to destroy us, Goku continues, but if we go and fuse into Vegito, then we can use the memory that we've retained after fighting Merge Zamasu and go all out from the start instead of having to drag our feet within the mud and put an end to him once and for all. But if we are to honestly go and do this, then it must be done right now, and so please, Vegeta, what do you say? With Vegeta responding, oh, how could you, Kakarot? You know how much I despise joining bodies with you. Oh, but how are you so sure that this is even going to work? Vegeta questions. And just how in the world did you even go and manage to get a pair of Potara earrings anyways? With Goku responding, I'm not, but it's the only shot that we have right now, Vegeta. As the Potara that you were shown knocking off Black's ear and the one that Zamasu had been wearing that he gave on to me to go and use with you was how I have a pair, and so now please, Vegeta, we're running out of time, and so we have to do this. You worms could never understand the rage that burns within my very soul in knowing of the things that you had went and did to me, Black continues, because now it's your turn to go and experience that very same pain that I had felt, although wait a minute. Why have those fools suddenly stopped trying to fight me? Black went on to then look down below by questioning, what are those mortals possibly talking about down there that's more important than engaging against hold on now, what is Son Goku handing on over to Vegeta? No, but how? how? Black went on to then furiously question. But of course, one of those Potaras belongs to me while the other must have come from the other Zamasu. No, I cannot allow for them to go and use fusion on me like how they were shown facing me and using it before again. They cannot go through with merging together as one like they were shown doing before, for I will not stand to try to have them get the better of me like they have before again. Black went on to then release Gohan by then dashing on down. Oh no, you Saiyans don't. You will not be afforded the chance to fuse with each other again. To which seconds later within that very moment as Makairoshi and Goku Black was shown having to clothesline both Goku and Vegeta was when Goku Black then went on to continue. You savages have went and crossed me for the very last time. And although I will admit that you almost had me if I didn't go and turn my attention towards the both of you and seeing what you were doing, then the two of you would have been successful, but you Saiyans are dreaming if you honestly think that I'll go and allow for the two of you to fuse ever again. Not this time, you won't. As you Saiyans are out of your minds if you think that I didn't come ready against you, which also meant always being ready for whenever you went and decided to go and use fusion. And now that I tower above you all in power, I could never allow for myself to ever have you mortals go and fuse against me ever again. As I will go and use everything within my power to see that it never happens while you perish in battle against me alone. But then, it was only just when Goku Black was shown having to attempt to strike Goku, with Goku being shown moving out of the way before having to knee Black in the face, was when Goku then went on to respond. Well, one way or another, you might have the edge over us now, but you and I both know that this isn't going to last very long, Black. And since you appear to be forgetting about who you're dealing with by having to take all of us on by yourself, Goku adds, it's only going to be a matter of time before you are destroyed, with Goku Black then shown having to lower Goku's knee by then responding, oh, is that so? And just what was that supposed to be, Son Goku? Surely that wasn't your best now, was it? Because here, Black adds, allow me to go and show you on how to really utilize your body in battle, to which as Goku Black was then being shown on the offensive, it had only now looked as though Goku had absolutely no chance in having to counter Goku Black, as Goku Black then went on to continue. There, are you able to now gain a better understanding on the difference between our power despite sharing the exact same body, Goku? As I always went on to tell you that we as gods are capable of far more than your puny mortal minds are able to understand. And such is the case with what I have become now, Son Goku. The very embodiment of fear and power itself. And as long as I remain with everything that I know and with all that I am able to accomplish, Black continues, you will forever be casted down to always live beneath my shadow, mortal. And don't think for 1 second that my wrath will end here with you, because once I am done handling my business here and destroy this world, then my next target is going to be that annoying little god of destruction, Lord Beerus. Yes, and since he may in fact be the most troublesome among the bunch, I'll go and make sure to enjoy every moment of it. As once he's out of my way and with this universe destroyed, then it'll be on to the next and so on. But then, it was only from out of nowhere now behind Goku Black where a gigantic Hakai energy ball was then shown making its way towards Goku Black, as Goku Black then went on to respond, what the... oh, Vegeta. Getting a little impatient, are we? And do you honestly think that by aiming to erase me is going to work in your favor, Black questions? Because I regret to inform you that it won't. Black went on to use a force attack by having to stop Vegeta's attack in place. Or maybe you must have forgotten that I am a god, you foolish creature. And since I am a god by blood, my knowledge on what it means to understand the nature of destruction far exceeds your primitive mind to comprehend. And while your display of destruction is quite surprising to say the least. It is nothing that I cannot already handle. And so how will you possibly be able to destroy something that is already far above your very nature to contend with? To which, in the meantime, back down below, as Goku is now starting to awaken and having to look on over and questioning Broly's status, was when Goku then went on to respond, "Oh, this is just bad. Now what are we supposed to go and do? Hey, wait a minute. It's Broly, and he looks like he's still alive, but it also looks like he's in pretty bad shape too. Hold on a second now. Yes, of course," Goku then went on to say to himself. "He's the only one left who could help us make a difference out here against that monster, and, well, although this may in fact be a long shot," Goku adds, "I still have to go and try because it's better than just sitting around here just waiting to die. And so it's worth the try because I know that with his power, nothing would slow us down." Hey, Broly, listen," Goku then went on to crawl towards Broly by responding, "because we don't have a whole lot of time on our hands here, and there's something that I'm going to ask of you that, well, I'm going to need you to go and do with me, and so please just listen, for it's the only option that we have left if we hope to destroy that monster for good. So, remember when I went and told you that I was going to show you that cool little fusion dance that me and Vegeta had went and used against you when we fought you on Earth? Well, we really don't have any time for me to go and teach it to you, but there is something, however, that I want you to go and do for me. Because you see, there's another fusion method that you have yet to see, and this one here, well, it simply involves having to put on a pair of earrings for it to work, and I only have one pair. And so all I'm asking for you to go and do," Goku went on to then respond, "is to put this earring on so that way you and I would be able to join bodies for a little, as well as creating a new warrior with enough power that'll blow that monster away for good. And so now there's no telling on what the outcome of our fusion is going to be, but, well, I'll need you to go and try and remain aware and focused so that way we can all go home. And so now here, I'll need you to go and put this earring on right now." To which, back on over in the meantime, and then going back to Vegeta as Vegeta was trying to push his own attack back at Goku Black, was when Vegeta then went on to respond, "Oh, damn that monster. I'm barely able to move him from his current place, and I'm seemingly losing more and more ground here as he continues to try and push my attack back. And if he continues to push me back like this, then he'll end up destroying me with my own attack." But with Beast Gohan then shown having to join Vegeta, was when Beast Gohan then went on to respond, "Hang in there, Vegeta. I'm right here alongside with you, okay? And I think that Black knows that if we unite our power, would it only go as far as to destroy him, which is something that he's trying so hard in not letting happen." Well, yeah, I know that," Vegeta responds, "but just keep pushing no matter what happens, because if we can somehow find a way to combine our attacks, then it just might take effect against them and finally rid us of this headache once and for all, and so now keep pushing." "Oh, so this is what you think will work," Makaio Black went on to then smile by responding. "Do you mortals honestly believe that trying to outnumber me as I currently am is going to work? Because you can only continue to dream if you think that any of your combined efforts will be enough to stop me, Saiyans. And if you truly think that somehow I may be bluffing here," Black adds, "well then I want you both to remain where you are, and I'll show you on why that couldn't be further from the truth, you little worms. As if any of your powers will be enough to wipe me away from the face of existence. No, never. And so now watch," Black went on to then blow Vegeta's attack by then responding, "watch as I show you both what it truly means to wield the power of a god, as I blow you both away and rid you from this world forever." But then, it was only shockingly enough now from out of nowhere, in between both Vegeta and Beast Gohan, was when Zamasu went on to then finally re-arrive by then responding, "No, you are not alone here, and so as long as he remains, I will continue to fight this beast until my very last breath. And so I can only hope that this works." Zamasu then went on to stick his finger out by then using his time ring and responding, "And while I continue to stand before you, imposter, I will continue to fight you until the very end, no matter what it's going to take, as I will not have you get away with what you've done, you heartless monster." To which it was only upon this alternate Zamasu being shown having to use his time ring in sending Vegeta's attack back into another dimension was when Black then went on to continue, what's going on over there? Oh, but how? Curse that weakling of a Kaioshin to go and get in my way yet again. As I was too careless to have assumed that he would have been destroyed by now, but somehow that little worm was able to survive. And as long as he wields one of those time rings and being able to harness its abilities to counter mine, Black continues, I cannot ensure victory until he is absolutely and utterly destroyed, never to return or get in my way ever again, and so he must be the first. For I cannot allow for this to stand, and so I must ensure that he is the first to die, as the rest of them will soon follow. I'll curse that traitorous little worm of a so-called Kaioshin. I was too careless to have made sure that he was gone and gone for good, but now I'll make sure that he pays. Wait, what was that just now? A sudden burst of energy was then shown emanating from behind Goku Black. That power. What is that huge surge of power that I'm sensing coming from within that blinding light source within the distance? No, surely it can't be what I think it is, can it? Because that would be impossible. For Vegeta and Son Goku were nowhere near one another for them to have went behind my back and fused, unless, of course, they... But then, it was only now suddenly from out of nowhere above Goku Black where another light was beginning to emanate, with Goku Black then having to look up by responding, "Great, now what? Oh, for this one feels different. Almost as though... But of course, but how was that weasel able to break free and make his way here?" To which, surprisingly enough, from out of nowhere, with both Angel Cuss and Kaioshin Gowasu now making their presence known, was when Angel Cuss then went on to respond, "Well, since you appear to be confused and wondering as to what is going on, it was I who went and had broken Lord Gowasu free from his captive status. For so as long as you are without an assigned Kaioshin after giving Gowasu up in order for you to go and find another to replace him as your direct Kaioshin lifeline, I do not serve you and never will," with Gowasu having to then chime in, "And while your plans to go through with becoming Universe 10's official destroyer was nearly successful, since the alternate future Zamasu had went and declined your offers in joining forces with you in being your direct Supreme Kai, while you are still able to wield the power of a destroyer, you are not one by title after Zamasu had rejected you," Gowasu adds, "and while we are all gathered together here, we cannot stand to watch you go through with destroying any more mortals alongside those who are gods by blood." "But that's impossible," Black went on to then suddenly shout. "Whether or not that fool Zamasu had accepted my offer or not, you are still to follow my every command, Angel, and so why did you go and set this feeble old Kai free when I told you to have him remain in place? You lied to me is what you did, and so why are you both here? For I order you to take that Kai and return back into Universe 10 immediately, Angel. Right now!" With Gowasu then having to respond, "She will go and do no such thing, and while you stand there before us without the alliance of another Zamasu to aid you in your quest for control," Gowasu says, "heed my words, for what I'm about to go and show you symbolizes the very bond between Kaioshin and Destroyer, which was a balance that you've recklessly had gone and disrupted," Gowasu says, "as both your greed and your relentless pursuit of a misguided ideal will be your ultimate undoing. And should I go and step forth and reclaim my mantle as your Kaioshin," Gowasu went on to continue, "then understand that it will be with the intent to restore the balance that you have destroyed and stop your reign of terror for good. For this that you see here hovering above my hand is the key and the direct source of what it means to be connected to one another, and should I accept to be your Kaioshin," Gowasu adds, "then you must already know of what I'm prepared to do if it means stopping you, Black. And while this is not a path that I choose to go down lightly, but it is one that is dictated by the necessity of justice which I look to uphold." "No, surely you haven't lost your mind to actually consider on doing this now, have you?" Black went on to then question. "And what makes you think that connecting yourself to me and being my Supreme Kai will actually be what works?" Black questions. "What makes you think that you will truly be successful in defeating me here, Gowasu?" With Gowasu responding, "No, I have not, but if it means that I would need to lay my life on the line and wager my existence to ensure that this nightmare that you continue to put us all through is over, then I can only promise you here and now that although I may not be as powerful as you, Zamasu, I will undoubtedly find a way to slow you down if it's the last thing that I do, with Goku Black then having to say to himself, "I'll curse that annoying waste of life and that backstabbing angel, for I was wrong to have went and assumed that she would be fully on my side, but alas, if I am to make sure that I can succeed, then I must go and rip that seal away from him as quickly as I possibly can before he goes and tries anything on me by using it," Black says. "And so I cannot take any chances, for both Gowasu and that coward Zamasu must die first. Now before I go and deal with you, Cuss, I want you to mark my very words here and now, Gowasu, for I want you to know that there will be no length that I wouldn't be willing to go to if it means ending your miserable life, as I would be foolish enough to have come this far only to have you ruin my plans yet again. Well, that won't happen, not this time, Kaioshin. And if you truly think that by attempting to sever my lifeline connection by pretending to be my Supreme Kai, Black continues, then you are far more delusional than I assumed for you to be, because you wouldn't be able to complete the ritual in time for you to even have a chance to try it, you feeble old relic. And as for you, traitorous angel, once I'm done dealing with Gowasu, you're next," with Angel Cuss responding, "Well, now I believe that this newly discovered power of yours has finally gone straight to your head," Cuss adds, "and so for your sake, I would strongly advise for you to keep your distance from us if you understand what's best for you, Kaioshin," with Kaioshin Gowasu responding, "You are way too far gone and past the point of no return, Zamasu, for you are far too dangerous now to be kept alive, and as we stand before you here in Universe 7, we will do everything within our power and within reason that we can to ensure that you lose," to which as Goku Black was then shown making his way towards Cuss and Gowasu was when Goku Black then went on to shout, "And that's where you're wrong, because if I'm going to have everything that I've prepared so extremely hard for to all come crashing down around me, then on my honor, I am going to make sure that by the time this day is over, that I go and take each and every single one of you who stand in my way right down with me if it's the last thing that I do. And so now go on then and let's see it. Let's see how far you are both willing to go in the name of stopping the all-powerful and all-eternal Zamasu. As lifeline connections or not, you will all lose." But unbeknownst to Goku Black, as he was making his way towards Cuss and Gowasu, there had only now appeared to be another individual that was now beginning to rapidly make their way towards Goku Black, as Goku Black then went on to continue, "And while I grow tired of these games that you all continue to play, it's time that we go and carry on with the first stages of my Zero Mortals plan, and that's by atomizing this entire star system along with everyone in it." But then, it was only from out of nowhere just before Goku Black was able to reach both Cuss and Gowasu, where from out of nowhere now to Goku Black's surprise, as it now appeared as though there was an individual that was seemingly shown punching Black, as this individual went on to then chime in, "Oh no you don't, and just where do you think you're running off to in a hurry, Kaioshin? Oh, my head. What was that just now, and how was I not able to see it coming?" Black went on to then stop himself by questioning, "And just who is that? Wait, those outfits? No, but how? How did I allow for those apes to go and use fusion without me being aware of them doing it?" To which, lo and behold, in front of Goku Black from out of nowhere was where the newly created fusion of both Goku and Broly were shown having to clinch their fists upon being shown hitting Goku Black, as their fusion went on to then respond, "The why and how of what transpired isn't nearly as important as the here and now, Kaioshin, for you should have taken the opportunity of destroying Goku
max that key. Excuse me.
Where am I?
It's the Raider.
Thanks.
Great! You know what to do with that key. Ally down!
Flying Nimbus!
Intend to rescue them. Watch out for enemies.
Welcome. Thank you. Close.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
Someone save me! You be careful too, okay? I need help! You're a big help!
Flying Nimbus!
This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Well, that's game.
Flying Nimbus!
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
Let me guess, Raider's gonna come here.
Power key. Use it quick.
It's all predictable. It's come against me.
Welcome. Thank you. Close. Welcome.
Save that guy, bro. What are you doing?
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in. A super transfer is headed your way. Take it now.
He knows where the key is. I need someone to get that transfer and distract him. You see where aura farming is? Why don't you go fucking bother him, bro? Like, fuck.
Access the startup system from the central area. Just a little more to go, and you're done.
Level. Where is this level 3? Here's my team. Cannot win this game by myself, dog. These guys didn't even try, bro.
I'll get another one out right away. Just keep it together until then. This is bad. Somebody's down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them. I sent another super transfer. Take it and survive them. An ally needs your help.
It's too late, bro. You guys took too long.
Ally down. If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies.
This seems absolutely worthless.
Going the wrong way.
Bro, you're going the wrong way.
The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer.
This guy got cooked. This person's just flying around.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Leave me a break. That was
Somebody's
intense.
down. Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
You guys are all retards.
You like this? The startup system's destroyed. The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light.
Do you like coffee-flavored cat? Say goodnight!
This guy's playing on Wii. Time to upgrade to Nintendo Switch too, homie. That was the worst teammates I had all night. And there are S players. Shake my head, bro.
Broly when you did, because what you are about to experience will be the retribution of the highest order, so prepare to face a wrath like no other that was forged from the fires of the very powers that you sought out to go and destroy. And just for the record, you can refer to me as Crowley from here on, and while your failure to eliminate us before has now quickly backfired, I just want to go and let you know that no matter how powerful you think you are, and no matter what you went and did in order to reach such levels, I'm about to eclipse you and show you what real power truly is. As Vegeta was then shown looking on up in shock by them responding, I can't believe it. Kakarot and Broly united as one through the usage of the Potara earrings. Incredible, and what an insanely massive battle power that I sense coming from them as well, Vegeta continues. Oh, but will they be able to hold it against that monster answer is the real question here. Oh, and that's because the more power they wind up exerting during this battle, Vegeta adds, the faster they're going to end up burning right through their fusion, just like we did all those years ago when we battled against Merge Zamasu. Oh, and so we cannot run the risk of taking any chances here against that beast, because if their fusion gives out, then it's all over. Oh, Gohan, wake up, listen, Vegeta says. While Kakarot and Broly's fusion may be our best chance at destroying that bastard, there's no telling on how much time their fusion is going to have before they break through the Potara's limits, which will separate them. And so this is what I will need you to go and do, Vegeta says, for we will need to stand by Karoli's side and use every last bit of power that we have remaining within us, and from there going as far as to remain within their fusion's presence as we combine our efforts and destroy that coward once and for all. And so we will have to go and move fast because we don't have a whole lot of time on our hands either, to which right before Karoli was then shown having to transform, it only had now looked as though Karoli wanted to punish Goku Black for all that he had done, as Karoli then went on to continue, "You were a fool to try and assert dominion over this world and knowing that we'd be right there to stand in your way of destroying it. But since you didn't seem to learn your lesson the first time," Karoli adds, "maybe now you will start to see that despite your best efforts in trying to go and keep us all down, you only ended up digging your grave that much deeper as a result of your actions, and so now watch." To which it was only within that very moment as Karoli was shown channeling the innate power of Broly's side of the fusion by from there having to unleash his full-powered Super Saiyan transformation onto this surface was when Goku Black then went on to continue, "Bro, say what? Oh
Putting you
no,
at C players,
what
bro.
an incredibly massive
guys
battle
are costing me
power.
$1 in my
This
rankings.
can't be real. It just can't, or I just refuse to have these mortals be what puts an end to my plans like this.
Melvin, what's
For
up?
I must engage and find a way to adapt and overpower them while I still can," Black adds, "because if I was able to find a way to go and overpower these mortals before, then surely there must be a way for me to go and overpower them again now. But how can I do it is the question," Goku Black went on to contemplate upon seeing Karoli transform. "Oh, well, no matter then. I'll find a way if it's the last thing that I do. And so now come on then and bring it on, mortals. Go on then, come and show me what you're made of while I go and do the same to you again." To which it was only then with Makaioshi and Goku Black and full-powered Super Saiyan Karoli then shown dashing towards one another was when Goku Black then went on to continue, "Because if you believe that mimicking a god once again, just as you were shown doing with Vegeta when you battled against my fusion the first time, then you truly haven't learned anything since then, and I'll show you as to why." But before Goku Black could even do anything about it, it was only just then during the midst of battle as Goku Black went on to throw a punch with Karoli being
Alright, hopefully we have a better match.
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus! Trunks,
Still haven't had my Raider match yet.
as well as a crate of supplies.
Hopefully we get it after this.
Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots.
Please save me.
You have my thanks.
Holy hell. Oh man. An ally needs your help. Nimbus! You don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
keys yet.
I need help.
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits.
You're a big help.
Think before rushing in.
Flying Nimbus!
Hang in there!
Flying Nimbus!
You find no keys, and we're down a player already.
Because this game keeps putting me with C-level players, man. Like I'm supposed to carry them. Hell no. They just got shot at. Still getting shot at.
You found a power key. Go slot it.
Still getting shot at.
Here goes!
Stay calm. Stay calm. Oh man.
Flying Nimbus!
He's over here. Still getting shot at.
Great. You know what to do with that key.
Close to level 3.
Hey, great. You found another power key. Use it quick.
No way he knows I'm in here.
Flying Nimbus!
Bad guy.
Where's this B key though? Right. Have to find that E key.
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Flying Nimbus!
Alright, so we know the key's not in the cave.
Ally down! If you intend to rescue them, watch out for enemies. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think
It
before
looks like that's
rushing in.
game.
The escape time machine's ready to launch. Ignore the power keys. Get out of there. There's a beacon where the blue light is. Do you
Okay, there's
see it?
one beacon.
Head that
One
way
beacon.
fast.
2 beacons. Just kill me and get me out of this game, man. On to the next.
Shown dodging it was when Karoli then went on to respond. And that's where you're wrong,
So hard to beat
Kaioshin. Because if anyone here between us was the one who truly never learned their lesson, then that person is you, Zamasu. For you should have already known what would have happened to you the moment you decided to try and come back. As an irritated Goku Black went on to respond, "But why, you rotten wastes of space, as I refuse to fall by your hands ever again. For I will not have you go and do unto me as what you were shown doing to me before again. Do you hear me saying? Fusion or not, I will never allow myself to suffer like how I was shown suffering by your hands again. As this time it's over, because this time it will be you and your kind who will be the ones to suffer like I did." But even then, surprisingly enough, during the midst of battle, it didn't appear as though Goku Black's attacks were having any sort of effect on Karoli whatsoever, as Karoli went on to then grab onto Goku's punch by then responding, "Oh, is that so? Well, that wasn't too bad, but if you expect for our powers to fall to yours at this stage of the fight, then you're going to have to hit us a lot harder than that if you hope to be any sort of difference maker in this war against us, you pathetic excuse for a Kaioshin." "Oh, enough of this," Black went on to then shout upon being shown sticking out his arm, "for you will not go and try to make a fool out of me, Saiyan." In which, from out of nowhere, with Goku Black now being shown setting off a massive explosion in hopes of having to catch Broly within it, was when Goku Black then went on to continue, "For it's like I had mentioned to you all before, as I will tear you all apart and make you all suffer before I decide that my time with you is over, fusion or not. And just as it was before you fused, I will not lose." But then, it only had now appeared as though Karoli had a different answer, because with Karoli now shown dashing through the smoke and right towards Goku Black again, was when Karoli then went on to respond, "Then it's like we went and just said, in order for you to try and gain any sort of advantage against what Broly and Kakarot have become now, then you're going to have to hit us a lot harder and with far more power than what you're shown displaying against us now, because this isn't going to be enough and you know it, Kaioshin." But then, it was only surprisingly enough back over with Cus and Gowasu, as the alternate future Zamasu was then shown teleporting in the sky, was when Zamasu then went on to quickly respond, "Honorable Gowasu, just please wait. Now I understand that this is not the best of times for me to go and speak to you, but I must advise for you to please listen to me, as I know that you are painfully aware of the things that must be done. I urgently ask you to please listen to me, for you don't have to do this because I must be the one to go and do it. As I find myself at a critical juncture reflecting deeply on the unintended consequences of my past actions," Zamasu says, "which have only inevitably led to the creation of this Goku Black, which is why you must not go and risk your life for this, because it was my life that he wanted to take, and so it should be my destiny to ensure that I am the one who takes his," with Gowasu responding, "Wait, you wish to do what now? But Zamasu, you do understand the risks behind accepting this, don't you?" with Zamasu responding, "I do, but whatever is meant to be will ultimately be, for I am sorry for all of this, Master Gowasu, because if I would have known that this would be who I would inevitably become, then I never would have went and gone down the path that I did, and because I understand that it was I who was the source of all this destruction, then it only makes sense that it should be me who faces him in the end, and not you. And so please," with Angel Cus having to then chime in, "I see, for he is trying to right the wrongs of his past, even if this Zamasu wasn't the one who went and started it all. And from what I am able to sense that's coming deep within his spirit," she adds, "I can sense that his intentions are pure, Lord Gowasu, and so we must not deny him of this," with Gowasu responding, "Zamasu, so then this truly is you. This truly was who you were meant to become. For I am sorry that things did not turn out the way they should have been in this reality, Gowasu adds, but I will not deny you of your destiny, especially if this is what you truly want to go and choose to do. But I want you to understand that I never intended for any of this to happen, nor did I ever wish for you to become the monster that you've seen and come face to face with before your very eyes, Gowasu says. But I just want you to know that I am very sorry for failing you, Zamasu, and thank you for showing me that even if this was another reality where it happened, thank you for showing me that you were still able to change and for you to have changed for the better. And as I stand here before you, an old man who is proud to have seen what could have been from his greatest of students. And so now please, we have to hurry then, for time is ticking as we speak. Now listen to what I say and relax your mind along with your spirit and allow for me to pass on to you the connecting role of a Supreme Kaioshin to that of a god of destruction. And while I pass this down on to you, Gowasu says, open your mind and allow for your spirit to accept this as your newly gifted title. Now go and take this role and let it guide you down the path of ultimate enlightenment so that you may forge the power that you search for in order to stop this false destroyer and put an end to this nightmare of his once and for all. And so now please open your mind and allow for your spirit to take control of your future, Zamasu, for let this be what brings evil down, while all in the name of having it be done through good. And so now let whatever fear that binds you onto this creature be liberated, for I want you now to go and open your eyes and accept this responsibility in being the newly appointed Supreme Kai to Goku Black's false status of Universe 10's God of Destruction, Gowasu says. To which seconds later within that moment, as Zamasu had then accepted the overall status of having to be connected to Goku Black, was when Zamasu then went on to respond, then I accept what is while I accept my role as also being Universe 10's new Supreme Kai to this monster's false title of being my connected God of Destruction, for I am now ready to make my move against him. And so thank you, Master, for I promise that I will not let you down and will do whatever it is that I would need to in order to finally stop him. But it was elsewhere down below, as Goku Black was seemingly having to struggle very badly against Karoli, was when Goku Black went on to maintain balance by then responding, "Oh, this shouldn't be possible. How is it that their fusion is so much more powerful than me when this was their first time that those two had ever went and joined bodies like this? I can't seem to injure them either, and so I'm running out of time here. Oh, this can't be the limit to my strength, and so I have to continue to try, even if I somehow end up destroying my body in the process of doing it." To which, as Karoli was then shown smashing his way right into Goku Black, was when Karoli then went on to respond, "What's wrong, Kaioshin? I thought you said that you were so much stronger than I was and how you were going to rip us all apart and make us understand what true power feels like, because it only now looks as though you're having a bit of trouble backing up these claims that you've made the moment we've entered into this battle to fight you. And so what's wrong? Are you starting to lose your edge?" With an irritated Black responding, "Just you worms wait until I am able to reposition myself in this fight against you all, mortal. For you may be stronger than me now, but mark my words, just as I was shown doing before, I will find a way to overpower all of..." But then, it was from out of nowhere, just before Goku Black was then shown having to finish, was when Ultra Ego Vegeta was then shown inserting himself in the fight by having to punch Goku Black and responding, "Oh, why don't you just shut that big loud mouth of yours and just do us all a favor and just die already, you annoying pile of stolen trash. For I'm sick to death of listening to you preach and ramble on and on about your power. And while we tried warning you that this was going to happen," Vegeta continues, "you and I both know that you're running out of time here, and it's only going to favor us in the long run while this continues, Kaioshin. And so you better get right with yourself here and now, because this will be as far as you will go." As Goku Black then went on to respond, "Why, that damn mortal, curse you, Vegeta. This entire situation has completely fallen out of my favor, and so I must ensure that they are all destroyed now before it's too late. Which only now means that I'm going to have to hit these worms with everything that I possibly have if I hope to make it off this planet without losing my life." Well, I wasn't expecting for you to go and jump in the way you did, Karoli went on to then respond onto Vegeta, as I'm only going to assume that the reason as to why you did it was because you have a plan of some sorts, don't you? Because if you do, then now would be the best time to go and say what it is before he decides to try and attack you for getting in the way of our battle. And so what are you plotting, Vegeta? Oh, well, never mind him for a second, because our biggest problem here lies in your power output and burning right through your fusion time. And so I'd rather not chance you in having to burn out early, so I'm going to join you in taking that clown down for good myself. As I'm sick of looking at his stupid face, and so if we are to have a chance here to destroy him for good, then the best route to take will be for all of us to combine our efforts and power against him, while at the same time we go and run him down until there is nothing left that remains. To which, as Goku Black was then shown powering up, it had only become clear now that Goku Black was looking to go all out in finishing this battle for good, as Goku Black then went on to shout, "You Saiyans may unite as one and stand across from me as much as you want to, but you will never best me for as long as I continue to answer your call to battle, mortals. For I will not allow for my efforts to be ruined yet again. And so now I am done playing these games, for I will make sure that this is the last time that either of you mortals ever speak to me again." To which it was only as Vegeta and Broly were now prompted in having to unleash their full power was when Vegeta then went on to quickly respond, "Oh, hurry now then, it's now or never, and so let's finish this battle once and for all," with Broly responding, "Right, and so let's shred this monster and show him what our warrior race is truly made of. As I'll go and take charge first, and so now hold nothing back and let's end this forever, Vegeta." As with the alternate future Zamasu now shown having to complete his ritual and having to now be directly connected to Goku Black was when Gowasu then went on to respond, "So now as it currently stands, you now, Zamasu, hereby carry the title as being Goku Black's official Supreme Kai, as your lifelines are now directly linked, and so whatever happens to you will as a result affect Goku Black in the process," Gowasu says. "But I warn you now, as one of the circumstances that will not go on to affect Black will be taking one's life to see his opposite die," Gowasu continues. "For the chain between a destroyer god and a Kaioshin cannot be broken if one were to willingly act on such a thing," Gowasu says. "For you will need to be destroyed by the hands of another in order for Black's life to also be impacted. Even if it means having Black take it upon himself to act on this decision, it will ultimately result in his life being snuffed away whether he knows of your connection to him or not. As once the Supreme Kai, who is directly tied to a god of destruction, is killed, then that god slowly dies with him, and so I hope that you understand, Zamasu. This is a one-way ticket, and sadly there is no coming back from it," with Angel Cuss having to then chime in, "Oh, and for the record, the events of this day will be brought forth to the Grand Minister, so that way we are able to reverse the damage that was caused by Goku Black. However, if you are to somehow perish during this battle, then you cannot return if history were to remain unchanged," Cuss says. "You do understand this, don't you, Zamasu?" with Zamasu responding, "Yes, I understand. And so now I know what I must go and do, for I never wanted any of this to ever happen to begin with, and so therefore, I must be the one who changes it," with Kaioshin Gowasu having to then chime back in, "If you wish to truly go through with this, then you must go and act upon this now while you still can, but understand that this action, whatever it may end up being, cannot be undone once you go and make them," with Zamasu having to then respond, "I understand, and I don't expect anything less once I engage with him, and while I'm not sure if the Mortals fusion will hold out long enough without running through the time limit of the Protaras, it would be best for me to ensure their victory by joining them in this battle. However, I can only choose to do so in a way of having to aid them, where I take more of a defensive line of approach over an offensive one instead, since I wouldn't of course be strong enough to actually make a difference against Goku Black in my current condition, and so now that I know on what it is that I would have to go and do, I must hurry before it's too late for them down there," Zamasu says. To which even then in the meantime, when then venturing back down below and seeing Ultra Ego Vegeta attempt to attack Kaioshin Goku Black, with Goku Black being shown grabbing onto Vegeta's punch, was when Black then went on to respond, "You know, if I would have known that you would have been this much of a hassle to deal with, then I would have went and made you my first victim the moment you came here, Vegeta. But I ensure you that sooner rather than later, you will be the first to go, and I will personally see to it that you are, because you have no place in my world and you never will. And so while I leave you be for the time being as I go and engage against a greater challenger within the moment, Black continues, I just want you to know that so as long as I continue to exist within the same world as you do, understand that you will always and forever be known as being second fiddle when compared to me, Saiyan. And no amount of backing by your arrogant little mortal allies will save you from the punishment that you have coming, Vegeta. And so now stay out of my way, to which as Goku Black was then shown having to kick Vegeta away, Goku Black from that point immediately had gone as far as to redirect his attention back at Karoli, as Goku Black then went on to continue, and now back to you, Saiyan. For you are my primary target and I will not stop fighting you until you are destroyed. And so you can go and try whatever you think will work against me, Black adds, and I'll just continue to go and prove to you on why nothing you do will be enough to put me down. But even then, despite with Goku Black attempting to attack Karoli, with Karoli being shown effortlessly moving out of the way, was when Karoli then went on to respond, "You still don't seem to get it, do you? For the limits of your power while alone can only take you so far against us, while my power continues to be amplified tenfold. And this just means that while we're reserving ourselves to prevent us from separating," Karoli adds, "even then, while we continue to suppress ourselves, we are still far stronger than you could ever hope to become, Kaioshin. And so maybe you haven't noticed it by now, but sooner or later it'll come to you, but first I'm going to shatter your ego before I go forward with shattering your body, Black. So while your focus is beginning to stray away due to your frustration in having me get the better of you," Karoli continues, "it'll only be a matter of time before you lose yourself completely," to which as Goku Black was once again shown attacking, it was still despite the fact that with Goku Black attempting to shatter through Karoli's defense, with Karoli being shown unfazed by this, was when Goku Black then went on to continue, "Silence, you ego-driven little animal. I've studied you mortals enough to know exactly what it is that I would need to go and do, and I'll make sure that I see to it that I do. Oh, I'm getting utterly sick to my stomach of having to put up with this bastard already," Vegeta went on to try to maintain balance by responding. "The nerve of that coward to go and say all of that in which he said when he's the one who's at a disadvantage here." But then, it was from out of nowhere with Beast Gohan jumping in and having to stop Vegeta from having to fly out any further, was when Gohan then went on to respond, "Don't worry, I got you, Vegeta. You aren't alone in this, and so I'm not going to have you do this all alone. And so I want you to just know that I'll be right here with you along the way, so we need to see to it that we end this, and we end this now," with Vegeta responding, "Oh, enough is enough already. I have a plan, but in order for it to work, we'll need to go and find a way to hit that bastard with everything that we have, all at the same time, without him having to slow any of our attacks down in the process," with Beast Gohan questioning, "But will we have enough time to go and make that happen without him having to catch on to what we're doing is the question. And so what's the plan?" Gohan says, "We'll need to try and see if Karoli's fusion can keep that bastard distracted long enough for all of us to combine our strongest attacks into one, so that way we can just go and blow that scum out of orbit and out of this world forever. And so while they continue to battle out there, we'll need to watch and wait for the best possible opening that Karoli can create, and that's when we'll go and make our move," to which as Goku Black was still shown attacking Karoli, from the looks of their overall fight, it didn't seem as though Goku Black was able to pierce through Karoli's defenses, as Goku Black then went on to continue, "Why, you rotten Saiyan, why aren't my attacks able to pierce through your defenses like this? How are you so sturdy and able to take so much punishment without losing a shred of power throughout the course of this fight? As your defenses shouldn't be this strong to be able to hold out against such attacks for as long as you have by now, and so what are you hiding from me?" "What is there to possibly hide?" Karoli responds, "when all you're looking at is the truth behind what we've been trying to tell you all along, Black. Just because you were able to steal and morph Son Goku's body in ways that go against who he naturally is by nature doesn't automatically mean that you are fully able to understand and use the true power more of a Saiyan's potential just because you were able to study our methods of how to use it, Karoli continues. As such was the case back then, and such is the case here and now, Kaioshin, with Goku Black quickly responding, "That's not possible because I am far stronger now than I ever could have dreamed of being before, and so I'm calling your bluff," with Karoli responding, "Oh really? So is that what you think this is? A bluff, huh? Well then tell me then. Does any of this look like I'm bluffing to you? Because you'd be rather foolish to think that it was, Kaioshin." "Oh, we'll see who the true fool here between us really is," Saiyan Black went on to then quickly respond. "And as a matter of fact, since you think that you're so much stronger than me, then let's just see on how you are able to handle several versions of me, all while I go and ready your grave, mortal. And so now go, my minions." Goku Black went on to then quickly spawn 2 Super Saiyan Rose 3s by using his time ring. "Go and hold that fusion at bay while I prepare to end his existence once and for all, as I know of just the way on how to end him too. Yes, and so now let's just see how much power you can go and exert now while you're being backed into a corner." "I see, and so this was your plan, huh?" Karoli responds. "You can send hundreds of them after us and it still won't change the outcome of this fight," which, as Goku Black was then shown charging up for a Dark Kamehameha, it only had become fairly evident now that Kaioshin Goku Black was confident in his abilities of using his attacks to cripple the fusion, as Goku Black then went on to respond, "Yeah, well, maybe you're right, Saiyan. Maybe they're only meant to be here to simply throw you off your game while I stall for time. But either way, I highly doubt that you'll be able to take much more of these before your fusion starts to feel the effects of my overwhelming power to which I bear. And so now let's just see how sturdy that body of yours really is, and then we'll see which one of us can talk the talk by also walking the walk as well. Well, sending lower level fighters to try and stop us wasn't your brightest idea, even if you were trying to distract us," Karoli went on to then punch one of the Goku Blacks away by responding. "And yet all you did was go and do exactly as I wanted for you to go and do," Black went on to respond, "which is why you are about to find out on exactly what it was that I meant. And now that I have you locked within my line of fire, let's just see on how far you are willing to push yourself if you hope to survive, Saiyan." To which seconds later, it was only within that moment as Karoli was shown throwing the secondary Goku Blacks within the line of fire as Goku Black's attack was making its way towards Karoli, was when Karoli went on to then continue, "Well, if that's how you want to go and play this little game of yours, then why don't you go and take this one here back to where he belongs then? Now come on and show me on what you can do, Kaioshin." "Oh, persistent bastard. Now I see he's trying to get me to explode and use every bit of power that I have so that way we can burn right through the Potaras," Karoli continues. "But even while he tries, we're not going to let that happen no matter what he tries to throw at us. And so I've got to try and pick my spots carefully and catch him when he isn't looking. Yes, maybe now you can see that no matter how tough you assume for your fusion to be," Black responds upon a giant explosion now being seen, "you and I both know that you can't go and take much more of that after this, and so it's only going to be a matter of time before you break apart like the worms that you are. And so go ahead and call my bluff and say that I'm lying here," Black continues, "because a few more attacks of that magnitude and your fusion is finished, mortals. And so now what's it going to be then? Think you can handle another?" But then it was only just upon with one of the Goku Blacks all of a sudden now being shown getting Hakkai'd was when Vegeta went on to then intervene. "Now I'm not sure if you went and hit your head a little harder than you expected, but you seem to be forgetting one very important thing here, Kaioshin. And that is, so as long as you're still around, then we're still going to be around as well. And that means you aren't going to get rid of us anytime soon either. For once this is all said and done, you aren't going to win, and so you can stop pretending like you will because you're running on borrowed time here," with Black responding, "But of course, here come the dogs again, ready to be beaten and knowing their place once again." How typical typical of you fools to still continue to defy me. Well, alright then, here's the ugly truth that you should all already be well aware of. Black went on to then fire an energy blast towards Vegeta and Gohan, which is that your fate hangs in the balance of my hands now, Saiyans. But surprisingly enough then, from out of nowhere, it was just before the blast was able to initially make contact in slamming its way into Vegeta and Gohan, was where from out of nowhere, that was when the future Zamasu was from there shown getting in the way and having to take the hit head on, as Zamasu then went on to shout, "No, you are not the one who will decide who lives and who dies, imposter." Whoa, hey, what are you doing? Gohan went on to then quickly ask upon Zamasu being shown getting dropped down. You didn't have to go and stand in the way of that attack just now, Zamasu. Are you alright? Well, back for more now, are you? Oh, don't you worry, Kai. I haven't forgotten about you one bit, as you were foolish to have stood in the way of that, only to go and wait a second. There appears to be something different about him this time, Black went on to then quickly notice. Something about his life energy feels off, especially when compared to before, so did I miss something here? As his life force feels intertwined with mine somehow, almost as though I can sense a part of my essence somehow merged with his own. And so I'm certain that he must have went and did something when I wasn't looking that caused this. You didn't think that I would simply roll over and die without having anything to say about it, now did you? Zamasu went on to then turn his head by questioning, because I already told you before, I will not perish unless I am able to take a large part of you with me. And you can rest assured that very soon I will be doing just that, with Goku Black responding, "Is that so, Zamasu? Well then tell me then, because I know that you're up to something, and you might as well just go and give it up, because of all of those who stand across from me, you are by far the weakest and easiest of targets here." With Zamasu responding, "You may be right, but it's not power that I wield that'll finally put an end to you, but rather something far more complex than you could ever possibly understand. And so by all means, if you think that I am somehow bluffing, then I welcome you to come and call it." With Black responding, "You idiot, Kai. You think that this is some kind of a joke to you? For you are risking far more than you can ever hope to possibly get back after I'm finished dealing with all of you here on this world. But if you truly want for me to go and call your bluff then, and put your actions into question, then so be it. But just remember that each of you had this coming. So, how about this for starters then, eh, Zamasu?" Black went on to the
Can you hear me? Flying Nimbus! Trunks, I've set a super time machine, as well as a crate of supplies. Here's how to launch. Find the power keys, then place them in the right spots. You found a power key. Go slot it.
You're a big help.
Civilian, bro. Over this game.
Flying Nimbus!
I don't know who made this level so fucking stupid.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
Someone!
It's better fight before he gets to level 3. If he gets to level 3, we're done for.
Someone save me!
An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger
You
awaits.
be careful too,
Think
okay?
before rushing in.
This game, bro.
Flying Nimbus!
I can't wait till rank ends. We'll play something else.
Thanks. Stay calm. Stay calm.
Let's go! Drain you dry.
Oh, that's game, guys.
Hey, great! You found another power key. Use it quick.
I kept saying, yo, we have to fight. Nobody wanted to fight. Now we lost.
That's a new power key. Place it now.
We're gonna go to bed after this. Playing with these guys no more.
I owe you one.
They're close. What a relief.
Flying Nimbus!
It's on the E key.
This is bad. Somebody's down.
Flying Nimbus!
Exercise extreme caution if you're going to help them.
Holy hell.
The startup system for the super
Flying
time machine
Nimbus!
is ready. Head there now. An ally needs your help. We don't know what danger awaits. Think before rushing in.
Well done. Thank you. Close. Well done. Thank you.
The startup system is under attack.
I usually don't use the escape time machine, but the game's over.
Someone!
I'll send some supplies to help. Make good use of them. The startup system's under attack. It's dangerous, so tread carefully if you want to get closer. The startup system's
Flying
destroyed.
Nimbus!
The escape time machine's almost prepped. You need to head for the beacon that's indicated by a blue light. I've sent the escape time machine. Use it to get
his arm down by responding? Yes, let's go and begin to call your bluff by obliterating this entire solar system, along with everyone and everything on it, and then we'll go and see on if you were lying or not, with Gowasu quickly having to then chime in. Wait, he's going to do what now? And with the time rings that he wields, he's likely going to try and make an escape the moment he goes and destroys the entire system. Well, it's not like I wouldn't have went and destroyed this entire system with or without you all here anyways, Black continues. So, since you all love to stand as one together, then you can all go and die as one together too. And so what now? Do you think that you have what it takes to come and stop me? With Beast Gohan responding, "Oh, Vegeta, we can't let him go through with this because he's actually crazy enough to go and try." "Oh, damn you. Why don't you just come and fight us first, since we're the ones that you're truly after here, and leave the rest of the universe out of this, Kaioshin?" "Oh, you are in no position to be telling me what to do, mortal. For I do what I want, with or without your approval." But then, it was suddenly now from out of nowhere, before Goku Black could act on his intentions, was where from out of nowhere, that was where Karoli was from that point then shown smashing his way in by punching Goku Black in the face by then shouting, "Oh no you don't, you coward! Not if I have anything to say about it, you aren't, Kaioshin! We aren't done! And just so you know that so as long as I'm here to challenge you, then until you can manage to get through me, you aren't destroying anything." Oh, curse this fusion! How does he continue to fight despite taking tremendous amounts of punishment like this? He's going to go and ruin everything if I don't end him. And so no matter what it takes, I will see to it that you are dead. Do you hear me saying dead? As you will all rule the day where I lose to you again. But upon Goku Black then shown firing his blast at Karoli, was where from out of nowhere, that was where Zamasu was once again shown getting in between Karoli and Goku Black's attack yet again, as Karoli went on to then shout, "What the hey, what are you doing? Hurry and get out of the way, Zamasu!" "No, whatever happens to me doesn't matter," Zamasu responds, "because what matters most is that you remain intact, because you are the only ones left who can stop him." To which moments later, with the gigantic explosion now seen as Karoli went on to then shield himself, was when Karoli then went on to continue, "Oh, and just what in the world is he thinking by just stepping in front of us like that? Especially in knowing that any one of Goku Black's attacks could be what destroys him, as I know that he's probably up to something, and so maybe it's to help us buy some more time. Oh well, whatever it might be isn't something that I can just go and stand around and wait on," Karoli continues, "and so I have to move in now and continue to put the pressure on him before it's too late, as there's no telling on how much time we have left to still continue to fight him, and so I've got to go now. Stand down, Zamasu," Karoli went on to shout by dashing towards Black. "He's mine from now on, and so don't be foolish to go and put yourself in danger like that again," as Vegeta then went on to address Gohan. "Oh, listen to me, we're running out of time here, and while Karoli is able to hold that Kaioshin in his place, we'll need to go and combine our power right now. And so while you're still able to wield your power," Vegeta continues, "go and channel it all into one singular attack, and we'll go and strike that bastard together at the same time, the very moment we see that Karoli has created an opening for us to go and do it. And so now hurry, Gohan!" "Right, then let this be how we finally shut him down, and for good this time," Gohan proceeded to then channel his attack, as Goku Black went on to land back down by then responding, "Oh, it's no use. I'm getting nowhere with all of them attacking me like this, and I've already taken far too much damage while fighting them all, and I have to think of a way out while I still can. But how? For this is all Gowasu's fault, along with that Angel's. You are both the ones who are mainly responsible for all of this that is happening to me," Black went on to then look up by then shouting, "because if it were not for your interference in having to help aid them, then my mission would have already have been completed. And so this is all your fault, you wretched gods, for I'll go and slaughter you both." But then, it was only just before Goku Black was able to reach Gowasu and Angel Cuss, was where from out of nowhere, that was when Orange Piccolo was shown extending his arms and grabbing onto Black's legs by then responding, responding, "Oh no, I don't think so. You aren't going anywhere without first having to go and finish your fight with us first, Black." "What the hell? It's you again. Why, you dirty, rotten, no good Namekian, how dare you try and bind me? No more. I am done having to put up with such nonsense, and so now disappear forever. Cut." But then, it was only fortunately enough before Goku Black had the chance to Hakai Piccolo was when Karoli was shown having to then grab onto Goku Black's arm by then responding, "I knew that you would go and try that at some point, but over my dead body you won't, Kaioshin. And so now I'm angry and you are about to feel my wrath for attempting to go and try and erase him," Karoli responds. "As now that I can see that you're starting to get extremely desperate, I'm not letting up until I break you in half. I'm almost there, just a little more and it should be ready, and so now are you sure that it'll be enough for it to work?" Gohan questions, with Vegeta responding, "Well, unless you hold even a slight bit of power back, then it has to work," as Piccolo then went on to reappear by joining our heroes and then responding, "Don't think that the two of you are going to be doing this alone either, because this is my fight too and I'm ready to end this." "All right, thank you, Piccolo," Gohan responds. "Now hurry, we don't have a lot of time left, and so now hurry and charge up for your special beam cannon, and let's wait until we found an opening for us to go and unleash our attacks at the same time." To which even then elsewhere, as Zamasu was shown on the ground shaking but yet still alive following Goku Black's attack, was when Zamasu went on to then utter, "I must jump in and do what I must to ensure that nothing goes wrong while we find a way to beat him. I have to still continue to try." In which all the while with Karoli shown grabbing onto Goku Black's leg and repeatedly being shown slamming Goku's body down onto the ground over and over again, was when Karoli then went on to continue, "How could you possibly still claim to be the most dangerous force who currently stands upon the battlefield when you are already looking at a force that is far more powerful than you can ever even dream of becoming, Kaioshin? And yet somehow you still continue to defy our power despite already proven to be a fallen god whom we've already had beaten before. And while your destiny was already written the day we erased you the first time," Karoli went on to then throw Goku Black out into the distance, "it's time that we go and remind you once again on why you will always be destined to fail. And while you continue to talk about wielding a power that is worthy of being called a true god, then why don't I go and show you what true power worthy of a god feels like, Zamasu? You stubborn creatures truly don't understand," Goku Black went on to then slowly stand back up by responding, "for it doesn't matter on how many times you continue to chase me, you could never slay what you simply can't possibly understand. And while I vow to continue this battle of ours until I have seen it through until the absolute end, it won't be me who will fall in the end," Black went on to then spawn his energy saber, "but instead, I plan to carry out with my Zero Mortals plan until every last one of you from all corners of the multiverse are purged and erased from my utopia forever. And so whether I fight one of you or I go and fight all of you, none of you whom I engage with will survive. As I'll go on to make sure that you never speak to me with such disrespect even in the afterlife ever again, mortals. For I am the one who stands above all with no challenger to contest me," Black went on to then rush towards Karoli. "For you will now come to understand that for yourselves, because you won't be fast enough to gather enough energy to fire at me on time, mortals. And so now to hell with both you and your ridiculous fusion, Saiyans, now die!" But then, it was only from out of nowhere, shockingly enough, with the alternate future Zamasu getting in between Karoli and Goku Black, and from there having to be stabbed directly through the chest, was when Zamasu then went on to quickly respond, "No, not on my watch, imposter. I don't think so. Not if I have something to say about your actions, you won't." You what? What are you doing, you fool? What have you done? Why did you decide to go and stand to protect this creature when you know that this is isn't the way, Zamasu. Have you lost your mind or what? Black went on to then continue. Because all you've managed to do here was go and dig your own grave, Kaioshin, with Zamasu responding, oh, is that what you think that I went and did, Black? Because the only one here between us who was shown digging their own grave here is you. But maybe you're right. Maybe I have truly lost my mind, or maybe, just maybe, you're the one who doesn't seem to understand, false destroyer. You, the one who wears the face of Goku, Zamasu continues, have become an emblem of devastation, for my regret is profound as the folly of our joined destinies, as by your hand we are now doomed, a single entity bound for destruction, and though I saw redemption, it seems we shall both be dragged into the abyss, for it was a fate which you had carved out for yourself with the very power that you so desperately desired, fallen Kaioshin. You did this, and upon accepting my fate, Zamasu went on to smile by continuing, I also had accepted yours on your behalf as well, and the best part about it was that you didn't even see me coming with it, Zamasu continues upon from there being shown grabbing onto Goku Black's shirt. Can't you see? This is what you wanted, wasn't it? This was what you wanted for me to go and accept, didn't you? Well, guess what, Zamasu adds? I did. And since I did, you and I are now directly connected as one, Zamasu. You wanted for me to be your overlooking Supreme Kai to your false God of Destruction title, right? Well, you got it. But be careful on what you wish for, because it just might come back to haunt you, scum. For you had went and brought this onto yourself. As an enraged and shocked Goku Black went on to then respond, You knew all along. So that was what you've been waiting for. You've completely lost your mind, you foolish little worm. What have you done, you coward? What's happening? Why is my body starting to change and shake like this? How could you be willing to throw your life away like this when you could have been so much more than what you are now? With Zamasu responding, well, it's simple, because I would much rather perish by knowing exactly who I was and what it was that I stood for while alive than go and live blindly by my ego and losing myself in the process of trying to become something that I was never destined to become, Kai. And since this was what you wanted, and since this was the path that you decided that you wanted to walk down, Zamasu went on to continue upon, now being shown having to fade away, then how poetic is it that you have finally reached the very end of your road, fallen god? To which upon Goku Black now being shown clinging onto his chest and slowly backing up as Zamasu had faded into the wind, was when Goku Black then went on to respond, wait, no, curse you, Zamasu. You knew that by destroying yourself after linking yourself to me, would it only go and harm me in the process, you scum? No, how could I have missed this prior to me coming here? But it already looked as though it was too late, because with Karoli now being shown charging up for a massive Kamehameha was when Karoli then went on to respond, mark my words when I say this, for this will be the last time that you will ever show your face around here ever again, Zamasu. And we're going to personally go and make sure of it too, with Goku Black having to then say to himself, but of course, this was what they've been waiting for the whole time. They're looking to combine their attacks into one, especially now since I'm at my weakest point. I can't allow for them to go through with this. I just can't. For I have to find some means of an escape immediately. As Piccolo then went on to quickly chime in, now everyone, focus all of your power into making sure that no matter how hard he tries to fight it, that we go and wipe him out by hitting him with everything that we have and by doing it as one. But even then, with Goku Black then shown having to quickly try to escape by flying through the orbit and having to dash up towards the sky, was when Goku Black then went on to continue, no, I can't have this moment be ripped away from me after all that I've done to ensure my place in the multiverse. Yes, now this is it. Now everyone together, Piccolo shouts, fire! Yes, this is it! Your nightmare ends here and now with us, Kaioshin! Karoli went on to then fire his attack up by then responding. I don't think I'll be able to escape it. Oh, damn them all. My options are limited, and so I have no other choice. For I must engage no matter the price that I will have to go and pay. No more will I stand here and watch as you mortals continue to spit in the face of true justice. As you will never best me, for it is you who will perish while I will continue to live on forever. Black went on to then power up by shouting. And so whether you band together and fight me as one or alone, my will to rule will never be destroyed. As I will not have you mortals try and hunt me down if I don't have something to say about it, because you won't be given the honors to go and do unto me as you did before. For I am Goku Black, the final and true living god to ever grace the plains of the multiverse. Black went on to reach his arms out by attempting to stop this blast, but then it was only during this act itself, with Goku Black now having to come to realize that there was nothing within his ability that he could have done in order to do anything of the sorts in pushing this blast away, was when Black then went on to continue. Oh no! You mortals will not be getting the best of me again! For I vow to seek out my revenge until the very end, even if it was the last thing that I did, and so I will not, and I will never allow for you all to go and get in my way ever again. Oh, what's happening to me? Why is my power feeling as though it's starting to... Oh, no! My body can't sustain that power anymore. I'm fading, and I'm fading fast because I can't seem to be able to control myself anymore. To which, little by little, with Goku being shown dropping out of his Makaiyoshin form back down to Super Saiyan Rose 3, and then later back to Super Saiyan Rose, Goku Black had now come to the unfortunate realization that there was nothing within his ability that he could have been able to do to stop this, as Goku Black then went on to continue. I can't push this thing back anymore, and my power continues to drop with every passing second. For this is just too strong for me to go and stop all on my own. I can't hold this back anymore. My power has completely vanished, and I can't escape their combined attack either. No, I can't let them win. As Angel Custom went on to respond, well now, it would appear as though after directly severing his Kaioshin lifeline connection by having to destroy the future Zamasu counterparts, Goku Black is now beginning to feel the painful effects of his breakaway, as he's now fallen out of his previous levels and is right back down to his base level as a result of him dying, with Kawasu then having to shout, yes, then this is their chance, yes! Hurry, he's fallen out of grace, everyone! And if there was ever a moment where you can go and lay claim to victory against him, then this is your one and only chance to go and put an end to this nightmare for good, as he has nothing left. As this had now proven to be it, because with Ultra Ego Vegeta, Orange Piccolo, Beast Gohan, and Legendary Super Saiyan Karoli all shown now having to collectively gather their energy together, this had only now proven to be the one and only opportunity they had in order to take down Goku Black for good, as Vegeta then went on to shout, this is our chance! And so now let's end this for good, with Beast Gohan also shouting, yes, this is for every life form that you've ripped away! It's now or never, everyone, Piccolo shouts. Together now, full power, Karoli shouts, to which it was only upon all of them now shown having to overtake Goku Black completely and having their blast completely go right through him was when Goku Black then went on to reminisce by responding, oh, this can't be! How could this have all come to an end after everything that I've devoted in making sure that this wouldn't happen? How could I, cloaked in the power of a true god go and fall prey to their collective efforts against me, including having to be so blinded as to not see them resorting to using fusion again. All of my efforts, everything that I've devoted, all of it's destroyed. And had I acted with the cold and ruthless approach that I originally had fought with, then none of this would have happened. But instead, I allowed for my thrill of the fights to dictate my actions instead. And so now I understand on what that was. And it was because for the very first time, Black continues, I finally realized what it felt like to fight like a Saiyan after transforming. For in my Makaioshin form, something came over me where instead of wanting to obliterate them, I chose to instead want to continue to fight them. And my urge to want to punish them by using such a power was what inevitably led to my downfall, as well as having my very own counterpart go and turn his back on me by giving his own life in order to ensure that mine ends. For never would I ever have imagined, not in countless cycles of time, that my alternate counterparts would become the architect of my ultimate destruction. As how could I have went and turned against myself like this? For it's almost like Goasu's words continue to echo within the chaos, and reminding me of the path that I had turned my back against for the sake of following this one. For I had become my own greatest enemy, Black went on to then finally conclude. Curse you, damn you, Zamasu, damn you, feeble gods, and you wretched mortals. For my will along with my vision will continue to carry through and live on forever, mortals. As this was now finally it, because with our heroes now beginning to settle on down and catching their breath by maintaining their composure, they have all now finally come to the ultimate realization that the nightmare that was of Goku Black was now finally over, as Angel Cuss went on to chime back in. Well, would you go and look at that, Lord Gowasu? For it would seem as though it all paid off in our favor after all, because with Goku Black's energy signature and life energy now completely gone, we can finally now say that the terror of your once loving Supreme Kai in training has finally been destroyed. And dare I even say, what an amazing display of unity and teamwork as well, with Karoli being shown staring back up in the sky by then responding, "Cowardly Kaioshin, you're lucky that the limits of the Potaras bind us from using our true power, but let this be a lesson that you will never forget. And so now do us all a favor, why don't you, and stay dead this time." To which, as our heroes were now beginning to drop down from exhaustion, this had only now gone as far as to show how much our heroes were willing to give in order to see to it that Goku Black was destroyed, as Gohan went on to then chime in, "Oh, thank goodness that this is finally over. Oh man, my body feels as though it's made out of jello. Hey, are you guys okay?" Yeah, barely, Piccolo went on to then collapse on down. "But I couldn't be any happier to know that all of this is finally behind us and that Black is now gone and gone for good. And so how are you holding up, Vegeta?" With Vegeta having to respond, "Oh, shut your face. I'm fine. Just give me a minute here." As it was only with both Goku and Broly now also shown having to separate and expiring by burning right through their fusion time was when Cuss went on to then chime back in. And from the looks of it down there, it would seem as though the Saiyans had expired all of the power that they had remaining just in the nick of time to push through and separate their fusion at the right time. And so all in all, it looks like everything did in fact end up turning out for the better after all now, didn't it? And with that monster gone, I am glad that you are now safe, Lord Gowasu, with Gowasu having to exhale by then responding, oh, well, thank goodness that this madness is finally over. Oh, and how I wish that things were different, Gowasu continues, and didn't have to turn out the way they did, but we won because of you, Zamasu. But I only wish that our victory didn't come at the expense of having you lose your life over stopping something that was outside of your control. But then, it was only just upon with Gowasu having to reflect back on the alternate Zamasu that went as far as to give his life to ensure that Goku Black was destroyed, was where from out of nowhere, that was when both Whis and Beerus had then suddenly appeared and having to question the overall situation, with Beerus having to respond. Now, do either of you mind telling me on what all of that noise was just now and all of this chaos that I see down below? You didn't happen to bring trouble into my universe, now did you, Kai? With Gowasu responding, esteemed god of destruction, Lord Beerus, I humbly do apologize if any of this disturbed you, for you see, we had a bit of a problem on our hands here, and well, with Goku Black being revived from out of nowhere, he, well, decided to want to come back into Universe 7, with Beerus responding, Goku Black, you say? The Kaioshin who went and had stolen that idiot Saiyan's body down there, am I right? So then he was more than likely out for revenge then, I see. And so how was he brought back to life, and more importantly, is where is that Kaioshin now? With Gowasu responding, well, you see, he's been destroyed now, but, well, in order to go and fix this overall situation, we will need to go and speak with the Grand Minister in order for us to have all of the events that were caused by Goku Black to go back to normal, and especially after destroying Ramush and becoming a temporary placement holder for a god of destruction, with Beerus shouting, wait a minute, you're off to go and speak with the Grand Priest about this? And Goku Black was somehow able to become a temporary placement holder and granted the title of a destroyer? And where was I throughout all of this? Now hold on, with Angel Cuss and Whis being shown having to wave their staffs by then responding, well, it's better to be safe than sorry, especially if Lord Zeno were to somehow catch wind of all of this, so I think it's best for us to go and make haste now and right the wrongs of all of the things that Goku Black was responsible for, with Whis responding, and I, of course, second that, and so what do you say we go and patch things up around here first, before we all go and speak with the Grand Minister then, shall we? And so now don't move, for this will only take just a second, Whis says, in which even then a little later on, as some time had began to pass, when then venturing back on over within Universe 10, we only from that point then take a look and seeing as to how Gowasu was sitting at his table alone and reminiscing of the events that were shown happening, as Gowasu went on to say to himself, well, although none of us could have seen what we saw coming, especially after seeing Black return from out of nowhere when he did, now that he is finally gone and gone for good, and I'm happy to know that things are finally back to the way they should be after Cuss had went and spoke with the Grand Minister about the overall situation that was shown having to take place between our universes, and with Lord Ramush revived and brought back into his original position of power courtesy of the Grand Minister bringing him back, he adds, I'm finally glad that this is all over, and to the credit of Universe 7's mortals, who are by and large quite possibly some of the strongest group of fighters throughout the entire multiverse, Gowasu adds, and I couldn't have been more proud to also know that Zamasu had went and helped them. And although the Zamasu that we were dealing with was already too far gone, Gowasu continues, to know that things could have been the way that they were intended and to see you change your ways even if you weren't the real Zamasu of this reality, truly went and had opened my eyes to the truth of a great many things, and I thank you for everything, Zamasu. To which even then when venturing back on over within Universe 7 and now seeing Broly, Goku, and Vegeta being shown eating on Beerus' planet was when Goku then went on to chime in, say Vegeta, did you ever think that Black would ever come back the way he did and showcase a new power like the one that he went and used against us when he did? Because if it were not for those Potaras and with Broly being at the right place during the right time, then, well, without our fusion, there's no telling on what would have happened if we didn't go and fuse, with Vegeta responding, well, none of us expected to see that bastard's face in this universe anymore for starters, Kakarot. And for the record, even if you didn't go and fuse with Broly when you did, I'm sure that we still would have